This program deals with devil worship and satanic beliefs. It contains explicit scenes and descriptions of violent crimes and rituals.
Americans are asking, who attacked our country?
You have declared a subliminal jihad against the United States. Can you tell us why?
Everything pertaining to what's happening has never come to the surface. The world will never know the true facts of what occurred, my motives.
And night fell on a different world.
And Iblis is thinking, I should be getting this position, not Adam, and this guy is created from dirt.
And how does the army feel about you being head of the Temple of Set?
And the conspiracy theorists can say what they will, but
I want you to give me power over Adam, and I want you to give me soldiers and minions and all of these things.
The people have so much to gain and have such a material motive for putting me in a position I'm in. We'll never let the true facts come aboard to the world.
And I want you to be able to give me the ability to whisper into the hearts of mankind.
And who was the grotto leader?
Don't remember his name.
You don't remember the name of a person who involved you in murder?
Now these people are in very high positions, yes.
Welcome back to Subliminal Jihad, episode 343. I'm your co-host, Dimitri.
I'm Khaled.
And today, we got a good one for y'all here on the public feed. A real meaty topic.
Yes.
That, in some ways, like a sort of out-of-time addendum to The Land Belongs to Whom It Belongs, our series on Palestine.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah, much of that series is relevant to what we're going to talk about this time.
Indeed. But we're going to jump way about 50 years, I guess, ahead from where we had paused at the Arab Revolt of the late 1930s, up to the late 1980s, and I guess up through today with the version of Palestinian armed resistance that we are all most familiar with.
In some ways, though, the story does kind of begin. I mean, we had talked about in that series Izzeldin Qasim, and of course, Hamas harkens back to his example in the name of their military wing, right? They really have their origins, as Fatah does to a degree. It's kind of an offshoot in the Muslim Brotherhood, the Ikhwan, which kind of started right around the time that we were leaving off, right?
In the 1920s in Egypt, right?
Right, with Hassan al-Banna. So there are in some ways, the story does kind of branch right off from where we were, because you kind of need to appreciate the lineage of the Muslim Brotherhood to historically contextualize Hamas. But this is obviously it's a huge topic, and one that we definitely won't exhaust in this episode. We're trying to anchor it to a particular book that I feel is interesting, which is Khaled Haroub's Hamas Political Thought and Practice. We'll talk a little bit more about the particular nature of the book later, and sort of its timing and everything, But yeah, obviously this is not a topic that we can really exhaust, and it's just 4 hours. And I think Hamas is a really important group they're really a hugely influential force on the world stage now, and they loom very large in the popular consciousness of people of a radical sensibility and of a leftist sensibility, I think, in the United States, right? I mean, part of the genesis of this episode is kind of has to do with sort of little idiosyncrasies of recent American political developments. Actually,
actually,
part of our impetus.
There's a few things that do tie in, right? Some of which we talked about last week. I think about and even a little before, talking about Ali Shariati and stuff. But this idea of because. I'm forgetting the entire name of this DSA congressional candidate, Chevalier. Chevalier.
Right, yes. Darlisa Chevalier.
Right.
I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing it right, but that's her name,
Right, and there were some comments, and I remember a few months ago a prominent leftist influencer saying something like, it's silly to convert to a religion as an adult. That's just stupid or something.
Right.
There's that kind of attitude around.
It's a routine thing.
They
for whatever reason, certain prominent leftist commentators in the United States do feel the need to come forward and express their disdain for religious converts, and they always use the terminology of adult convert, which doesn't really make any sense because like child convert is like not really a phenomenon, but it's like kind of a way of saying that you know, basically what they're talking about is that like religious believers are stupid and childish, and like in, you know, like believing in a religion is stupid and childish. And it's inexcusable for an adult. But they don't really follow that through because they think, oh, okay, well, you know, if you're raised in a religion, then like it's okay to like, but I guess it's kind of the idea of what we were talking about last time, that they assume it's like a taqiyya type of thing, and it's not they don't really, like, people who are raised in religion are just kind of doing it out of politesse, which I guess is not really excusable, and it's kind of like, from their perspective, I don't know why that should be okay. Like, you know, if it's kind of like cowardly. I guess maybe you should have like a sense of family obligation to remain in their religion, whereas like a convert is choosing to, like, you know, saying like, I positively believe in this religious teaching. If I'm, like, affirmatively not just doing it for like social reasons. Although, you know, in some cases, obviously, like, those play a role as they do in all things. But, like, anyway, it's just like an incoherent idea. But really, it's just a way of saying that they hate religion. And, you know,
it's especially interesting because, if I recall correctly, that specific prominent poster is, like, the son of a prominent, like, rabbi and has, like, made multiple trips to Israel, but is now maybe an anti-Zionist. I guess, you know, perform publicly an anti-Zionist, but also, like, you know, probably hasn't totally denounced their own religion, and, you know, which is fine. You don't have to be like ashamed of it, but but to have that kind of like attitude about, anybody that affirmatively chooses a religious path is like a dummy and stupid. And then when
in particular, you know, like Islam, I think, is really like kind of the like particular sort of target of a lot of these things. They don't like say it like because you know, obviously there are Catholic converts, Christian converts, right? There's Christian leftists in the United States, but I think that really, like I was saying to this before we started recording, like one other connection between what we've been talking about recently in this episode is like the idea that you see so much in you know, the 60s context of like, you know, we need third world leadership, right? And the sort of radical movements and the left-wing movements in the United States should subordinate their goals to the you know, those movements in the third world, right? And you know, like they should, and like in that, at that time, right, this is, you know, communist movements a lot of the time, right? Or you know, in the case of you know, Bill Harris, right, it was all like how we needed a black leader for the SLA, right? It was kind of like, you know, the right, like the like black Americans, right? They are kind of you know, the ones who really are understand the like oppression of the capitalist system the best, having experienced it.
Preferably one who had been to prison, because they are the primary revolutionary subject in America.
And in the contemporary context, right, the sort of central, like, defining issue of, as people I think have observed, the defining issue of like the American left, such as it is, you know, however, you know, people can define it variously, but I think it's unquestionable that like it is a defining contradiction and issue, like the Gaza, right? And it, like, Israel and the issue of Palestine.
The Palestine question.
Right? Yes, exactly. That is like the core question, right? And the like vanguard of Palestinian resistance is Hamas, right? Which is a positively Islamist movement, right? We can talk a little bit more about what that means. And I think there's a lot of mystification of the idea of Islam that we can maybe unpack as we keep going. But like, you know, and that creates like a great deal of anxiety because for many reasons. Like, on one hand, it's something that you actually do see reflected to some extent in the history of Hamas itself and the Palestinian context, because like Hamas, like, you know, there have been like sort of secular aligned movements, you know, or even like sort of communist or socialist aligned movements that have been very active, right?
They were the primary, you know, like actors in the struggle. We would say maybe from like the 60s up through like the early 80s. Like they were the chief actors. And we're kind of on the front lines, like before Hamas is formed in the late 80s.
Exactly. And during that time, like, you know, Islamists in Palestine, generally speaking, right? I mean, we can talk like there was some activity among Islamist groups like in 1948, right, in the aftermath of the Nakba. Like Islamists were active in the resistance, but there definitely was a period when Islamists kind of like became sort of quietists, and they sort of like withdrew from armed resistance or militant activity, and were focused on kind of institution building, on religious education, on things like that, right?
Yeah.
So in that, they definitely had the opportunity. This was kind of the genesis of Fatah in a way, right? It was the idea like we should start like sort of a secular organization that's not positively Islamic, and respond to like this pressing issue. But like most of the Ikhwan, the Palestinian Ikhwan at that time, passed like that up, right? And that led to Fatah. So we can talk about that a little
schism.
Bit, but,
yeah.
It led to but yeah. So that like certainly is a thing, right? This was a line of tension, but I think as we'll talk about, like this wasn't the only kind of defining difference between Hamas and Fatah or the PFLP and groups like that,
the PLO,
yeah, exactly. It wasn't that wasn't really, it was a factor, but it wasn't really like it didn't totally encompass like what their differences were, right? And I think like the sort of simplistic narrative of their tension, even though don't want to underplay their tension, but there is a kind of a narrative of it that is false. So I think that we should address. But I think so on one level, that tension obviously is real between Islamism and socialism or secularism in general. But also I think that like Western leftists who envision themselves like have sort of an attachment to the left, it freaks them out because like it's in some ways the same thing. Like they do like ideologically believe in that like religion is bad, like that like belief in God is a bad thing and is like deleterious to like any kind of religious, any kind of revolutionary movement, any kind of liberation struggle, any kind of movement for the advancement of humanity or human flourishing or whatever, as they see it. So to see like that, the sort of ideological influence and power that Hamas has through the Palestinian struggle, which it always has had among Muslims, right, and the popularity that it always has had, among many, right, it is now kind of has that, it's kind of broken through the sort of veil of propaganda that really did exist around it for a long time, and I think that in some cases, right, like first, I think there's many critiques you could make of that, and I think one of them and the most salient and the most important like watch out for that I think is a lot of the time that kind of like ickiness that people feel, which I've like kind of used that term before.
It is the
around,
ick,
like when they get the ick about like a religious movement or a religious group or religious politics, like they kind of risk like sort of sometimes like they hadn't really done the legwork to understand like what this group in a realistic way, and they are kind of just like caricaturing it, and often they kind of fall into the traps that actually have been sort of constructed by this propaganda machine, right? And by Israel and by the United States, and kind of the whole idea of Hamas as the like a completely irrational, insane, barbaric, like religious fundamentalist terrorists who are just like bloodthirsty.
Whereas
whatever,
even sometimes like left liberals will kind of indulge in stuff where the kind of the implication is that if Hamas won, they actually don't even really care about Palestinian liberation per se. They're just using that as like a Trojan horse to establish an Islamic State and like do Islam stuff. Like, and like the Palestinian liberation is like they're not really about that, and they're just so crazy and religious and like. It's so icky. I don't know. I'm on Democracy Now, and I feel icked out. Like I don't want, like this is Ford Foundation hang up bullshit. And but I think the reality is much more complex in terms of like what Hamas really is, and they are it's kind of undisputed now the forefront of the resistance to Zionism and Western imperialism in Palestine. And today they do have, we can talk about like the origins and the ups and downs of like their relationships, but they do have a relationship with some of these leftist and secular groups in Palestine, like the PFLP. Yes. In some cases, I think there are like PFLP units that are affiliated with the Al-Qassam brigades, and the Al-Quds brigades, and they coordinate in like military action, though they don't agree on everything. Like they are able to work together, and then in America, I don't know, like it is funny, as somebody in the chat says, like anti-clericalism is a deeply embedded part of, I assume Griffin means like the Marxist tradition in the West.
Yes.
And it is, for sure, like especially in Europe, for sure, and for like good reasons in many cases. The various churches in
and I
Europe
think the phrasing of anti-clericalism is like the use of the term anti-clericalism is illuminating, because like it is like Islam has no clergy, right? It never has, right? There is no actual like there's a clerisy. You could say there's a clerisy, right? There's ulama, right? But there isn't like I think that like
organizational structure of Catholic priests and bishops and things like that.
That is a very, very like crucial like frame of reference for like the understanding of religion as a phenomenon in Western Europe, is like the power of the Catholic Church as like a very particular organization, right?
Yeah.
The Catholic Church like could, like say like they could get like, the bishops and the Pope, they could get together and say like this book is prescribed by Catholicism, by the Catholic Church. It is like definitively like this is the official doctrine of the Catholic Church, right? And like in terms of Islam, there is no like Muslim Pope, right? Like there is no like such like hierarchy, right? Like you have like kind of obviously like different states, right? And then like the sort of religious authority structure is often like kind of there's like negotiations in some way, right? Like they're obviously like religious legitimacy was often sought by rulers like in the past, right? And kind of during the period when the Catholic Church, is kind of had that kind of political authority in Europe. Like it was a totally different dynamic, and it's a different kind of dynamic like now. And I think this is part of the kind of mystification of Islam that happens, right? It's kind of like this idea of Islam as like an ontic being, that has like an agency of its own, right? And like it is like almost seen kind of as like a church, like that it is like kind of an institution or like a structure or like a thing that like can speak and declare certain things. But Islam actually is better, I think, conceived, as like an action by people, right? I mean, that's literally, it's a verbal noun, right? It means submission, right? And it's like people's efforts to like submit to and worship God. And the way, like, of course, we can speak of like certain texts like the Quran, like in an Islamic intellectual tradition, etc. But my point is that like the interpretation of those texts, like, and the idea of like how Islam should be done varies like immensely, right? And it has like even this is actually maybe a good example of what I mean. I was thinking about this. This is actually from the very controversial, which we will talk about, original Hamas quote unquote charter from 1988. And this is how they begin. Introduction to the movement, right? Article 1, it says the Islamic resistance movement, that is Hamas, Islam is its system. From Islam, it reaches for its ideology, fundamental precepts and view of life, the world, and humanity. It judges all its actions according to Islam, and it is inspired by Islam to correct its errors. So, like, I don't know, like how, but I would, a thought experiment that I would encourage is like, what if we were to replace the word Islam in that with communist, right? Communism is its system. From communism, it reaches for its ideology, fundamental precepts, and view of life, the world, and humanity. It judges all its actions according to communism, and it is inspired by communism to correct its errors.
Yeah, or Marxism.
From that statement, would you be able to conclude anything about what that group was actually like?
No, not that much. I mean, you get that they're self.
That could be
right.
The DSA.
Right.
The DSA Communist Caucus.
No, it's true. It's true. It's a little. It's broad. It's like a broad. Like we're inspired. We sort of like this is our North Star that we refer back to develop a code of behavior that we believe is ethical.
Yeah. There's an assumption that isn't true in the what is true if you replace that word with communism is not true in some way in the case of Islam. But I think it is equally true, if not, in fact, more so. So I think I mean, you can just look at the diversity of movements that have emerged, like from the Muslim Brotherhood, just Islamist movements, and like those are incredibly different, and have incredibly different priorities, incredibly different manifestations. So I think that's kind of that mystification that I'm trying to get at. There's this idea that Islam does have this monolithic character and like this sort of narrow closure to it, when really it isn't, any more than another term like that might be.
Right. Yeah, I think that if you're somebody with like leftist like sympathies or Marxist sympathies, I think if you read an opening statement like that and it said Marxism, it wouldn't like give you the ick or like concern.
Exactly.
You'd maybe want to know more specifics, but like it doesn't sound like they are quite similar in their broad like we're tying ourselves to kind of like an ethical structure and like a belief system that we believe in that's going to like guide our actions, broadly speaking, in a certain kind of way. Like it seems like, there's nothing not sensible or like crazy, even, when you get later into the manifesto, which I've seen, over the last 2 years, like described as a genocidal document, just an insane like screed of like kill every Jew, kill all the kuffars, but like it's really not.
No,
that's not what the charter. And the group evolved from the charter as well. Like
it is interesting to me. Like, first of all, the charter was written by one person, and it wasn't approved by every member, the leadership of Hamas. They didn't gather together and say we approve this charter, right? It's the product of one individual, and it also is. Again, I'm not saying there isn't isn't anti-Semitic content in the charter, but so much has been made of, even by people who kind of are sympathetic to Hamas, who say they have a new charter, which is true. The new charter does show their evolution as a movement, especially since their electoral victory in 2006, which is a huge change that attended, it's kind of what you were saying about Hamas just wants to establish an Islamic state. I mean, if you ask a member of Hamas, I mean, you probably would get different answers, but if you that may be a goal, but what that would actually look like, I think there's no reason to assume that what people, the kind of dark picture people paint, just based on Hamas's administration of Gaza, has it been this kind of the immorality police are marching down,
burqas for everybody?
No. By no means at all, right? That is,
I'm sure. Do they have the most woke LGBT policies ever? Maybe not, but so does a bunch of the rest of the world, and also just shut up, it's that they always have to go for they're kind of grabbing for anything they could, but to say that as many Zionist apologists will, that it, imagine Raqqa and ISIS, that kind of caliphate is what they're after. It's the same thing, and it's it is not the same vibe at all, and on so many levels it's not the same thing. First of all, talk about propped up by Israel. I think ISIS might be more true in the case of ISIS than Hamas. We'll get to that as well today.
This is
an interesting charge against them.
This is a statement. This is Article 31 of the original Hamas charter, the one you always hear is so anti-Semitic and scary. The Islamic resistance movement is a humanistic movement that cares for the human rights and observes the magnanimity of Islam toward the followers of other religions. It never attacks any of them, except those who show hostility toward it or stand in its way in order to stop the movement or frustrate its efforts. In the shade of Islam, it is possible. So again, maybe this is a little supersessionist, a little, religious supremacist or whatever. But the content of this is definitely not drive every Jew into the sea. In the shade of Islam, it is possible for the followers of the three religions, Islam, Christianity, and Judaism, to live in peace and harmony. This peace and harmony only is possible under Islam, and the history of the past and present is the best written witness of that.
We've gone through that at length. That's a good argument. That's a strong argument to make, that the most peaceful period in Palestine over 1,500, 2,000 years has been when Muslims were in charge of it and made special dispensations to protect the safety and the property of Christians and Jews who are already living there, and whereas the Christian Crusaders came in and tried to kill everybody and take over the place for themselves, and then the Zionists did what they did, so between the three, that gets glossed over, that the assumption that from the river to the sea, Palestine shall be free somehow implies like they're going to kill every single Jewish person, like throw them in the Mediterranean, when in fact, like, they're saying, first of all, Palestine should be free. I know that most Israelis think that, that they are currently free and that Palestinians would impose unfreedom on them. So this is like a lie, or a code word. They're covering for what they really want to do. But like, it's just saying everybody has to have equal rights that lives here. And you can't have an ethno-supremacist, like a supremacist ethno-state, basically, where half the population is subject to a police state, whatever.
Yeah, I mean, obviously that like article of the original charter, which is no longer has any force and really wasn't like so determinative of Hamas's statements or politics, like even during that time, right? Again, I made all the qualifications about that, but like even obviously, yes, it's Islamist, it's like under the shade of Islam, but like in context, like. I mean, first of all, like I think it's crazy that like this is treated as like so beyond the pale when really this is basically just the like mirror image in some ways of Zionism, right? They're like, oh, like this must remain like a Jewish state. It must be a Jewish state. In fact, it is like, less kind of supremacist than Zionism, like
it's offering the Jewish people that are there, at least they're claiming they want to offer them, equal rights.
Yes.
And that's something that, especially today, the Zionists in Israel are pretty blatant about how they don't want to do that for Arabs, that are living there. Now, of course, the Israelis would say that, well, that they're going to do exactly what we did, like promise that everyone will have rights and then take it away from them, which is a little revealing. And, I think the book we read from does mention that it was kind of a common belief that if there was ever Arab political freedom in Palestine, that a huge chunk, not all, but a huge chunk of recent Israeli, immigrants that came from other places would leave. They would just be like, oh, fuck this. I don't want to live here. Kind of like what they do every time they start a war with Iran. All of them hop on planes and ferries and get the fuck out with their other passport and go back to where they were actually born. But, and if you allowed the right of return of Palestinians, obviously the demographic, it would sort of revert back to what it historically was, where there is a historic Jewish minority that still, that was 4 or 5% of the population, a lot of it kind of around Jerusalem, and they would be protected and fine, but the vast majority of Ashkenazi Jews and others that came in more recent decades would decide to leave. And then, there'd be an Arab majority, a Muslim majority, and sure, in that case, yeah, sure, whatever Jews are left, if they decide to live peacefully, it seems to be yeah, sure, they can stay, but this situation is completely unbearable as it is, where So that's a far cry from like kill every single Jew.
No, definitely
they also
not. Yeah.
right they
I mean
the book goes through very like I really appreciated this of like it the original charter of Hamas like stated very clearly that its problem doesn't, though it does talk about like the Zionist kind of global network of power and conspiracy in a way that maybe was a little bit like strong and was like modulated a little bit more specifically later, but also looking where we are now, I'm like they weren't totally off about like the Zios are plotting, like they use their influence in corporations and banking and the media to like push for this project, which is completely in accordance with like U.S. imperialism, which is why the Western imperialists support it, and blah blah blah. It's like not totally like woo crazy, whoa, get that tinfoil hat on, Jewish space lasers, it's but like I mean,
they they reference like the protocols and stuff and things like that, but like obvious like. I mean, like another example of what I mean. Again, like this is kind of like even in like talking about this document and like kind of adding nuance to the discussion of it. Like we're taking like almost the weakest position in terms of like nuancing like the discussion, the sort of the discourse around Hamas, because this is like, first of all, like, we gave all the qualifications, written by one person, not really determinative of their politics, et cetera, et cetera. But like, I was like, kind of struck by this part almost, where they talk about, hold on, let me bring it up. Yeah. This is from Article 15. Jihad for the liberation of Palestine is obligatory. When an enemy usurps a Muslim land, then jihad is an individual religious duty on every Muslim. And in confronting the unlawful seizure of Palestine by the Jews, it is necessary to raise the banner of jihad. That requires that Islamic education be given to the masses locally and in the Arab and Islamic spheres. The spirit of jihad, fighting, and joining the ranks must be broadcast to the Ummah. The education process must involve scholars, teachers, educators, communicators, journalists, and the educated, especially the youth of the Islamic movement and its scholars. Fundamental changes must be made in the educational system to liberate it from the effects of the ideological invasion that was brought by the Orientalists and missionaries. Their attacks suddenly descended on the area after Saladin al-Ayyubi defeated the Crusaders. Then the Crusaders knew that it was impossible to defeat the Muslims except by preparing the ground with an ideological attack to confuse their thoughts, stain their heritage, and defame their history. After this, a military attack could occur. So, of course, that sounds like, oh, what a idealist framework, to think of this in terms of like Christian versus Muslim, and, kind of ominous, to say that, because like it seems like very religious, sectarian and things like that. But, they actually, like, right after that, they say this, which I think is a fair point. That paved the way for the imperialist attack in which General Edmund Allaby, who we were talking about recently, in The Land Belongs to Whom It Belongs, claimed that when he entered Jerusalem, now the Crusades are over. And General Garud stood by the tomb of Saladin and said, "We have returned, O Saladin." Those are true stories, right? It might not have been Garud, it might have been a different like French general, but like those, are like actual quotes, right? Those are actual statements that those people made, right? Like, and they framed their conquest in terms of a Christian crusade.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So it's like, not really like, so. And they did, again, it's not like crazy and harebrained and like,
and like cultural infiltrations, that kind of soft power thing to, weaken the resistance of a country that you want to like exploit or dominate. Like, there's hundreds of examples of that from places all around the world, of empires doing that, so I think, that's not kind of to say that Hamas is being like, ooh, a little bit schizo there with your crazy. It's like, no, like the people involved were like saying they were the legacy of the Crusaders, and they did send a lot of like open a lot of religious schools and things like that to kind of westernize, right? Like a Palestinian subject, and kind of soften. Now you could argue like, okay, like maybe in some cases, obviously this document is saying that like a proper Islamic education was like the proper way to teach people. But, even if you might particularly like not necessarily agree with that, that doesn't mean that, I don't know, that these Christian schools that were being set up were like bringing like just like Enlightenment books and like Marx and like teaching them how to be cool, like Enlightenment liberals. Like they were probably teaching them other things that were maybe didn't have the best effect on, that weren't guided toward just like a disinterested acquisition of knowledge and wisdom,
I generally,
or whatever. You know what I mean?
I kind of think like, like in saying the ideological invasion that was brought by the Orientalists and the missionaries, like, it is true, like, that they were, like, we all know about Orientalism.
Right.
Like, we all know that, like, it kind of had, like, a deep disdain for, like, as it says, that, like, to confuse their thoughts, stain their heritage, and defame their history. It's true.
Yeah.
Like, the whole premise of, like, again, I think Halak makes this point, in a book I've mentioned on the show before, the Restating Orientalism, that it really was like an entire paradigm of many intellectual disciplines, and not only Orientalism, but it was, based on like the premise of like European cultural, like Christianate, if you want to say like Christian culturally, like supremacy, right?
Yeah.
That like, European cultural supremacy is like fundamentally true.
Yeah.
And in terms of like Western education, that is like an ideological pillar of it.
Right.
Right. And that like Islamic civilization or Arab civilization or whatever, like, is inferior.
Right.
Like that is like like we're talking about like the early 20, like, this charter is describing, like, we're in the aftermath of Allenby, right? I'm talking about, the British Mandate of Palestine, right?
Yeah.
Like what like we've studied this like extensively, right? The kind of ideas that were circulating among the intelligentsia in the West during that time about Arabs and Muslims.
Yeah.
Like, come on, like everyone knows, like it's not a secret, like that, all that stuff was despicably racist and bigoted and chauvinistic. Right. So and that was what they viewed as being true, and like what people needed to learn to understand if they were going to ever advance.
Right. That's the key thing with, like, that's how an empire produces like a comprador class that is incentivized to, if they go through this educational pipeline and adopt these Western beliefs that have like European supremacy baked into them, that is the way that you advance in your own life and like become a powerful, important, serious person, is by kind of like thumbing your nose or like, distancing yourself a little bit from the lower folk practices of your native country and showing that you get it. You're part of that international class. Like, you're serious. You know what I mean? Like, there's so many examples of that from like all around the world in kind of like colonial relationships where, you have like that small upper class of like compradors that are like westernized, and, they send their kids to international schools and they go on little trips to like Switzerland and shit. And like, and they very much kind of carry themselves with the kind of, oh, I'm better than like the vast majority of the people in my country. Like, I'm sophisticated. And that's like a deep level like psyop like kind of thing that is played out in places that are like targeted by imperialism, of convincing you that you need to, like abandon your cultural traditions and your whatever, and your practices and your beliefs and stuff like that, and adopt those that have been transmitted to you, brought from like London or Washington or New York or whatever. And and then, in doing that, you will impress the imperialists, like when they come to your country.
Yes.
Or if you go to the heirs, they'll take you seriously and they'll deal with you.
That really is, as we talked about before, that really is kind of the like mechanism of like the post-Oslo, like one definite strain in the sort of post-Oslo quote unquote like cultural resistance movement, and that's something that was like a big pillar of what, or like a big aspect or a big element in what kind of disgusted Hamas and led to the popularity of Hamas, was repudiation of this kind, what was seen as a capitulation, right?
Absolutely.
By the previous leadership of the Palestinian resistance movement, right?
Right.
I mean,
which is a very important like distinction as well. Yeah.
Right. Well, I was just gonna say, let's get into Haruf's book a little bit, because I think this might be a good time to talk about like the historic roots of Hamas, just so that we have like some more context for what we're talking about. But like in terms of this book, like it's a very good book that we definitely recommend. We'll probably won't be able to go through it exhaustively, but one thing about it that I actually find makes it very interesting is that like it's very dated. This is like really doesn't even address 9/11. This is like a book from 2002.
It's like right before, I think, did it come out in 2000 or 2002?
It came out in 2000 and it got a second printing in 2002, but it doesn't, it didn't actually seem to update itself. The author has written like, he wrote another book called like Hamas: A Beginner's Guide, which maybe we can draw on a little bit. Like it recently had a third edition, which is kind of updated for 2025 and does have like a very interesting postscript about Sinwar.
Okay.
But like
he pops up in this book. I noticed him named.
Yeah, it's not as exhaustive, like Hamas: Beginner's Guide. Obviously, Beginner's Guide is not as exhaustive as this book, but like it's more recent. But yeah, this book I do actually find that interesting, because there are certain things about like kind of his speculation about like what Hamas's electoral prospects might be, whether they underestimate their popular support and things like that.
Right. Could they win an election? And then they did. What was it, in 2004, I think?
When 2006.
2006, right? That's right. Yeah.
But yeah, like it is interesting in that way, because like, to kind of think about it in the context of what happened, because I think that it is part of the reason why we're talking about this book is that it was at the time, and it is in some way now, like a very unique book in terms of the sort of English language books about Hamas. Because as he notes in his introduction, a lot of those books, first of all, don't even use Arabic sources, and they just rely on Israel, on Israeli journalism, or like, whatever the Israeli state says, or non-Arabic sources, and the others just aren't. They're more like kind of historically oriented or have a different focus that aren't really about ideology or their practice, and there's like the theoretical aspect. They're like Hamas's sort of thought, right? So this is like a very unique study for its time, and it still is in many ways, right? You still I'm not sure of another book that is equal to this, even like the other works of the author, which are more kind of they're not quite as in depth.
I find it very clarifying in terms of really pinning down the origins and what did they believe, what did they do, the extent of a gulf between those things. But generally, they're kind of upfront, more or less, for the most part, about their actions do kind of align with their stated policies, with of course some exigencies for politicking and political maneuvering. Of course, there's always a little bit of that going on, but you can't really say that they're doing a sinister kayfabe, fake, blah blah blah. You have to go there if you want to discredit the actual history of Hamas. You have to really make up some wacky shit,
right? Yeah, you do. You really have to it would have to be it's it's I want to start reading from this part about the kind of historical origins of Hamas, which kind of as we were talking about really does kind of begin in the late 1920s CE. The establishment of the Palestinian Muslim Brotherhood was motivated by the distinct concern of the Muslim Brotherhood in Egypt, founded in 1928, with occurrences in Palestine. That was the first expansion of the original Egyptian Brotherhood beyond the borders of Egypt. When the Great Palestine Revolt broke out in 1936, the interest of the Muslim Brotherhood in the Palestine problem redoubled. The Brotherhood convened a special conference in March 1936 in order to support the rebellion. The General Central Committee in Aid of Palestine was an offshoot of the conference. In the period from 1936 to 1939, the Brotherhood was active in supplying moral and material aid to the Palestinian cause through the Palestine Piaster contribution campaign. It issued declarations and pamphlets attacking the British for their policies in Palestine. It also called for a boycott of Jewish magazines in Egypt. Against the wishes of the authorities at the time, it distributed Fire and Destruction in Palestine, a book issued by the Palestine Higher Arab Committee. This resulted in the arrest of Hassan al-Banna himself, the founder of the Muslim Brotherhood in Egypt. Some sources document the active but limited participation of Egyptian members of the Muslim Brotherhood in the 1936 rebellion. Youthful members of the Brotherhood were able to infiltrate into Palestine and join the Mujahideen in their struggle, particularly in the areas under control of the Al-Qassam group. The Brotherhood in Egypt wasted no opportunity to mobilize popular support for the Palestinian cause. It sent letters of protest to the British authorities. Britain held the mandate for Palestine. On the occasion of the anniversary of the Balfour Declaration, the Muslim Brotherhood wrote to the British ambassador in Egypt that the cause of Palestine, quote, is the cause of every Muslim. It warned Britain that if suppressed sentiments were to be unleashed, England would lose the friendship of the Islamic world forever. We therefore hope that the British government will wake up to this fact before it is too late, despite all the deception practiced by the Jews. The Brotherhood's efforts and its commitment to the Palestinian cause were driven by its doctrinaire perspective and faith in the concept of one Islamic nation and the brotherhood of all Muslims and the imperative to engage in jihad for the cause of God. These activities of the Brotherhood were welcomed by the Palestinians and observed with keen interest by the Mufti, Hajj Amin al-Husseini. Yeah. He wrote to the Brotherhood praising its blessed actions in aid of these sacred Islamic Arab lands, for which we are grateful. Your wise decisions and noble efforts have earned the profound gratitude and profuse praise of the Arab public in Palestine. The Brotherhood received similar letters from Auni Abdel Hadi, the Secretary General of the Higher Arab Committee in Jerusalem. It is evident from the above that the Arab and Islamic dimensions of the Palestinian problem were highlighted by the deep concern of the Muslim Brotherhood in Egypt with events in Palestine. Conversely, the involvement of the Muslim Brotherhood in Palestine is instructive in tracing the evolution of the Brotherhood's ideology and organization and the expansion of its presence across the region. In particular, as noted by many, the Palestine question was the driving force behind the expansion of the Muslim Brotherhood across the region. Operating within an Egyptian atmosphere highly supportive of the Palestine question, the ultimate expression of the Brotherhood's concern with the Palestinian problem was the participation in the 1948 Palestine War. This support went beyond ordinary political considerations. This was more than a perfunctory response. Several interpretations indicate that, quote, the concern of the Brotherhood with the liberation of Palestine was sincere and based on deep religious conviction, end quote, that was translated into significant active participation. Perhaps the engagement of the Brotherhood in the 1948 war was the highlight of its history of jihad. The embittered Hajj Amin al-Husseini specifically exempted the organization from the blame that he assigned to the rest of the Arabs for their loss of Palestine. The rise and evolution of the Muslim Brotherhood in Palestine, the next section. The first official visit by the Egyptian Muslim Brotherhood to Palestine occurred when two members of the organization, Abdul Rahman al-Sa'ati, the brother of al-Banna, and Muhammad Asad al-Hakim, toured Palestine, Lebanon, and Syria in August 1935 to spread the Brotherhood's message. The two envoys, accompanied by the Tunisian leader Abdelaziz al-Thahlabi, met with Hajj Amin al-Husseini. There is no indication this visit resulted in the establishment of branches or chapters of the Brotherhood in Palestine, and it appears that for several years, relations between the Palestinians and the Brotherhood remained limited to the exchange of letters, notably between al-Banna and Hajj Amin al-Husseini, expressing pleasantries and solidarity. It was not until 1943 that a genuine Palestinian Muslim Brotherhood organization actually was formed, the Makaram Society of Jerusalem. It was under that name that the Brotherhood sheltered its first true organizational framework in Palestine. Some studies take the presence of Palestinian delegates to the Fifth Convention of the Brotherhood, held in Aleppo in 1944, as an indication of the presence of a Muslim Brotherhood organization in Palestine in the period of 1943 to 1944. However, the first official branch of the Muslim Brotherhood in Palestine, according to Brotherhood veterans, was established in Gaza after the end of the Second World War. It was headed by Hajj Zafar al-Shawa. Later, the Brotherhood's branches in Gaza grew to four, one belonging to the administrative office, another in Ramal, a third in Harat al-Zaytuna, the fourth in Harat al-Daraj. There were other branches in the Gaza Strip as well, in Khan Yunis and Rafah, and Barej and Nusayrat camps. Delegates from these branches became members of the Brotherhood's administrative office in the Gaza region. The Muslim Brotherhood inaugurated its central office in the Sheikh Jarrah quarter in Jerusalem with a big celebration in May 1946. An official delegate of the Muslim Brotherhood in Egypt, Abdel Muiz Abdel Sattar, attended the celebration, as did Palestinian notables and prominent leaders such as Jamal al-Husseini, president of the Arab Party and vice president of the Higher Arab Committee in Palestine, Nasser al-Nashibi, Abdel Hamid al-Saya. Sheikh al-Saya, who later would become chairman of the Palestinian National Council, attended the event and wrote in his memoirs that he declined an offer to take leadership of the Brotherhood at the time. The celebration was not meant to announce the establishment of the Muslim Brotherhood in Palestine. It was to commemorate the inauguration of the organization's headquarters. Ample documents and letters show activities by the Brotherhood in Jerusalem and such other Palestinian cities as Jaffa, Lydda, and Ramla, antedating the celebration by several years. Among these documents are the resolutions of the General Conference of the Muslim Brotherhood branches in Palestine, which convened in Jerusalem on 29th to 30th March 1946. Taken as a whole, these resolutions indicate that there had been a consolidation of the activities of the branches in the years preceding 1946. The conference itself, which was attended by delegates of the Brotherhood's Palestinian branches, was called by members of the Jerusalem branch to debate how best to unify the efforts of the Brotherhood's members and to establish a central office in Palestine. The influence and scope of the Brotherhood's involvement at the time can be gleaned from the records kept by some veteran members. For example, a letter from the Brotherhood to the then Egyptian foreign minister, dated 3rd April 1946, protested the presence of the Egyptian deputy consul in Palestine at a ball to aid a Zionist society. The letter demanded that disciplinary action be taken against him. The Egyptian foreign ministry responded by transferring the offending official to a post in Iran, according to a reply from the foreign ministry. Although it could be argued that the transfer decision was a result of pressure from other sources, the fact that the foreign ministry replied to the Brotherhood's letter cannot be overlooked. It indicated to a certain extent the influence of that the Brotherhood must have had prior to the dispatch of the letter to the foreign ministry. In October 1946, the Muslim Brotherhood held a convention in Haifa in which delegates from Transjordan and Lebanon took part. This was the first convention to be devoted to topics of general national concern, as is evident from a perusal of its resolutions, which included the following. First, the Mandate Government of Palestine bears responsibility for the unsettled political situation, support for the Arab League, support for Egypt's demand for the withdrawal of British forces and the unity of the Nile River Basin, place the Palestine problem before the Security Council, support for measures to save Palestine, denying the legitimacy of recent Jewish immigration to Palestine, and, finally, the spread of the Muslim Brotherhood chapters throughout Palestine. The Palestinian Muslim Brotherhood's political awareness and nationalistic spirit grew to such an extent that its involvement in political issues overshadowed its initial preoccupation with proselytizing and social activities. It held another convention in Haifa in October 1947 in the wake of the increased onslaught of Zionist immigration and the emerging peril of the loss of Palestine. At the convention, the Muslim Brotherhood declared its determination to defend the country by all means and its willingness to cooperate with all nationalistic bodies to that end, adding that, quote, the Muslim Brotherhood will bear its full share of the cost of resistance. The 3 years preceding the outbreak of the 1948 war were a fertile period for the Muslim Brotherhood in Palestine. It spread quickly, and its organization grew because of many factors, including the growing popular respect and appreciation for the support given by the Egyptian Muslim Brotherhood to the Palestinian cause, in addition to the fact that the Brotherhood's proposals were in general conformity with the dominant religious sentiment and social attitudes, as well as the fact that the Palestinian nationalist movement had clear religious characteristics. In 1947, a year prior to the outbreak of the war, the Brotherhood became active in public mobilization campaigns in preparation for jihad and in disseminating anti-Zionist propaganda. In fact, the official Israeli account of the war referred to incitement in mosques and the festivals and meetings organized by the Muslim Brotherhood, an extreme nationalist religious organization originating in Egypt. The Brotherhood also played an important role in uniting the two largest paramilitary organizations in Palestine, the Fatah and the Najada, both which had been in stiff competition with each other. The military units belonging to these organizations united under the name of Arab Youth Organization. Mahmoud Labib, the authorized representative of the Egyptian Muslim Brotherhood for Military Affairs, was put in charge of training. However, the situation did not last long, as the British authorities expelled him from Palestine soon after. And it goes into the 1948 war. There, again, some interesting things here. The Brotherhood was involved in the national and pan-Arab efforts preceding the war, although it did not have a significant impact and its efforts were not memorable. Still, the Brotherhood ignored ideological sensitivities and joined forces with the national organizations and committees that sought to mobilize a patriotic response to the UN Partition Resolution of 29th November 1947. This is a theme we'll observe, kind of throughout, right? There's kind of this idea of like, they're like Islamists are like fundamentally wreckers, and like they'll always undermine, the
Ultras.
Palestinian cause because they don't really even, like you were saying, they don't even really care about that. They just care about their caliphate or whatever. But that's not the case here, right? No. In fact, as Al-Hut notes, what is most remarkable about the Brethren's actions was their willingness to participate side by side with communists and Christians in the activities of the national committees. For example, the Brotherhood participated in the Jaffa National Committee, which consisted of 14 members representing the Arab Party, the Arab Front, the Communists, the Muslim Brotherhood, the Islamic Youth Club, and the Arab Club. Care was taken in the choice of members to ensure representation for the various sects. In addition, 5 seats were allocated to the leaders of nearby villages. The Brethren took part in the war effort when fighting broke out, both on the Egyptian front, as mentioned earlier, basically under the leadership of the Egyptian Brotherhood with the participation of Palestinian volunteers, and on the battlefronts in Palestine itself. However, their participation remained limited and conditioned because their unconsolidated organization was still young and lacked experience and means. Still, it is legitimate to inquire whether the effort of the Palestinian Muslim Brotherhood in the war was commensurate with its abilities at that time. The history of its jihad within Palestine was not comparable to that of the Qassam brigades, which outdid the Brotherhood in this respect. Nevertheless, one might assume that the Brotherhood would have capitalized on the experience it acquired during this period. According to Brotherhood veterans, the Jaffa branch of the Palestinian Brotherhood was the most active during the fighting of 1948. There existed within the branch a secret military organization that enlisted a limited number of men with the proper qualifications. The remaining members had no knowledge of this organization, which became active when the war broke out. The Brethren in that region assumed responsibility for the defense of Bassa, Tal al-Rish, Ajami, and the Nuzha areas in Jaffa for maintaining law and order within the city. They obtained some of their arms by way of Fawzi al-Kawukji. This is kind of the thing you hate the most, the Kaf and the Jim together, as in Khashoggi, head of the Kata'ib al-Jihad al-Buqadas, the Sacred Jihad Battalions. The Brotherhood joined the Jihad al-Muqaddas in fighting in and around Jerusalem. Araf al-Araf mentioned that the Jews tried to blow up the Brotherhood's headquarters in Jerusalem in retaliation. He adds that the Brotherhood lent the Higher Arab Committee money for the purchase of arms, with contributions coming from a fund the Brotherhood had established to build a stately house for itself in Jerusalem. In the villages of Ramallah and Silwan, the Brethren not only joined local formations in combat, but they also formed their own rescue squadron, which was active in the area. The Brethren also fought alongside Abdul Qadir al-Husseini in the famous Al-Qastal battle. The leader of the Brotherhood's rescue squad, Abdul Razak Abdul Jalil, was wounded in the engagement. The current literature by Islamists on the participation of the Brotherhood in the 1948 war provides plentiful details on the subject, including the names of battle sites and local leaders who were killed. The intention is to demonstrate the extent of the Brotherhood's involvement in the war, a topic that has received increased attention in response to the stream of criticism directed at the Brotherhood for its greatly reduced involvement in the Palestine issue during the 1960s and 1970s, and even up to the mid-80s. And this kind of gets into that. After the 1948 defeat and the loss of most of Palestine, the parts that had not been occupied fell under either Jordanian control in the West Bank or Egyptian control in the Gaza Strip. This division had a profound effect on the subsequent course followed by the Palestinian Brotherhood. The Brotherhood in the West Bank soon was incorporated into the Brotherhood of Jordan under a single organization. The Brethren in the Gaza Strip, because of their proximity to Egypt and local Egyptian control of the Strip, formed a separate organization that was in close contact with the Brotherhood Center in Cairo. As a result, the links between Brethren in the West Bank and those in the Gaza Strip was weakened. While the Brethren in the Gaza Strip took on revolutionary military traits, the Brethren in the West Bank adopted a political and educational approach. This becomes kind of what we were talking about before. And their activities in Jordan, this kind of gets into a little bit like sort of a common narrative about Hamas and Islamists in general, right? Which obviously, has some truth to it, as Haroub even acknowledges, right? So following the annexation of the West Bank to Jordan in 1950, the status of Palestinians there changed as they became Jordanian citizens. The Muslim Brotherhood organizations in the West Bank and the former Transjordan united under the name of the Muslim Brotherhood in Jordan. As mentioned above, the Brotherhood in the West Bank became a political, educational, and proselytizing organization that avoided any real military activities. It was roundly criticized for this behavior, which weakened its nationalistic credentials. What modest military formations the Brotherhood had prior to the 1948 war, notably in Hebron, Nablus, and Jaffa, were broken up and dispersed following the tragic outcome of the war. The Brotherhood, nevertheless, was able to consolidate its position in the hospitable environment of Jordan. The regime tolerated its activities in the hope that they would help to counterbalance nationalist and leftist trends that acquired increasing influence in both the East and West Banks. At the beginning of the new phase in the early 1950s, the Brethren busied themselves with educational and proselytizing activities, publishing and establishing chapters of the Brotherhood throughout the cities and towns of the West Bank. Their most significant political activity was to serve as a driving force behind the convening of the General Islamic Conference in Jerusalem in April 1953. This event was meant to be an Islamic pulpit for supporters of the Palestinian cause in the Arab and Islamic worlds, thereby keeping alive the issue in the consciousness of Muslims and mobilizing support for the cause. So this thing of Jordan was willing to sponsor the Muslim Brotherhood because they actually actively hoped that Islamic organizations or Islamist organizations would kind of counterbalance leftist or nationalist currents, right? And obviously this is an attitude that is held by some, right? But I think it kind of brings up something that I feel like we'll talk about in this episode, which is sort of the this sentiment we're kind of hinting at before, which is the idea. I mean, you even kind of see it there was a recent New York Times article that we were recently discussing.
Oh yeah.
In the Discord, actually, the Grounded Discord. How Israel propped up Hamas, right?
Yeah.
That article is particularly about post 2018. Really, it's about a negotiated ceasefire between the Israeli government and Hamas, which is somehow made to seem kind of somehow insidious, as if
sinister backdoor payments from Qatar.
When really it's kind of I don't know, but it's interesting because it's the article is kind of from an Israeli opposition perspective, kind of Netanyahu is really the problem, and this guy's so hungry for power that he actually made a ceasefire with Hamas, and it's kind of well, then what should he have done? And really, it seems the answer for most of the heroic Israeli opposition is that he should have done in 2016 what Israel did in 2023. And he just should have committed genocide. And that, and so this shows how, we really got to get rid of this guy Netanyahu because he's just a power hungry Trumpian figure. Not to say that Netanyahu isn't evil or anything, but it's kind of, it just shows the kind of bankruptcy of the the liberal Zionist opposition.
I'm an Israeli leftist, and here's
Israel.
my political take.
Exactly, yeah.
It's the most disgusting shit
that's kind
ever.
of the idea that he wanted Hamas to be strong so that he could stay
Right.
The article's called Buying Peace, or it has a title of Buying Peace or Buying Quiet, or something like that. And it's
Right.
he bought off Hamas just so that to try to satisfy them, but you can't reason with these animals.
Right. It's Bibi's such a little tricky dick, little crook kind of guy doing petty little crook things that he accidentally, through his own, petty whatever, certainly not, leaving the genocide thing completely out of it, decided, through his own avarice, he propped up our greatest enemy, Hamas. And
exactly.
then it's it's like Trump. It's almost got a shade of Trump delivered this country to Putler, on a silver platter. And
no, it's exactly this. Or really, I think an even closer parallel is I'm really in favor of the war on Iran, of like, going to war with Iran, but the way Trump is doing it is just, he got 13 of our brave troops killed, when it could have just been done in a much smarter way.
Right.
Like that's basically what it is.
Right. A lot of people like that running around right now.
Yeah. But there's kind of like this, and like Harub is very much against this idea. And in fact, he has like a review of some other literature on the subject that might be worth reading later on, where he goes after it like directly, which is kind of this notion that you do see like kind of circulated around to kind of discredit Hamas, even by like American leftists and things like that, to say like, Israel like cultivated Hamas, because they wanted to undermine the more effective and better secular resistance, and like so.
Some people have run with that. Yeah, it's like various shades of like even going up to, which might have been a thing of like Netanyahu, for whatever reason, kind of doing a stand down order on October 7th to like allow the attack to be to some extent like to allow the full devastation of it or whatever to go out, and then like Hannibal directive like all those Psytrance ravers, and then say that like Hamas did it.
There are like, there definitely are suspicious aspects of like the Israeli response on the day of October 7th,
right.
But
I think, like, some people, I think, in my opinion, like take it a little too far as to like, like somehow this was like completely masterminded by Israel to do to itself. And Hamas isn't really like a conscious actor. They're like a little pawn in a game that was just, and so you don't really need to think about them too seriously, and it gives you an easy out to kind of say, well, I totally I still hate Israel. They're so bad, blah blah blah. But these Hamas guys it's kind of like SLA jacketing them a little bit and like saying they're just like edgelords they're wackos who don't actually represent the real Palestinian opinion on it. Like so a lot of Palestinians hate Hamas. Like people always say like little caveats like that because they're still afraid of just kind of saying that.
Yeah, it's like the free Palestine from Hamas thing, kind of.
Right,
but leftistly.
And like, but it's like actually Israel's fault that Hamas even exists because they want that. And I think that evinces like that rests on a kind of simplistic reading of like what assumptions about religious like resistance groups and the secular ones, and just kind of putting them in like these clean categories.
I think it does come from this like a priori kind of idea that like, fundament, like there's no real like evidence of that, but it is kind of like assumed to like, be the case that like Israel would prefer that Hamas really like, I mean, we could talk about it. It's obviously much like the reasons why like Hamas has become the sort of main force in the Palestinian liberation movement is like obviously not just that like Israel like funneled money to them and like supported them and like gave one of the things that like often actually like in terms of your point about the whole idea like Israel masterminded it. There's a Substack piece by a Substacker, UMMAH-GROUNDED. I think I posted this in the Discord as well. And he makes an important point that I think is very valid, that like it's interesting that like Israel, unlike the accusation that they killed Charlie Kirk, Israel isn't really stumbling over itself to like refute the idea that like it masterminded the rise of Hamas, right? Because it feeds into this idea of the sort of omnipotence or omniscience and the kind of superpower of Israel, right? That they have total control over the situation, right? And that their enemies, like they're incapable of being surprised or caught off guard, or they like everything is completely dominated by them, right? They could never actually make a mistake. Everything is by their design.
Right. They're just waiting for the next. Just wait till the next pager bomb thing goes off, and then you'll realize Israel was playing 5D chess the whole time. And they kind of like they broadcast that with a little smirk, like, which you could see the psychological warfare application of that.
Yeah, totally. I mean, it's extremely demoralizing. Really, that kind of is like the Wrecker narrative, because it's like, oh well, we can't possibly outsmart them. We can't do because they're like 5 steps ahead all the time. Like they knew that like they could pull this like ultimate subversive trick to like bring down, and like they're like, I mean, just think about like how every movie is like, oh, she was in Mossad, she's a real bad bitch, or whatever, like that.
Every time, like on Homeland or something, there's like an Israeli.
Yeah, it's like, oh, like that this person's serious, she was in the Mossad, or like, oh, she knows Krav Maga, like the ultimate, most brutal art that can destroy any fighter in any battle, so like it's kind of like there are like, they obviously, like, that is a thing that they are very committed to as part of their like hasbara, part of their kind of image on the world stage, that like their intelligence services and their their intelligence community, their Mossad, is like the greatest. They could do anything. They are like James Bond,
right.
And like
Badass
there's no possible
operation.
way that like these inferior Arabs with their, they're all too easy to use their foolish backward religion to destroy their advanced secular resistance, but like if we look at the actual history, it's obviously like, not really how it happened. There's many factors, like including like geopolitical factors and in fact like internal factors to the kind of direction of like, that kind of more secular resistance that, kind of caused Hamas to become more popular, and to take the role that it has.
Well, the one major fault line that it cannot be ignored, that like complicates that very simple reading, it's described in the book, is that like even though the left, the kind of leftist and secular groups, like the PLO, the PFLP, had been the most active and militant, and definitely were kind of at like the vanguard of resistance against Israel, like in the 60s, 70s, through the early 80s. By the 90s, that situation had changed somewhat, and still to this day, a lot of those groups, Fatah, the PLO, which I guess kind of got absorbed into the Palestinian Authority, etc., with the Oslo Accords, right, which laid out this kind of very imperfect and very controversial like peace plan that a lot of people felt, like both some of the secular, more leftist types and Hamas and, Islamic Jihad, which were established by that point, strongly disagreed with. And actually a new fault line developed where it was more about, like, are you willing to struggle militantly against Israel versus like sit down at a negotiating table and sign some kind of peace treaty that gives X amount of land to like settlers and shit. That's what the leftist factions, and also crucial context, big thing happens at the end of the 80s. The Soviet Union is overthrown and like dispersed, and the Eastern Bloc, which had been a huge like global supporter of Palestinian resistance groups, especially the leftist varieties, throughout that period, right? Like they had been providing all kinds of assistance, and politically in the UN. The other another thing,
all these like countries like that could kind of seek shelter and sponsorship with the powerful Soviet. Basically, the multipolar world ended, and the world became unipolar, and the United States controlled everything,
right? And
so like
on
no
top
one could
of that,
stand up to them because they didn't have a patron,
right? Even I like that he mentions also the ominous like the functional collapse of the non-aligned movement with the end of the Cold War, the violent like destruction of Yugoslavia, and et cetera, like no longer the bipolar world order had been abolished. Like he said, the United States, the Western imperialists, were triumphant, and they didn't, that meant a drying up of like material support, diplomatic support, whatever. And this kind of feeling also, he mentions another big thing, because a lot happens in that one very evil presidential term of George H.W. Bush, that the Gulf War happens, which deals a pretty devastating, crippling blow to the most powerful Arab secular, Ba'athist, right? The army of Iraq and Saddam Hussein, through the first Gulf War. So you have it at this point, like, there's no other game in town. It's the United States. The Palestine liberation agenda has like fallen off of the priority list of like even a lot of the Arab leaders who are kind of rushing to solidify their like Saudi Arabia, the Gulf states obviously have a very cozy relationship with the United States that they want to protect. And the groups that had been more militant and left wing are like left stranded without, patrons and international backing and the whole momentum of the world like against them, and not even in strong Arab armies. After the Camp David Accords, Egypt is kind of out of the equation. Then Iraq is kind of taken out. Eventually they'd get to Syria and Iran. Iran was, they were starting, but they were just coming out of a horrible war with Iraq that lasted the entire 80s, which the U.S. absolutely wanted to be fought. They wanted both sides to weaken each other as much as possible. So they were just in this, like, I understand why some of them, like, pivoted towards the sort of like, oh, maybe we just have no choice but to, like, try to negotiate, et cetera, et cetera. I think in the long term, I think probably the critics of it were largely vindicated by saying that this isn't even going to be a stepping stone to a better solution. But Yasser Arafat, like the great revolutionary leader of the PLO, starts to pivot towards, and some people call him a fucking sellout, and like you're a punk, you're a pig, like like what are you doing, like you're losing your edge, and it is at that point where Hamas is the largest group. It's only been around for a few years, but they do not renounce like armed resistance against Israel.
Right.
And throughout the 90s, like they engage in, attacks and, are severely cracked down on by Israel at the same time as well.
Yeah.
And
basically
that led to them becoming, for people that wanted armed resistance, whether Islamic or Marxist or what, like it seems like they met the population kind of where it was at after the disappointment of the Oslo Accords, and were the biggest group being like, we will keep resisting. And I think that explains a lot of their popularity, and it complicates the kind of like, leftists pick up the gun and fight, and Muslims like. The Islamists like kind of do that. They either don't, or they only do it to like do Muslim stuff and like establish an Islamic State, but they're not really about.
Right.
It's not really like that. It's like they stepped into the void and we're the group now, and people were like, okay, like
it's worth reading the rest of this kind of history to get to like that, like how that kind of happened from like the sort of quietist age of the Brotherhood, but like the it's true, like that is like an important thing to like note, that like that kind of contrast between the Fatah in particular, right? Because really, and with respect to that, the PFLP and Hamas were aligned, whereas the Fatah was kind of on this more diplomatic trip at that point. But definitely like those is something very, very important to bear in mind. And really, like, I mean, another factor as well is that like, not only the collapse of the Soviet Union, but this was the age of like the Islamic revival, was in full swing.
Right.
And like, another important thing to mention is like the Iranian Revolution. Like
huge.
That should, that huge thing, like people kind of may read it through this kind of like, the Sunnis and the Shia.
They're Shias. It doesn't. It's not.
So
yeah.
No one cared about like that. Not true at all. It was a huge inspiration to Islamists, like the Muslim Brothers. Right.
Right. That you could harness popular outrage and like channel it in such a way that you could like kick the United States, the Western imperialists, out of your country. In a popular uprising.
Yeah, and in fact, at first, like Iranian, like among like sort of the line of Khomeini, like his faction in Iran, they loved the PLO. They like revered the PLO, and they were like, but like their actual like experience with them, like the PLO was like dispatched by the U.S. to like mediate during the hostage crisis, and like they were like, you're snakes, like you're, and also, and then there's also, again, it's not irrelevant, but it's kind of something that is like read into like a different, like the particular context, like the political context, right? Like they were like, oh, like you're not Islamic enough, like that's the real problem here, that's why you're selling out, like and then they're like, oh hey, like this group Hamas, like they're really about it, and
they're standing on business, like exactly. That's the kind of thing. And just as like when the Marxists were like all about like we're doing armed resistance, they were standing on business, and like it's more of a standing on business kind of thing than like suddenly like there was still this super viable and vibrant like left-wing kind of network of groups that were willing to fight, and then like Hamas pops up and everyone kind of gets like convinced to follow them instead. It's not as much like that. It's like those people they had lost a lot of the capacity for armed struggle, but also were abandoning it consciously and going into a negotiating kind of track. Yeah, they're going on that kind of trip. And a lot of people didn't agree with that, and Hamas kept going.
It almost is like, and again, like I think it's reasonable. Yeah, let's read this part because it kind of illuminates this a little bit. And like you could definitely critique like the Muslim Brotherhood, which really were the antecedents of Hamas, for their quietism and their kind of support for, but like lack of participation in militant resistance. But part of it was that like they like kind of saw, like they kind of ceded the like that struggle to the PLO, and like saw them as like they saw their role like differently, and maybe that was like cowardly and maybe like it was wrong, but it wasn't that like they were trying to undermine them, like they were doing, they were in a separate domain, and they weren't like like against them. I mean, there's like many examples. I mean, actually, let me just read some of this because talking about like the Jordanian context. The other area of activity for the Muslim Brotherhood in the West Bank during the 50s and 60s was in contesting parliamentary elections. The Brotherhood capitalized on the tolerance of the Jordanian government, in contrast to the regime's attitude towards other political parties and movements, notably the communists, Baathists, and Nasserists. The Brotherhood won seats in the Jordanian parliament, representing such Palestinian cities as Hebron and Nablus in 1954, 1956, and 1962 elections. The Brotherhood candidate, Sheikh Mashur al-Daman, won the highest number of votes in Nablus in 1962. In view of the organic ties in the organization in both banks, I guess between both, the relationship between the Brotherhood and the East Bank and the Jordanian regime also determined the course of the relationship between the Brotherhood and the government in the West Bank. The Jordanian Brotherhood coexisted with the regime and avoided confrontation. One of the most prominent Brotherhood members in Jordan, Yusuf al-Azam, explained that policy in these terms, quote, "The Brethren did not rebel against the king. They observed a truce with him because they could not fight on all fronts at once. We stood by the king because Abdel Nasser's attacks on him were not rational, and we were suspicious of Abdel Nasser's ties with the United States. We stood by the king out of self-defense. If Abdel Nasser had been able to penetrate Jordan and establish government loyal to himself there, he would have liquidated the Brotherhood in Jordan just as he had done in Egypt."
Right. That's important, too, is that there was a beef that develops between Nasser and the Muslim Brotherhood in Egypt that colors a lot of the relations. It kind of makes like the Islamists kind of critical of Arab nationalism, like sort of Nasserism, and a lot of the other left-wing kind of groups as well, like suspicious of Islamism because it was cracked down on by Nasser, so maybe it's sus, but they both thought the other might be working for like Western interests, like covertly, and might be sus. Like,
I mean, it's important to remember that a lot of like Nasser's like legacy like kind of remembers him as being, and it's true, like he was supported by like many Marxist Leninists and communists and leftists.
Tito, they were BFFs, of course.
Critically, he was critically supported though, because he did like suppress and crack down heavily on communism, and he was anti-communist in his rhetoric. I think he described himself as a white socialist, right, as opposed to a red socialist.
Makes sense.
Right?
He was best friends with Tito, actually.
A
little heterodox there.
There's kind of this, like sort of this idea, like, the Nasser tried to crack down, and again, like you could criticize either side of that beef, right, about saying that the Ikhwan are great in every way, right, but I just think that kind of like the demonization maybe is like again, we're talking about a more nuanced view of the history here. I think like it's interesting. I do feel like maybe it is because of like the legacy of Nasser, like which I think also like requires nuance. I'm not like an anti-Nasser, I don't take the Klan's line on him either, but like
the Ramparts magazine line, he's worse than Hitler.
Exactly. Right. Between Fatah too. They also call that as being like Hitler. But which it's funny, another thing I didn't mention about the Hamas charter is that they constantly refer to Nazis.
They
as
say
being, like the epitome of
the
evil,
Zionists are committing Nazi-like crimes against the Palestinian people, and it's like, I thought they like
if they were
loved
truly
them.
like dyed-in-the-wool anti-Semitic. Yeah,
right,
maybe
right.
like we need to revive the ways of Hitler or something. Like no, they use Nazis as like basically a shorthand for evil throughout the entire thing.
Funny.
Which is like not necessarily like Western facing or trying to like trick anybody. It's meant for their
pretty accurate. It's a pretty accurate description and prophetic in a dark way.
But yeah, so yeah, I think I don't take the Clanton's line on Nasser either, but it's it's a more complex situation, Harub goes on. Although coexistence was the basis of the relationship between the two sides, it did not prevent turbulence in their relations over the years, prevent mutual suspicions from arising. The Brotherhood was critical of Jordan's strong ties to the West, and it staged demonstrations in 1954 to protest the presence of British officers in the Jordanian army. It opposed the Baghdad Pact, a position that forced Mohammed Abdul Rahman Khalifa, the Brotherhood's ombudsman, to seek refuge in Damascus in 1955. It attacked the Eisenhower Doctrine, which the regime supported, and parliamentarians representing the Brotherhood voted against granting confidence to some cabinet appointments by the king, notably that of Wasfi al-Tal in 1963. Still, mutual interests tended to triumph over suspicions in the turbulent relationship. The military activities of the Muslim Brotherhood in the West Bank under Jordanian rule mainly were confined to sympathy for and cooperation with the National Guard, a paramilitary Jordanian force which the Brethren viewed as a popular force that could serve as a spearhead against Israel. However, during 1955 and 1956, the Brotherhood had begun to train with weapons that were smuggled across the Sinai. In fact, the head of the Hebron branch of the Brotherhood had struck an agreement with the commander of the Jordanian forces in the region for members of his branch to receive training from army instructors. In general, the Palestinian Brethren in the West Bank did not constitute an effective political force. They associated themselves with the broad lines of policy pursued by the Jordanian regime, and they focused on proselytizing and education, although they did join the struggle against Nasserist and Arab nationalist parties. And then, talks about the Muslim Brotherhood in the Gaza Strip. One significant difference between the Brotherhood in the Gaza Strip and its counterparts in the West Bank after 1948 was that the former continued to be active in the national effort to end Israeli occupation. This discrepancy between the relative effectiveness of the Brethren in the West Bank and the Gaza Strip may have been due to the increased independence the latter enjoyed, a consequence of the lack of organic links between the Gaza branch and of the Brotherhood in either Egypt or Jordan. Hence, Gazan brothers stood at the forefront of military and political engagement. More than one study maintains that the Brotherhood emerged as the foremost political movement in the Gaza Strip until 1955. Many factors contributed to this development, including the strong hold that religion exercised over Palestinians in the previous 3 decades, the political and military posture of the Brotherhood during and preceding the 1948 war, and the good relations the Brotherhood enjoyed for 2 years with the free officers who seized power in Egypt in 1952. During this period, the Brotherhood made strong inroads on the Gaza Strip and doubled its influence there. The rapid reversal in the influence of the Brotherhood in Egypt resulted from its conflict with Nasser. The movement was banned and declared illegal, and those brothers who were not jailed went underground. This turn of events naturally had an impact on the Palestinian Muslim Brotherhood in the Gaza Strip, which was under Egyptian rule. The Brotherhood there became a secret organization that was pursued by the police, as was the case with the communists and the Baathists. Yeah, right, because this is an example, right? The communists were also suppressed by the Egyptian police, and so were the Baathists.
And the Baathists,
yeah. Enrollment in the Brotherhood dropped, and the principal cadres fled the Gaza Strip to avoid repression and to search for a source of income. Among the leaders who emigrated were Fatih al-Badawi, Salah Khalaf, Salim al-Zahnoun, Aouni al-Kishawi, Zuhri Sakala, Suleiman Abdul-Karsh, and Kamal al-Wahidi. Those who remained in the Gaza Strip were not yet fully in tune with the spirit of the Brotherhood. This had an influence on the cadres and the types of activities they engaged in. A major political and national success of the Brotherhood in the Gaza Strip was to help abort a 1955 proposal to resettle some Palestinian refugees in Egypt's Sinai Peninsula. The Brotherhood organized violent popular demonstrations and protests jointly with the communists and the Baathists. Such cooperation represented an important development in relations between these parties, which had had conflictual relations in the past. This change was also induced by the strong feelings of the masses against the Sinai Project, feelings that left no option for the factions but to cooperate or lose credibility. The second round of the Brotherhood's involvement in politics and national I don't know if I've made this point clear before, but I think that it is interesting that modern day leftists, I do feel like there is kind of this sort of, maybe there's that ickiness just in general, but I feel like it might go to Nasser, the sort of history of Nasser, that he there's a suspicion of the Muslim Brotherhood, that the Muslim Brotherhood is kind of a CIA alert, or
right? I've wanted to kind of drill in on them for a long time, because I remember during Syria in the 2010s, I remember certain ML accounts being they're a dirty Ikhwan, they're pig, they're imperialist, and I'm what's the bad? And I've heard they're British intelligence cut out.
Say about Reina Khalek, you're Ikhwani.
I think Red Kahina used to say that about Rania Khalek.
I don't know if she actually has Muslim Brotherhood family, but again, it's a very broad like movement that like a lot of people have been involved in, you know. So
yeah,
be out of the question.
I'd like to drill down more, but so far I haven't seen anything that is like, oh, there were clear cut, you know, a clear cutout of like British intelligence, or, you know, I feel like maybe LaRouche was riffed on that a lot over the years about how like there are, you know, puppets of perfidious British intelligence or something like that.
Right. Well, I think like Saeed Qutb, like who, you know, like he's kind of one of those figures who, like, again, in these kind of very simplistic and reductive narratives, not to like, you know, downplay the influence of Saeed Qutb, you know, on like, you know, groups, but like that's the thing, Saeed Qutb is an influence on a group like Hamas, you know, he's an influence on a group like, I mean, yeah, like Bagger. I don't want to say, like, I feel like ISIS is like on a different level, like they.
But there is a line between him and Al Qaeda and Al Zawahiri, right?
Well, yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
like that,
that Adam
like,
Curtis talked about in The Power of Nightmares, but I think that did not age well.
Again, I think it's a little bit. Yeah, it did not age well, and I think it's a little bit like like they're like, obviously, like he is a very influential like Islamist thinker, right? Another example. A good example, like Ali Shariati. There would be no possibility of Ali Shariati without Saeed Qutb, right? I'd say that Saeed Qutb is a huge influence on Ali Shariati. You know, so his intellectual is huge, you know, and like that doesn't mean that like every group that's taken inspiration from him or everything that he said, right? Which like some of which is like, you know, that's the thing about Islamism in general, and you know, it's kind of true of some of communism or some communist theory. Like the ideas are like very broad, right? Kind of famously, right? Like what it's gonna look like when we win, like that's all very broad, and like you know, when it's like Islamist, like sometimes it's like it's kind of the opposite in a way, where like you know, maybe it's one way to think about it, where like or at least in the case of Hamas, where like, you know, maybe some things they say like, oh, you know, like Islam is our foundation, Islam is everything. It's like, oh, you know, they're going to be from like, you know, to a certain gaze that like, you know, can't, you know, is kind of inundated kind of the way that these groups are kind of represented as like terrorists and stuff like that. You know, they might see that and be like, oh no, like it's awful. But, you know, when it comes to the practicalities of governance, it's been like very different. You know, it hasn't really had that character, like, you know, that hasn't been like the main character. It has been kind of like a, you know, a national uplift character more fundamentally, you know. So yeah, like I think yeah, like I think like there's this you know, like it just runs the gamut is my point, right? Like it's sort of you know, the sort of vision of, you know, like Saeed Qutb, like when you read some of it, it's like what, like that's kind of ridiculous, but like you could, like an Islamist group that's inspired by Saeed Qutb because he portrays a sort of rosy utopian picture of an Islamic state. You know, they could either be good or really bad, you know, depending on how they implement it. The same thing with communists.
Yeah, no, a lot of like different thinkers within that tradition, you know, you could see people are, you know, you could smear it as some very simplistic thing, and yeah. No, for sure.
No, yeah, like I definitely like, and yeah, that's the kind of I haven't seen The Power of Nightmares like in some time, but yeah, I feel like it's very like kind of
it's one of his weakest, I think, and one of his most like sus. Like it's one of the ones where it's like, ooh, you really whiffed on this one, Chief. Like, I mean, he's got kind of fuzzy, weird like politics, and like the vibes of his films are interesting, and he gets good footage and plays post-punk over it, and it's great. But like, you know, sometimes he shows his ass, but with like being a little bit, I think a lot of time when he talks about the Soviet Union, though I thought Trauma Zone, mostly because he stays the fuck out of it and just like plays like videos, you know, and doesn't like narrate too much. That's maybe not as bad, but The Power of Nightmares was really, he was going for like, I have a hot take that like the neocons and Al Qaeda are kind of like the same type of people that were influenced by like similar kind of like philosophies, and he you know, he goes through Saeed Qutb's like experience in America, you know, which is true, and then how it influenced Al Zawahiri, but it's like, and then the neocons, I forget exactly, but like I get like when it came out in 2004, it was like, damn, they're really sticking it to old Shrub and Dick Cheney and these like assholes by saying that they're more like the terrorists than they would like to admit, and that they're kind of like postmodern,
very philosophical,
they're like postmodern extremists, you know? Like in a way, you know, or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, I think like to me, what it is like there is a very certain type of like talking about Islam in particular, like Islamic terrorism, right? Because it's such a prominent like theme in American popular discourse post 9/11, obviously.
Yeah.
And it's like this kind of like the geopolitics understander like persona where they know like a couple of facts that they know like, you know, the difference between a Sunni and a Shia and which countries are Sunni and which are Shia. They know the word Wahhabi and they know who Sayyid Qutb was. And then they think that like this has made them like levitate, you know, and like that they like know it, like, and they understand, like then it becomes like this very simplistic thing where like they, you know, they kind of make these big conflations of different things and they don't really like, and also they separate things that really do have like, you know, connections between them.
Well, yeah, like I feel, I could be wrong, but like I seem to recall that he doesn't even go as hard as like Fahrenheit 9/11 in like there's an easy layup. There's an easy layup. I had
the same thought of like, you know what, Fahrenheit 9/11 is kind of better.
It kind of like it actually went a little bit hard.
Like sort of a soft truther movie.
It is. It is. It was like it was like kind of they took the edgiest stuff out, but it asks some questions. Like why was the entire Bin Laden family like privately flown out of the U.S. when all flights were grounded right after 9/11? At the request of the Bush administration. Like
it's funny because like Michael Moore has like this sort of reputation to be like dumb lib or whatever. It's like I remember when he was like booed by like everyone in Hollywood for saying that like Bush is evil. Meanwhile, Adam Curtis like is like, oh, the epic leftoid or something. But whatever.
He's
like, you know, like what has he done?
I mean, I feel like Michael Moore did lib out once Obama, like it took the edge off him.
Yeah, no, I know. I'm not actually defending Michael
Moore.
But
Curtis got,
contrast.
yeah,
I
think
Curtis, relatively speaking.
I think Curtis, it felt much like
more of a real one.
It felt much edgier, even though like he has said like I might be a neoconservative. I don't really know. Like he's kind of like I'm like a centrist. Like he's not.
Yeah.
He's not like really a radical leftist and oftentimes it's just kind of like, I don't know, institutions be controlling the individual. That's what like the modern age is all about. And they be doing this on, you know, both sides of the Cold War, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, we're kind of bad too. And also our society has no meaning. Like, you know, it was kind of an early critique of like the sort of the empty dead end of neoliberalism. Like at the time, but he doesn't even do the kind of, oh, they funded like the CIA, the Reagan Bush administration like funded Osama bin Laden in the 80s in Afghanistan and, you know, kind of like pumped a lot of resources into propping up this version of like, you know, Mujahideen to like attack the Soviets and then, oh no, blowback, like then it attacked us. Isn't that ironic? You know, I don't even think he goes there. It's just kind of like, you know, or that Bush sort of like the Bush crowd kind of wanted 9/11 to happen, and maybe in a kind of ambient, poetic way. But like he keeps it very, it's about Chicago school economics or something. Like, it's not. I remember kind of being slightly offended by it when I rewatched it sometime in the last couple years.
Yeah,
and was like I don't know. Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, this is like, you know, to go on here a little bit. So the second round of the Brotherhood's involvement in politics and national struggle in the Gaza Strip occurred during the Israeli occupation in 1956 to 1957, which lasted 4 months. Two different approaches emerged among the national forces for dealing with the occupation. While the communists called for a strategy of passive resistance, the Brotherhood and the Baathists formed a national resistance front, which adopted a strategy of engagement in armed struggle against the Israelis. In the first half of the 1950s, certain groups of the Brotherhood in the Gaza Strip organized military cells that were to have a great impact in the next few years and help chart the future of the Brotherhood itself. Two secret organizations that were formed to engage in armed struggle: Youth for Vengeance, Shabab al-Thar.
I think they still use that name, like Youth for Vengeance and Liberation or something like that. It's like a group online that, it's Hamas affiliated.
Yeah. And the Battalion of Justice, Katibat al-Haq. These groups included among their top leaders some charismatic activists who would play prominent and enduring roles in the Palestinian political scene. Youth for Vengeance included Salah Khalaf, Asad Saftawi, Saeed Muzayin, Umar Abu Khair, Ismail Suwerjo, and Mohammed Ismail al-Nunu. The membership in the second group, Battalion of Justice, comprised Khalil al-Wazir, Hassan Abdul Hamid, Abdabu Marahil, and Hamad al-Aidi. These organizations, in fact, provided the inspiration for the idea of Fatah, the Palestine National Liberation Movement. By focusing on the military ethics of resistance to Israeli occupation, they bypassed the doctrinaire and ideological issues that were bones of contention with Nasser's regime and shielded these organizations from the enmity that had developed between the Egyptian Brotherhood and the regime. All members of the Battalion of Justice later joined Fatah, as did most members of the Youth for Vengeance. And then, this is a sort of 1957 to 1967, the Brotherhood and Fatah, reform versus liberation. Mm-hmm. After Nasser outlawed the Muslim Brotherhood in Egypt in 1954, the Palestinian branch experienced a devastating blow and almost disappeared. The leaders and administrative cadres of local branches were disbanded, and prominent members with scholarly reputations or social standing withdrew from the organization. The membership reduced to only a small number of students, teachers, and workers went completely underground. This development represented a setback in the effort to resist Israeli occupation and liberate Palestine, which was the main objective in the Brotherhood's platform. After 3 years, it became apparent to the active members that carrying on under the old formula would be extremely difficult, if not impossible, particularly since the conflict in Egypt between the Brotherhood and Nasser was escalating. Even under the best circumstances, the ultimate goal would have been unattainable. This analysis led to the conclusion that a new vision was needed to extricate the Brotherhood from the impasse and put it back on the road to the liberation of Palestine. These ideas were embodied in a July 1957 memorandum from Khalil al-Wazir to the leadership of the Brotherhood in the Gaza Strip. According to Abu Azza, the recommendation for a new approach included a specific proposal that, quote, the Palestinian Brotherhood establish a special organization alongside their own, which has no visible Islamic coloration or agenda, but which has a stated goal of liberating Palestine through armed struggle. The new organization should have the responsibility of preparing for that struggle and should engage in armed struggle once the required capabilities are acquired. This basically would become Fatah, and this is sort of a key point about the Muslim Brotherhood. Whatever, even if you're like, I don't know, I don't really like Hamas, and I prefer the PLO. They actually are both the offspring of the Muslim Brotherhood.
That's the important point for sure.
But the Palestinian Muslim Brotherhood did not take Khalil al-Wazir's memorandum seriously. Consequently, the idea was not discussed as one might expect from studying later developments. However, the brothers behind the idea went ahead with the project on their own initiative. They engaged actively in convincing and eventually recruiting individual members of the Brotherhood behind the backs of their leadership, arguing that the new idea was more workable than that of traditional Brotherhood thinking. Their perseverance in this endeavor created dissent within the ranks that preoccupied the Brethren for 3 years. Finally, in 1958 to 59, the project came to fruition with the establishment of the Palestine National Liberation Movement, Fatah, which attracted some prominent Brethren who initially had remained loyal to the Brotherhood. Rather than adopt the Fatah option for the liberation of Palestine, which depended on securing support from Arab countries in the struggle with Israel, the mainstream Brotherhood chose the alternative of consolidating the power of its existing organization in the expectation that, when it succeeded in its mission, it would liberate Palestine with the support of the entire Islamic world. The Brotherhood felt that it could appeal to the fact that Muslims everywhere had a sacred duty to save Jerusalem, which is the first Qibla in Islam, and to liberate the land of Al-Isra wal-Miraj. That is Muhammad's night journey, right? Because Muhammad, traveled to Jerusalem and then ascended to heaven, from the site of Masjid al-Aqsa. So that's, important, right? By 1960, the Brotherhood, very concerned about losing its membership to the new organization, conclusively adopted an official decision against the formation of Fatah. While the Brotherhood preserved a non-hostile attitude toward Fatah, it argued that Fatah's project was impractical, doomed to failure, and above all, alien to the strategy of the mother organization. In fact, the decision to distance the Brotherhood from Fatah marked a historical turn, whereby for the first time since the 1930s, the Palestinian armed resistance movement and the Palestinian Islamists split, thus originating a rift that would continue to grow over the course of the following years. It is noteworthy that the Brotherhood's later writings pass over rather glibly this phase of the emergence of Fatah from under its wing. In fact, the Brotherhood's failure to assess seriously the 1960 decision to oppose the formation of Fatah and to distance itself from it represents an implicit condemnation of that decision. However, they regret it, basically, is what he's saying. Yeah. However, the indebtedness of Fatah to the Brotherhood, the initial Islamic coloration of Fatah in its early institutions, are discussed. Many Brotherhood texts offer justification for refraining from engagement in the struggle for liberation during the 1960s and 1970s on the basis of preparing the liberation generation. It was nearly 30 years before the Muslim Brotherhood acknowledged that its plan to shape the liberation generation was unworkable and adopted a new strategy. From Khalil al-Wazir's memorandum of 1957, which the Brotherhood ignored until the early 1980s when the foundation for the 1987 emergence of Hamas was laid, the Brotherhood withdrew from the political national effort to liberate the homeland. It avoided direct resistance to Israel, except for a brief effort during the 1968 to 70 when the Brotherhood established camps in the Jordan Valley under the banner of Fatah and engaged in some significant military operations across the border with Israel. Even that effort was at the instigation of the general headquarters of the Muslim Brotherhood in the Arab world and was not an initiative of the Palestinian brothers themselves, according to Abu Azza. In the second half of the 1960s provided a sharp contrast of the Brotherhood mother organization and its offshoot, Fatah, moving in opposite directions. Fatah came to represent a Palestinian nationalism that had forsaken the grandiose slogans that had cast the responsibility for the liberation of Palestine on the shoulders of Arab regimes. Instead, Fatah decided that Palestinians had to seize the military initiative as a national liberation movement in order later to drag regular Arab armies into the battle. You know, a key insight that we still see today. Right. Yeah. The Muslim Brotherhood, however, continued its efforts in organizational, pedagogical, and proselytizing activities. The Brotherhood's priority was to win adherents and to shape their religious beliefs and conduct so as to create a generation of Palestinians that could carry out the task of liberation and rally the Islamic Ummah behind the effort. Meanwhile, Nasser's offensive against the Muslim Brotherhood escalated, not only in Egypt but throughout the region. The Egyptian president's immense public appeal, particularly among Palestinians, drove a wedge between the Brotherhood and his followers. Within a few years after Fatah had split from the Muslim Brotherhood, Fatah, rather than the Brotherhood, clearly embodied the aspirations of the Palestinian people for liberation and enjoyed popular legitimacy for championing the national cause and engaging in armed struggle. The Palestinian Brothers also failed to follow the example of the Egyptian Brotherhood, which adopted guerrilla warfare to evict British forces from the Suez Canal. The former could not provide a Palestinian equivalent of the Egyptian nationalist response through guerrilla warfare against the Israeli occupation, a strategy that may have enabled them to rally the masses behind them instead of losing their influence and popularity. The Palestinian Brotherhood continued to maintain that mobilization for the war of liberation had to have a proper Islamic foundation. A generation of Muslims committed to their faith and prepared for sacrifice had to be raised by shaping the character of the individual members of that generation in a true Islamic mold. This was the Brotherhood's position. The split with Fatah was portrayed as reflecting a choice between two alternatives, either to launch guerrilla warfare against Israel, as the PLO had done, using the same individuals who had grown up under regimes and ideologies distant from Islam, so that one is doomed to repeat the errors of the past, or to launch a comprehensive effort at cultural renaissance designed to instill true Islam in the soul of the individual and, following that renaissance, to embark on the path of liberation. So I think there's a couple things to say about this.
It's interesting.
First of all,
yeah.
It's interesting how it was partially vindicated in a way, because Fatah did kind of go astray eventually. They did kind of repeat some of the mistakes of Arab regimes in the past vis-a-vis Israel. But that's not the main point I want to make. The main point I want to make is that it is kind of wrong-headed, but it's not really because of. I don't think it's primarily because of Islam that these. Fatah, it was people who were in the Muslim Brotherhood who believed in that vision and were we got to do this. And the leadership was nah, it's, we have to focus on raising the liberation generation. Right.
Yeah.
But I think the kind of the real contradiction I see is not really between Islam and secularism or whatever, but really it's between prioritizing ideology and ideological correctness and prioritizing armed resistance,
action.
Right? And action.
Right? I mean, in Marxist terms, this would be consciousness raising. It would,
exactly.
You could totally look at it you're trying to instill revolutionary consciousness in the next generation that you're raising and give them a coherent kind of world of Weltanschauung. And a feeling of being a part of a revolutionary movement and fighting for these principles, being willing to die for these principles. You could say in a lot of ways Stalin's efforts in between the world wars to build up political education and all these other things so that when the time came to fight the Nazis, there would be a sense of national unity and that you were fighting for something. Or Mao and the Cultural Revolution prioritizing we need to focus on education and the way that we're teaching young people blah blah blah. You don't just kind of pop out as an adult and then somebody says, hey, do you want to do a socialism? And you're heck yeah. It's people are raised in certain cultural contexts with certain assumptions. People are guided certain things, and so I think it's totally it's valid. I mean, for them to kind of focus on that.
Another thing I was gonna to compare it with kind of a communist framework, I think is apt, and I was gonna say that it's kind of exactly, it's sort of almost a mirror. And again, Harub is criticizing it, and I think it's wrong-headed in many ways, but it kind of is a mirror of the idea that Hamas is flawed as resistance because they're not ideologically correct. like, and when they win, like, they're gonna do something bad, like Islamically. So like, it would be better if we had like a secular, right? It's not like, it's kind of the same sort of thinking. It's like, oh, we can't, so we can't really support this because, or like we have to like be kind of like, or like keep ourselves at arm's length from like an Islamist group because like they're not ideologically correct, and like what really matters, like, Palestine won't be free until, which, not only like American like armchair commentators, but like some Palestinian leftists also felt that like the priority is like the, and also some like post-Oslo kind of like cultural resistor liberals, like I remember, we were talking about the sort of the Freedom Theater Company, right?
Mm-hmm.
And kind of the whole thing of like, resisting against, like, how can I fight Israel until I like fight against like tradition, or like stuff like like that. It's kind of like a similar idea, where like, how can I actually resist until I fight against, until I have the correct ideological line like instilled in the population, and like you would see later on, the PLO groups like kind of refusing to form like a coalition with Hamas. Basically, they would also kind of have that sort of hardline stance. It's like, unless you like repudiate, like I remember there's like this one example. I think after 2006, I read about this in the Hamas: A Beginner's Guide, the 2025 edition. Let me see if I can bring it up.
Mm-hmm.
So this is, fast forwarding quite a bit to 2006, but I think it's an interesting point. One of the major issues that have kept Hamas and the Palestinian left apart has always been Hamas's unreserved refusal to recognize the PLO as the sole representative of the Palestinian people. The leftist organizations thought that this constant rejection revealed Hamas's future intention to exclusively control the Palestinian leadership. For its part, Hamas despaired of the left because whenever and wherever Hamas clashed on the ground with Fatah, the left would either stay neutral or implicitly support Fatah. Hamas has felt that the left have been hypocritical, only paying lip service to an alliance with Hamas against the political capitulation of Fatah. For its part, the left has always accused Hamas of short-sightedness and engaging in unnecessary political battles or field provocations. After the elections of January 2006, Hamas's relationship with the Palestinian left have further deteriorated. None of the three small leftist groups, PFLP, DFLP, and the Initiative, which won 7 seats in total in the PLC, agreed to join Hamas's government. Hamas blamed them for foiling its efforts to form a national coalition government. In March 2006, Musa Abu Marzouk, Hamas's deputy head of his political bureau, publicly criticized the Democratic Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine, DPF, for its refusal to join the government. He also predicted that this group would disappear completely from the Palestinian political scene if it did not acknowledge the, quote, new realities. One of the new realities that Abu Marzouk was pointing out to the DPF was the Islamic choice that the Palestinian people had made when they elected Hamas, a choice which contradicted the DPF demand that Hamas state clearly that one of its government's objectives would be to, quote, secularize Palestinian society. Abu Marzouk insisted that it was illogical of the DPF to put forward this demand when it had managed to get only one member elected to the parliament out of 132, particularly in light of the fact that Hamas itself, with its vast majority in parliament, had not called for the Islamization of Palestinian society.
I mean, I don't know about the granular political beefs there, but I would generally agree with the author that you're not arguing really from a big position of strength when they've won like a supermajority, and they're not calling for the complete. They're not like bringing down that Sharia law and blah 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 and oh my god, the caliphate. They're not doing that. And you're demanding that they basically abandon the core of their philosophy in order to like to have like a several representatives join the government from a tiny
and
party.
Say that your goal, like, it's one thing to say like we will be to do what they did and say like that we are not that we're not calling for the Islamization of the society, and that they're not but to say like our mission is to secularize society after being elected, like, and you're called the Islamic resistance movement, like, I mean, it's like it's
at that point you're going against what is currently the most like successful group resisting, and the choice of like the majority of voters there who have, and Hamas has always like said that if they were outvoted in an election, in like a future election, because that was one of their original kind of demands, is that like the Palestinian areas be put under like UN protection, and they should be able to have like a free and fair vote to decide what Palestinian party they want to be like their leadership. And they're like, you know what, if a secular party wins, like we'll accept it as the will of the Palestinian people, and so I think, for the secular groups,
right. Yeah.
Have a little tactical flexibility, like it's now I think there are still some groups, like I said earlier, that like on October 7th, for example, I think maybe it's more like the militant factions of like the PFLP that coordinate.
And I mean
with
that
Hamas.
was like 2006.
Yeah, a lot of
like
things.
An electoral dispute. It wasn't
right.
The same situation, but yeah.
Right. I think there's been some dynamic shifts like in the years since, I think, as the situation's gotten more severe.
No, I think you were referring to this interview that Haroub reproduces from the Jerusalem daily Al-Nahar, and Sheikh Yassin, who's the leader of Hamas at the time.
Yeah.
I want a multi-party democrat. He says, I want a multi-party democratic state, and I want whomever wins these elections to assume power. Al-Nahar, what would your position be if the Communist Party were to win? And Sheikh Yassin replies, I would respect the wishes of the Palestinian people, even if the Communist Party won. Al-Nahar says, if it becomes clear from the elections that the Palestinian people want a multi-party democratic state, what would your position be? Sheikh Yassin in exasperation, according to the newspaper. By God, we have dignity and we have rights as a people. If the Palestinian people were to express their rejection of an Islamic state, I would respect their will and honor their wishes.
It's okay. Yeah.
It's funny that he said, I want a multi-party democratic state, and they're like, well, what would you say if voters said they wanted a multi-party democratic state? It's like, typical of these type of things. But hold on, let me scroll back up, because I think we're kind of coming up to like the sort of beginnings of Hamas here. Hold on. Apologies. Take me a sec. Yeah. Okay.
I think
this rather loose notion of working toward liberation gave the Brotherhood some borrowed solace from misgivings about the reason for postponing the jihad. Some objective considerations beyond the control of the Brotherhood were partly responsible for the state of affairs, such as the pro-Nasser Arab nationalist tide that became dominant and was accompanied by the onslaught against the Brotherhood in Egypt and the entire region. This assault marginalized the organization. In the words of one Palestinian member, as a result of the 2-decade-long campaign by Abdel Nasser against the Brotherhood, anyone who called for a return to Islam was being accused of being a reactionary and a conspirator and an agent of Arab reactionary forces. Thus, I guess, that's in brackets, so I guess the person just said an agent, so I don't know, maybe they meant an agent of something else. Thus, the ideology of the Brotherhood and political circumstances in the region reinforce each other and encourage the Brotherhood to adopt a passive role. The outbreak of the 1967 war and the quick defeat of the Arab armies on all fronts took the Arabs and Palestinians by surprise. From a regional perspective, the defeat of Egypt broke the hold that Nasserism had exercised over Palestinian politics. At the Palestinian level, the immediate impact of the result of the war was also imminent. It consolidated within Palestinian political thought the ideas of self-reliance and the pursuit of popular liberation strategies rather than dependence on regular Arab armies. Although the notion of involving regular Arab armies in the war against Israel, which had been adopted earlier by Fatah, proved a total failure, the overall outcome prompted the line of popular revolution, led chiefly by Fatah. For the Muslim Brotherhood, the war was a landmark and the ideological competition between the Islamic position and the Nasserist Arab nationalist position, because the latter had been soundly defeated. Nevertheless, the Brethren, overshadowed by the war and its result, were trapped by the dilemma of mixed feelings and thoughts. On the one hand, their foremost enemy, Nasser, had been weakened as a result of the failure, a fact that should have entailed some kind of satisfaction on their part. On the other hand, the loss of more Palestinian territory and other Arab land to Israel was by no means an end that they liked to see. This is how I felt when Hassan Piker was being targeted by the FBI. No, I'm kidding. The outcome of the 1967 war did not shift the Palestinian Brotherhood away from its long-term preoccupation with educational and non-confrontational passive activities and toward the track of armed resistance. The organization continued its pre-war out of the mainstream preoccupation, thus making it easier for Fatah to lead the next phase of the Palestinian national movement. However, the Islamists did benefit from the situation and set out between 1967 and 1975 on a campaign to build mosques and to mobilize, unite, reorient, and consolidate the faith of a new generation so as to prepare it for the confrontation with Zionism. That's a quote. Mm-hmm. This period came to be dubbed, quote, the mosque building phase. Mm-hmm. During the years of 1968 to 70, the Palestinian Brotherhood outside the Gaza Strip launched a significant campaign of guerrilla raids across the Jordan-Israel border. It set up 4 bases under the banner of Fatah in the northern Jordan Valley near the border. Apart from lending its name, Fatah had nothing to do with those bases. The decision to set up the bases had been taken by the overall leadership of the Muslim Brotherhood in the Arab world, not by the Gaza Strip Brethren, as mentioned above. The Jordanian, including West Bank Brethren, were most enthusiastic, as were the ones in the Sudan. However, the Gaza branch was against the idea because the Brethren there thought it futile. The series of military operations that the Brethren carried out across the border with Israel earned them accolades. Even Arafat is reported to have demanded repeatedly, "Give me operations like the ones carried out by the sheikhs." Thus, despite the brief and modest nature of this episode, it left an imprint on the subsequent literature about the contribution of Islamists to the Palestine cause. At that time, the Brethren were in political and ideological limbo due to the dominance of leftist ideas among the Fedayeen. The Brethren were harassed with charges of being part of the reactionary camp and with open displays of atheism and slurs against religious values by some groups within the Fedayeen. Looking at the footnote here, no, okay, never mind. I wanted to see if there was a longer footnote, but it's just a citation. The Brethren often mention these camps when they find themselves on the defensive with respect to the issue of their participation in resistance activities. The episode came to an end with the showdown between the Jordanian army and the PLO, which led to the eviction of the PLO from Jordan. The Brethren declared their neutrality in the confrontation, saying that, quote, the rifles of Muslims will be directed at neither Jordanian soldiers nor Fedayeen. When the PLO moved to Lebanon following the September 1970 clashes in Jordan, the Palestinian Brotherhood in the West Bank and Gaza Strip once again retreated back to its educational mission, keeping clear of quote-unquote hot confrontations, armed struggle or popular resistance, with the Israeli occupation forces. The Brotherhood avoided such activities until the early 1980s and busied itself with recruiting new members from among students and youth, still under the conviction that they were preparing a new generation. One Brotherhood leader, in a rare admission in their writings relating to Palestine, remarked in the late 1980s that the Brotherhood had fallen short in putting off jihad, which made it possible for secular nationalist and communist organizations to get ahead of it. It was the absence of the Islamic movement from the field that allowed revolutionary organizations to outstrip it. Organizations which the Brotherhood berates for their leftist leanings, their deviation, their bungling, and for brainwashing the youth. Despite the serious political and strategic costs of the Brotherhood of avoiding resistance activities, its persistent and dedicated effort during the 1970s to shape a new generation bore fruit. A wide stratum of university and high school students was mobilized, and Islamic student societies were formed and quickly proliferated so as to represent real competition for student groups affiliated with the PLO and its member organization. Thus, the years from 1967 to 1975 represented, according to Palestinian Islamists, the phase of mosque building. The second half of the 1970s through the late 1980s came to be dubbed the phase of social institution building, reflecting the formation of Islamic student societies, clubs, and charitable societies that became the meeting point for the new Islamic youth. One thing you'll often hear as part of this, and Harub does directly address this later on in this book, one thing you'll often hear as part of the Israel propped up Hamas or created Hamas thing is they got permission for, their a mosque or some kind of student society or something, Israel signed off on it. It's every equivalent institution with PLO associations or secular and nationalist associations also had that endorsement of the Israeli occupation. That's
right.
how an
it wasn't
occupation
something
works.
specific
Everything
to Hamas.
had to be signed off on. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But somehow that is swept under the rug when these accusations are made. So it's kind of yeah. Right. Yeah, so right. But as the decade of the 1970s drew to a close, the Islamic tide was making headway among the new generation. The development was facilitated by the failure of leftist and Marxist movements to meet their objectives, the success of the Islamic Revolution in Iran in 1979, and the Islamic awakening throughout the region. However, it is difficult to find evidence for the thesis that the victory of the Likud and right-wing parties in Israel elicited the corresponding support for Islamists among the Palestinians. It also was hard to refute the view that the same line of development among Palestinian Islamists would have taken place even if the Labour Party continued to dominate the political scene in Israel. Rather than perceiving the rise of Palestinian Islamism as a reaction to developments within the Israeli domestic arena and their consequences for the Palestinians, this movement's rise should be viewed as an outcome of two long, intertwined processes. A, the internal dynamics of Palestinian politics as it developed in light of the struggle against Israel and the position of the Islamists within this dynamism, and B, the phenomenon of political Islam, which swept the region by the late 1970s and remained at the heart of socio-political change and tension, Palestinian Islamism being the local manifestation of a much wider tide. By the beginning of the 1980s, the exclusive hegemony of the Brotherhood over Muslim activists was shaken. This was due to the emergence of Saraya al-Jihad al-Islami, Islamic Jihad, which embraced armed resistance to the occupation. Islamic Jihad was formed in the Gaza Strip by Brotherhood leaders who broke off from the organization in protest against its unwillingness to take on the Israeli occupation. This appeared to be a replay of the discourse launched by the founders of Fatah at the time they had split from the Brotherhood. However, the Brotherhood faced a more critical situation this time because activists did not have to forsake their Islamic identity in joining Islamic Jihad. Islamic Jihad constituted a marriage between Islam and the gun.
The gun.
He actually used the term the gun.
The gun.
It was a way of engaging in resistance activities in the armor of an Islamic identity. The organizers of Islamic Jihad in the early 1980s paid due attention to ideology and theorizing. Some of them had been impressed by the ideas, methods, and organization of the Islamic groups Jihad and Jamaat in Egypt, and even more so by the Islamic Revolution in Iran, which overthrew the Shah in 1979 through mass mobilization. Fatah el-Shakaki, one of the founders of Islamic Jihad, wrote about the Iranian Revolution, as did other early figures close to the movement, drawing inspiration from it and recommending a similar approach in Palestine. The Muslim Brotherhood once again found itself face-to-face with the question of what ought to be their role in resisting the occupation. The recruitment of some zealous members of the Brotherhood into cells belonging to Islamic Jihad reactivated a tense internal dialogue concerning whether priority should go to social change and Islamic reform or to the liberation of Palestine. The arrest of Sheikh Ahmad Yassin and some of his colleagues in 1984 on charges of possessing arms and planning military operations indicated that the debate, particularly at the level of leadership, had been settled in favor of armed struggle. The leaders had become convinced that this was not only the right course of national action, but it was also the right course to adopt for the sake of organizational interests. In practical terms, even if the Brotherhood was not fully convinced the need to devote all of its programs to and to involve itself heavily in the wider resistance effort against the Israelis, then at least such a turn could halt further draining of its membership to the jihad movement. Consequently, the Brotherhood established a small and secret military apparatus to acquire a cache of arms to prepare for military action. The role of the Palestinian Muslim Brotherhood in this period, according to its writings, was threefold: cadre formation and mobilization, passive resistance, and military action. Cadre formation and mobilization refer to creating organized support for the Brotherhood, basically through Islamic student organizations and electoral contests. Passive resistance refers to Islamic participation in some mass demonstrations and political protests. This is the strike by the Medical Society in the Gaza Strip in 26 November 1981, which coincided with a comprehensive 20-day general strike in the entire Gaza Strip. When a Jew forced his way into the Al-Aqsa Mosque and attacked worshippers in June 1983, the Brotherhood took part in the demonstrations that broke out in the West Bank and Gaza Strip. It participated in 1983 protest demonstrations commemorating the first anniversary of the Israeli invasion of Lebanon, and in demonstrations at Bir Zayt University to protest Israeli occupation of Lebanon. Two student members of the Islamic Bloc, Jawad Abu Salmiya and Sayyid Dahab, were killed. Military action refers to the process that began with the creation of a military unit by Sheikh Yassin, as mentioned above. It includes targeting collaborators, gathering intelligence, and creating an infrastructure of arms storage for future years. Related to their modest military effort, the Brotherhood established links with a small group of Islamists that was established inside Israel in the early 1980s. The group, Usrat al-Jihad, the Jihad family, was led by Sheikh Abdul Nimr Darwish, who was arrested by the Israeli authorities in 1981 on weapons possession charges. Islamic Jihad's military action was also perceived as the indirect fruit of the long process of the preparation that the Brotherhood had championed for decades. Despite the clear rivalry between the mother organization and its offshoot, which endured through later years, writers close to the Brotherhood took pride in the military operations by Islamic Jihad in the mid-1980s, prior to the outbreak of the Intifada. They downplayed the organizational affiliation of Jihad members who were killed in military operations and stressed a wider loyalty to the Islamic movement, in which, quote, they are the natural end product of the Islamist movement. Tying all these developments together shows that there was a radical shift in the ideology and political practices of the Muslim Brotherhood by the mid-1980s. In fact, it could be said that the years 1984 to 1987 were the period of building up a new confrontational perspective. The top leaders, led by Sheikh Ahmed Yassin, were involved in this new shift and embraced the principle of armed resistance. The first, quote, operational military attempt by Sheikh Yassin himself, uncovered in 1984, as mentioned above, had the distinction of being an operation under the personal direction of the top echelons of the Brotherhood, not a mere adventure mounted by secondary or marginal groups. It is worth emphasizing here that the leaders of the Brotherhood became the leaders of Hamas when it emerged in late 1987. Sheikh Yassin, who was head of the Brotherhood's political bureau in the Gaza Strip for a long time, became the founding father and spiritual leader of Hamas. Sheikh Salah Shaheda, another member of the political bureau, became head of the first military wing of Hamas. He was arrested and put on trial less than a year after the Intifada began. Subsequent publications reveal details of military cells organized by the Brotherhood, as well as the names of members and leaders of those cells, prior to the outbreak of the Intifada. These cells carried out such operations as planting explosives, firing on Israeli patrols, and liquidating Israeli agents. They included, for example, the Mujahideen of Mifraka group, led by Yahya al-Ghul, which attacked an Israeli army truck. Interesting last name, al-Ghul.
Al-Ghul,
like,
yeah.
Yeah, like the
Raz al-Ghul.
The jinn, kind of, yeah,
oh,
or the, you know, the...
Ghoul,
yeah, like
right?
the graveyard demon. Maybe it's, I don't know, yeah.
The graveyard demon, the graveyard jinn, yeah.
Yeah,
interesting.
It's like,
is that a nom de guerre?
It's like John the Devil, kind of, like, which attacked an Israeli army truck in June 1985. Group number 44, organized by Salah Shaheda in 1986, and group number 101, led by Mohammed Shahrata, was at work months before the Intifada began and attacked cars belonging to Israeli settlers in September 1987. However, these operations had a modest impact and were not well known as the famous operations of Islamic Jihad during the same period. The new line of strategy, adopted in a major decision by the leadership of the Brotherhood in Palestine in the summer of 1985, quote, called on all members of the Brotherhood, wherever they may be in occupied Palestine, to take demonstrations against and clashes with the enemy occupying our land, and even to organize such demonstrations and clashes. This gave the green light for students affiliated with the Brotherhood to participate in the Birzeit University demonstrations mentioned earlier, in which 2 young brethren were killed. The literature by sources close to the Brotherhood and published following the birth of Hamas indicates that, quote, in the second half of the 80s, the Brotherhood had acquired the organizational capacity and sufficient following to engage in jihad. The theoretical perspective on the long-ranging debate concerning the priority to be accorded to the armed struggle thesis versus the social change thesis had arrived at an organic synthesis of the two. It was a dialectic.
Yeah.
The Brotherhood tried to resolve the conflict between the two priorities by arguing that it was possible and necessary to try to achieve them simultaneously and not to delay one for the sake of the other, on the grounds that objective circumstances determine the timing. The Brotherhood reached this conclusion, equating the two priorities and even effectively giving precedence to the need to resist the occupation at about the same time that the Intifada broke out in December 1987, a development that also saw the birth of Hamas. So, yeah, it really is the first Intifada that, it's interesting that he actually calls it the Intifada, because I guess when the book just first came out, maybe the second Intifada was just starting, kind of.
Right. I think that was. I remember that happening around 2000, right?
Yeah.
2000 to through 2001. Kind of that was in the news a lot, kind of leading up to 9/11. And then Americans got distracted after that. But yeah, I guess it's just the Intifada. Yeah, the Intifada at this point.
Yeah.
When he wrote this.
Right.
So it all starts with a communique, right?
Yeah, yes, right.
It's funny to see how it really is done versus a kind of American theater kid attempt with no actual base of support, working with people who might be MK'd, etc. But I mean, they even have
let's read the first
group number
communique of
44.
Hamas. Let's
It's in the back of the book, right?
It's in the appendix.
Let me see if I can. All right, maybe I'll read it. Let's see. Is this okay?
Yeah, document number 1.
Document number 1.
Yeah.
Almost there. Let me see. Oh, document number 3. Yeah, people that follow their certain Telegram channels might be familiar with the style of this a little bit. What do you say? Which page was it?
265.
Oh, okay. Here we go. All right. This is first communique of Hamas, document number 1. In the name of God, the beneficent, the merciful, O you who believe, endure, outdo all others in endurance, be ready, and observe your duty to God, in order that you may succeed. Quran 3:200. Our steadfast Muslim masses, Today you have a date with God's powerful decree against the Jews and their helpers. Nay, you are an integral part of this decree that, God willing, ultimately shall uproot them. Indeed, during 1 week, hundreds of wounded and tens of martyrs offered their lives in the path of God to uphold their nation's glory and honor, to restore our rights in our homeland, and to elevate God's banner in the land. This is a true expression of the spirit of sacrifice and redemption that characterizes our people. This spirit has robbed the Zionists of their sleep and rocked their foundations, even as it proved to the whole world that a people that welcomes death shall never die. Let the Jews understand that despite the chains, prisons, and detention centers, despite the suffering of our people under their criminal occupation, despite the blood and tears, our people's perseverance and steadfastness shall overcome their oppression and arrogance. Let them know that their policy of violence shall beget naught but a more powerful counter-policy by our sons and youths who love the eternal life in heaven more than our enemies love this life. The intifada of our vigilant people in the occupied territories comes as a resounding rejection of the occupation and its pressures, land confiscation, and the planting of settlements, and the policy of subjugation by the Zionists. It also comes to awaken the consciences of those among us who are gasping after a sick peace, after empty international conferences, after treasonous partial settlements like Camp David. The Intifada is here to convince them that Islam is the solution and the alternative. Let the reckless settlers beware. Our people know the way of sacrifice and martyrdom and are generous in this regard. Their military and settlement policies shall avail them nothing, and all their attempts at dissolving and exterminating our people shall crumble despite their bullets, agents, and infamy. Let them understand that violence breeds nothing but violence, and that death bestows but death. How true is the adage, quote, I am drowning, why would I fear being wet? That's hard. That goes hard. Yeah. Lift your hands off our people, our cities, our refugee camps, and our villages. Our battle with you is a battle of belief, of existence, of destiny. Let the world know that the Jews are committing Nazi crimes against our people and that they will drink from the same cup. And you shall know its news. This is a quote. And you shall know its news after a time. Signed, the Islamic Resistance Movement, Hamas, 14th December, 1987. And you shall know its news after a time. Wow. Yes. Yeah. Calling them out for committing Nazi-style crimes. Notice that. Yeah. It's funny that they don't say that Jews were going to do to you what the Nazis did to you. They say what the victorious powers of World War II did to the Nazis, you're going to drink from that same cup. Nuremberg trial, punk.
And this is obviously very internally, in later years, I definitely came to appreciate the fact that how badly it plays, you know, to a Western audience, to say the Jews instead of the Zionists, you know,
they're quite disciplined about that these days. I would say.
Now they definitely they've understood because. Yeah, I guess I didn't appreciate the what a complex it is, you know,
right.
They didn't have the same context, understandably, you know,
for
them, their whole experience was just being immiserated, persecuted, and murdered by, you know, in the name of the Jewish state by Jews, and they don't understand that for us, the lessons of the Holocaust and how, you know, are instilled in us from childhood. So you know,
and how effective that is when Israelis can kind of they can get a lot of people on their side by this sounds a little Nazi, doesn't it?
Invoking it. Yeah, exactly.
I've always thought, you know, that is the much stronger position than the kind of to be no, you're the Nazis, rather than, I don't know, the Groyper position of Hitler was based, go Hamas, get those Jews, you know.
He was not based.
No, he wasn't.
He wasn't. I agree with Piers Morgan. He was really fucking a monster.
But as we said, they made clear in their charter, which is their second communique, that their problem is not with Jews being Jewish, and having that religious faith. In contrast to that, they want to make Palestine a place where all three Abrahamic religions can be free to practice their own faith. It's the fact that they moved to Palestine and stole all their land and are oppressing them, and you know that's like the Zionism is so in the essence that is what they're arguing. They do go in a little bit of protocols kind of stuff in the original charter, but I do believe this book says that the rhetoric, like you said, they realize that plays very badly to an international audience, and so I think there's been like a modulation and a little more of a dialing in of some of that stuff. They do have
a new charter now, that is different. But I mean, he kind of talks about it a little bit, like how the sort of strong Islamic character of the Hamas charter. And he says, while such passages indicate the centrality, the doctrinal basis of the struggle, one must not subsume the entire struggle under that rubric. In fact, Hamas's doctrinal discourse has diminished in intensity since the mid-1990s, and references to its charter by its leaders have been made rarely, if at all. Mm-hmm. The literature, statements, and symbols used by Hamas have come to focus more and more on the idea that the core problem is a multidimensional issue of usurpation of Palestinian land, and the basic question is how to end the occupation. The notion of liberating Palestine has assumed greater importance than the general Islamic aspect. Hamas's view of the conflict has evolved to where now it perceives the conflict as, quote, a struggle against the alliance of hegemonic colonialism, istimar, and Zionism directed against our entire nation, which finds multifarious expressions of the mechanisms of domination.
Yeah, and this is written in 2000, right? So I feel like maybe they've even gone further.
Yeah, exactly.
Like they've gone further in that direction.
Oh, they totally have.
Yeah.
Their new charter is from 2017, I think. Let me. Who was it who wrote the Hamas charter? I'm gonna look it up in this other book. What? Yeah. He this is kind of phrased like a Q&A, and there's even a section like, what is Hamas, and is it driven by religious or political conviction? And he says, one informative answer to this common question can be found in a self-definition that Hamas once produced by way of introducing itself to European government years prior to its assuming power in 2006. In this document, Hamas states its aims and strategies in addition to its long-term view for the solution in Palestine. In this lengthy but worthy of quoting statement, Hamas describes itself as follows, quote, the Islamic resistance movement, Hamas, is a Palestinian national liberation movement that struggles for the liberation of Palestinian-occupied territories and for the recognition of the legitimate rights of Palestinians. Although it came into existence soon after the eruption of the First Palestinian Intifada in December 1987, as an expression of the Palestinian people's anger at the continuation of the Israeli occupation of Palestinian land and persecution of the Palestinian people, Hamas's roots extend much deeper in history. The movement's motivation for resistance has been expressed by its founder and leader, Sheikh Ahmad Yassin. The movement struggles against Israel because it is the aggressing, usurping, and oppressing state that day and night hoists the rifle in the face of our sons and daughters. Hamas considers itself to be an extension of an old tradition that goes back to the early 20th century struggle against British and Zionist colonialism in Palestine. The fundamentals from which it derives its legitimacy are mirrored in the very name it chose for itself. Hamas in the Islamic language means that it derives its guiding principles from the doctrines and values of Islam. Islam is completely Hamas's ideological frame of reference. It is from the values of Islam that the movement seeks its inspiration in its mobilization effort, and particularly in seeking to address the huge difference in material resources between the Palestinian people and their supporters on the one hand, and Israel and its supporters on the other. The forms of resistance adopted by Hamas stem from the same justifications upon which the national Palestinian resistance movement has based its struggle for more than a quarter of a century. At least the first 10 articles of the Palestinian National Charter issued by the PLO show complete compatibility with Hamas's discourse as elaborated in its charter and other declarations. Furthermore, the same justifications for resistance had, prior to the emergence of Hamas in December 1987, been recognized or endorsed by a variety of regional and international bodies such as the Arab League, the Islamic Conference Organization, the Non-Aligned Movement, and the United Nations. It is clearly recognized that the Israeli occupation of the West Bank and Gaza in 1967 is illegal in UN Security Council Resolutions 242 and 338. In spite of the overwhelming militant image it has in the minds of many people in the West, Hamas is not a mere military faction. It is a political, cultural, and social grassroots organization that has a separate military wing specializing in arms resistance against the Israeli occupation. Apart from the strategically secretive military wing, all other sections within Hamas function through overt public platforms. The military wing has its own leadership and recruiting mechanism. Hamas's social and educational activities in the occupied territories have become so interwoven within the Palestinian community that neither the Israelis nor their peace partners in the Palestinian Authority have been able to extricate them from one another. The fact of the matter is that Hamas, contrary to the Israeli assessment, acts as an infrastructure to the numerous cultural, educational, and social institutions in Gaza and the West Bank that render invaluable and irreplaceable services to the public. In other words, it is Hamas that gives life to the institutions and not the reverse. The Israelis have repeatedly told the PA to close them down. The PA has tried but failed. A crackdown on these institutions amounts to a declaration of war, not against Hamas, but against the Palestinian community as a whole. And this is Harub coming back in. It must be pointed out that the above text identifies Hamas with the Palestinians' struggle to liberate their land only. There is no implication, either explicit or tacit, of any intention to establish an Islamic State in Palestine in the future, or any similar goals advocated by other Islamist organizations. There is further discussion of this below. The next question is, is Hamas's goal to establish, an Islamic State, et cetera, it goes on. But, obviously kind of like it's a Western-facing statement, but it is an interesting one and very true. Like, that is part of the reason for the growing popularity of Hamas is that when, the PA police came in and basically one of their greatest mandates. It's a very interesting discussion of this.
They treated them well initially, right?
Yeah, well, Hamas welcomed them with fraternity and brotherhood, and they're because actually what they say about the PLO and the Hamas charter, is very, it's very loving, they are very they very it's not kind of cold at all. They literally say hold on, let me see if I could bring it up. Yeah,
I see. It's on Article 27. I'm going through it right now. It says the Palestinian Liberation This is from 1988 charter. The PLO is closer than any other group to the Islamic resistance movement. It includes the fathers, brothers, relatives, and friends of our members. How can a good Muslim turn a cold shoulder to his father, his brother, his relative, or his friend? We have but one homeland, one affliction, one shared destiny, and one shared enemy. Being affected by the situation that surrounded the formation of the organization and that overwhelms the Arab world with chaotic ideologies due to the ideological invasion which has swept the Arab world since the defeat of the Crusades and the ongoing consolidation of Orientalism, missionary work, and imperialism, the organization adopted the idea of a secular state, and as such, we considered it. Secular ideology is diametrically opposed to religious thought. It is on ideology that positions, actions, and decisions are made. Therefore, despite our respect for the PLO and what it might become, and not reducing its role in the Arab-Israeli struggle, we cannot exchange the Islamic nature of Palestine to adopt a secular ideology because the Islamic nature of the Palestinian issue is part and parcel of our religion, and whoever neglects part of his religion is surely lost. And then there's again a Q&A style here. It's a Quran quote. It's a Surah quote. And who forsakes the religion of Abraham, but such as debase their souls with folly? Surah 2, Al-Baqarah. The day that the PLO embraces Islam as a way of life, we shall be its soldiers. We shall be the fuel for its fire, which consumes the enemies. Until that happens, and we pray to God that it will happen soon, the position of the Islamic resistance movement toward the PLO is the position of a son toward his father, a brother toward his brother, and a relative toward his relatives. He will suffer if a thorn pricks him, support him in confronting the enemy, and wishes guidance for him. And another quote in italics, your brother, he who has no brother is like a fighter going to battle without weapons. And know that your cousin is like your wings. And does the falcon fly without wings?
That is not book you.
No.
I
will flag because I've been kind of going through this. One of the few things that I would say, I kind of disagree with is inaccurate is they basically kind of weave this globalist vision of history where both the communist West and the communist East are controlled by global elites that and they're behind
Totally,
every single war, and but they a few times
they conspired that they orchestrated the French Revolution and the Bolshevik
right.
Revolution.
They get a little Professor Zhang, and they're like, well, Marxism is all just based on Kabbalah and blah blah blah. The globalists wanted the Russian Revolution.
It's based on Kabbalah.
No, they don't. They don't.
No, they do. I mean, stuff like that. Yes, it is it is not a good political analysis. I mean, they even do kind of cite as said in the Protocols of the Others of Zion or something.
Right.
Was a popular book in the Arab world. Obviously, it. I mean, it shows that their the fact that they were kind of absent from politics for some time, didn't necessarily help them to have a grounded political conception, right? So there's definitely there are
I think there's
with.
I think there's been growth.
Of charter is unfair, but there are
mistakes
in the charter and mistakes in general.
I'm solely I'm only registering a slight offense that I think their critiques of a lot of the secular groups for various reasons, but to be the Zionists were. And I don't care about the Zionist part, but saying that the communist East is conspiring with Western imperialism to oppress Palestine is all right. I'm sorry, but one side is more supportive of Palestinian liberation.
One side definitely is more supportive.
Lumping them in is just they're just all globalist pigs. Kind of is all
yes.
right. But it's not the biggest deal in the world. But
I think they're addressing the other Palestinians, right, and trying to say that they don't hold the answer,
right,
and
right.
That's what they're trying to get at, and I think. You can understand it in the context. I mean, it is true that it obviously there is a long history and things change, but there was religious persecution under the Soviet Union.
That's true too. So I think
they did take a hard line against
that
religious institutions and that sort of.
I also wonder Afghanistan. Afghanistan was happening at this time, and I do wonder if that was very not popular. I think across the Muslim world, it did not make Soviets look good, even though they were technically defending, a secular government that was probably predominantly Muslim, but obviously, the optics were very bad. It was a trap that Brzezinski wanted them to provoke them into invading and all this stuff. So they were, and also we're also at 1987-88. We are in the New Dawn period of Gorby, where I feel a lot of the even with the Afghanistan shit, the Soviet Union up through the early 80s was still supporting third world liberation movements and was supporting Palestine. But I'm not so sure, even by 88, I think the Soviets kind of Gorbachev started to pull the plug on a lot of supporting foreign movement, liberation movements and things like that as part of his grand, bargaining with Reagan and all this other shit. And the Soviet Union was kind of abandoning socialism, abandoning international struggle completely, and was about to collapse. So that I could see that from the view of 1988 being the Soviets they ain't shit. They're and mixed with kind of some of this a little, it talks about the Rotary and Lions clubs and the Freemasons and stuff.
Yeah.
I don't want to throw it all out because he's not. It's they're not wrong about
who belongs. Those sort of organizations cropped up, right? And a lot of the goal was kind of the allure of those organizations almost was to kind of gain some of this power that the West had, right? To sort of imitate the West, right? It was kind of they kind of had this aura around them because they were because Western powers, powerful people in the West belong to these organizations, right? So if we have them, then we'll be able to, right? And this is a common sort of problem, the sort of the idea of losing your way of life, losing your culture, right? To these sort through this imitation and this chasing after the West, right? It's a complicated thing because on one hand, that attitude is can be retrograde fundamentally on some level because it's we need to have everything to stay the same, right? It's because this is how it's always been, and we don't want to move forward, and then can make you weak and make you unable to stand up against your enemies. But on the other hand, I mean, it wasn't necessarily wrong either, because like look at the world now, it's like heavily globalized and westernized, you know, like
I don't think their overall conspiratorial kind of lens is like that incorrect. In fact,
not
it
even
is
conspiratorial, but like the kind of, like I'm just saying like the sort of anxiety over like particularly with the Freemasonic groups, right?
Well,
those,
let me just read this one part of Article 22: forces abetting the enemy, so you get the flavor of it.
Before. This is like the kind of part that's like they, and it doesn't say choose, but it kind of has a protocol.
It says
vibe.
the enemies have planned well to get where they are, taking into account the effective measures in current affairs. Thus, they have amassed huge fortunes that gave them influence that they have devoted to the realization of their goals. Through money, they gain control over the world media, such as news services, newspapers, printing presses, broadcast stations, and the like. With money, they financed revolutions throughout the world in pursuit of their objectives. They were behind the French Revolution, the Communist Revolution, and most of the revolutions here and there that we heard about and are hearing of. With wealth, they established clandestine organizations all over the world, such as the Freemasons, the Rotary and Lions Clubs, etc., to destroy societies and promote the interests of Zionism. These are all destructive intelligence-gathering organizations. With wealth, they controlled imperialist nations and pushed them to occupy many nations to exploit their resources and spread mischief in them. Concerning the local and international wars, let us speak without hesitation. They were behind the First World War, in which they destroyed the Islamic Caliphate, true, picked the material profit, also true, monopolized the raw wealth, and got the Balfour Declaration.
Well, all these things were the result of World War I.
Yeah, I mean, not so they. Well, it really a lot depends on
a sense of a Jewish cabal. Exactly.
Right.
They are vague, they're not very explicit about like who they are actually.
Yeah.
Like you can kind of read between the lines, but and obviously this isn't like there are like powerful, wealthy capitalists who have an outsized impact on world events.
That's what I think like the kind of like Euro-American kind of like ruling class. If you kind of like if that's the they they're talking about in general, I'm like yep. Except for the parts about like they did the Communist Revolution. Maybe they read Anthony Sutton or something from the Hoover Institution.
I mean, I think it's like I would still say it like might be like an overly kind of a simplistic and like a conspiracy driven view of like the sort of architecture of world events, which is like not.
I mean,
like,
many of us have been there. Many of us have been there on our journey, right? Like, it's all a growing journey. I think they're much more sophisticated today. I don't think they.
Yeah. Well, I think also like it was very like I think you can think about it in rather than saying like like they might have been naive, like this can kind of be seen as a populist thing. Like if you think like this is actually like a very popular, like the Protocols was a popular book,
Right.
Like don't want to overstate its popularity, but it did have like and like obviously like that type like across the board, as we know, like which is part of like the like genesis of SJ is like this very popular and robust field of that kind of analysis, right? It like that like is something that people respond to, and like like there's some truth to it because there are like powerful individuals who have an outsized influence on world events. However, like it is sort of world events are more complex and have many more complex factors than there is a single unified group that is like behind and orchestrating these events with the illusion that they have like heterogeneous causes. I don't think that is accurate. However, like another thing that I will say to kind of like say, contextualize this again, I don't think that it needs like I don't think it's that important. Like as he kind of says about the charter, like it wasn't as important as a document as it like was made out to be in many ways. But like the I think like when he mentions like the Masonic clubs and Rotary clubs, there was like as we talked about in the Land Belongs to Belongs.
Yes, there was
sort of a whole sort of craze for these, which people may have remembered, right? Of like for these organizations that they're really cropping up. There was like sort of a whole kind of fad for Masonry. So
and they are absolutely used as intelligence gathering organizations.
Yes, exactly.
Like all the time.
Right. They were. Yeah.
These secret societies do exist, and they.
So I think like one way of like looking at this, I mean, really like he's kind of sus-jacketing, like it's not fair, but he's kind of like kind of sus-jacketing like these other groups, right? Sometimes more legitimately than others, right? I think it's fair to susjacket some Masonic organizations or Rotary clubs to susjacket like communism in general, not or the French Revolution,
As he says,
but basically what he's doing in saying that is he's susjacketing liberalism and communism. That's really what he's trying to do.
No, I get it. He ends this,
so it's the same strategy when people say like, well, Israel propped up Hamas, or like, what about Saeed Qutb? He was a British. It was like that. Like that is equally like silly, and also like is meant to susjacket an ideology. Not really like it's not really about the truth of what's being said, or maybe the person writing it does believe in that truth, but like that's not really the truth is secondary, I think, to the goal.
I mean, this is written by a single person.
I'm not agreeing with the goal. I'm just saying
it's really like a manifesto.
Really
but I don't think they necessarily, as a group, insist on many of these points like today, like like he ends his section saying, so the imperialist powers in the capitalist West and the communist East support the enemy with all their might, with material human aid, and they change roles. When Islam appears, the powers of the unbelievers unite against it, because the community of unbelievers is one. I do think a little reductive, but like fair enough. I think they've grown since the late 1980s.
They definitely, in general, like as he talks about in this book, like in terms of their like they like obviously they don't like really do like international operations, but
that was a conscious choice of theirs.
They definitely have an international, like an Islamic, like they definitely are Ummah minded. They're definitely Ummah posters.
Definitely,
as people would say today, like they supported Bosnian Muslims. They supported Afghan Mujahideen.
Right.
And like Harub kind of notes like they didn't really care about or take notice of the CIA's role with that or anything. They supported them because they were Muslim, right? Which like
which speaks to like why the CIA would want to kind of engineer like a jihad situation, that because it would have some genuine popular support
like what
other
that's the thing, like what other character would it have almost, right? Because like that's the thing, like like the popular sort of popular resistance movements, it was almost natural that, especially like fighting against the Soviet Union, right? Or like in a context where like Soviet Union no longer exists, that kind of is like the character that like or like has kind of retreated. But I think you're right to say that like by the time of the First Intifada, those like kind of Third World Liberation movement was on the wane. So as you see this kind of new form of popular resistance emerging, the fact that like that coincides with, I think like Harub even has a quote that like says this like very precisely, like that they let me see if like I can find it. I won't. It's the formation of Hamas almost coincided with the outbreak of the Intifada. This is why Hamas made 8 December 1987 the official date for its emergence, though its first communique was not released until several days later. This temporal coincidence really indicates a remarkable degree of prior causal interaction of the two events. This is not to imply that the turn by the Muslim Brotherhood to active resistance against Israeli occupation precipitated the Intifada, but it was an auxiliary causal factor for popular rebellion. In a sense, the joint eruption of the Intifada and the emergence of Hamas was the culmination of two parallel but not separate curves of changes, one national and one partisan. While the first reflected the general Palestinian mood toward the deadlock that was facing their national cause, the second represented the increasing consciousness of resistance and confrontation among the Palestinian Islamists, as shown above. With regard to the curve of changes at the national level, a number of major developments counted heavily in making the conditions ripe for the Intifada. Outside Palestine, several major and frustrating developments led to a general sense of despair among Palestinians under occupation. Foremost of these were the eviction of the PLO from Lebanon in 1982 and a shift from military to political action. The decreasing Arab interest in the Palestinian cause was evident in the 1986 Arab Summit in Amman. Within Palestine, the increasing socioeconomic and political pressures caused by the conditions of the Israeli occupation were tremendous and pushed the situation to the boiling point. On the eve of the outbreak of the Intifada, Israel's policy regarding the Gaza Strip and West Bank was remarkably arrogant and high-handed, formulated in the full flush of victory, and indicating that Israel believed that it had acquired a firm grip on Palestinian civil society in addition to its political and military control over the land of Palestine. However, as Palestinians sensed that their political options had been foreclosed and their economic situation had deteriorated quite precipitously, I mean, you can see the parallels with October 7th, there was a built-up sense of resentment awaiting the spark of revolution. In addition, a new generation of Palestinians had grown up since the 1967 war. This generation had not directly experienced defeat as had their parents and was not cowed by it. These Palestinians constituted fertile soil for rebellion. I mean, I was gonna say this too when in the regard to that passage. I was like, they are our fathers, they are our brothers,
right.
Like we will view them as like a son views a father. Like that is like maybe in some respects like literal, because I mean look at like
they said
an example is,
people like this are relatives, like they're in our families and stuff. We're not gonna not
like
support them.
The sort of phenomenon of like Arab nationalist or like Arab socialist dad and like Islamist son is like a very common pattern. I mean, one example that comes to mind is the current president of Syria, al-Shara. Like his dad is an Arab nationalist writer, and he of course is.
I didn't know that actually.
Islamist.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
But. So, I'll keep reading a little bit. Rashad al-Shawa, the mayor of Gaza, summed up the situation very accurately in an interview broadcast on Israeli radio, 10th December 1987, the third day of the Intifada. One must expect these things after 20 years of debilitating occupation. People have lost hope. They are frustrated and don't know what to do. They have turned to religious fundamentalism as their last hope. They have given up hoping Israel will give them their rights. The Arab states are unable to do anything, and they feel that the PLO, which is their representative, has also failed. A Hamas pamphlet justifying the creation of the organization and reflecting the perception of the Islamists and the situation at the time provides the following rationale. In the 70s, there were many indications that the PLO may be prepared to accept a lesser settlement than is indicated in the Palestinian National Charter. Then in the 80s, following the outbreak of the Iraq-Iran war, the Palestinian cause was marginalized at both the Arab and international levels, and the policies of the Zionist entity have become more obdurate and arrogant, with the encouragement and support of the United States of America, which signed a strategic cooperation agreement with Israel in 1981. In this period, the Golan Heights have been annexed. Israel destroyed Iraq's nuclear reactor, and it then invaded Lebanon and laid siege to Beirut in 1982, which constitutes the greatest insult to the Arab Ummah since the 1967 war. The Islamic movement in Palestine perceives a great challenge stemming from two factors. First, the retreat of the Palestinian cause to the lower rung in the ladder of Arab priorities. Second, the retreat of the Palestinian revolution from pursuit, that is the PLO, from the pursuit of the strategy of armed struggle until Palestine is liberated to acceptance of the settlement that has been forced on the Palestinian people. In light of these two retreats and the accumulation of the negative effects of the tyrannical and repressive Zionist occupation of the Palestinian people, and the fact that the Palestinian people inside Palestine, but not outside it, were ripe for resistance, there arose a need for a Palestinian solution based on Islamic jihad, the first manifestations of which are found in Usrat al-Jihad in 1981 and Sheikh Ahmad Yassin's group in 1983.
It's amazing the parallels to like the early 2020s as well, of a situation of like the Palestinian issue had been relatively marginalized.
Yeah, the Abraham Accords were closing
Abraham Accords.
Yeah,
the Saudi Arabia was going to normalize. Yeah, and there was a feeling that like you had to do something because it was just deteriorating, and Israel was just becoming more fashed out and Nazi-like. It's funny.
Yeah,
this is Hamas's gamble that you have to do something.
Yeah, definitely. I'm thinking. All right, I'm just being mindful of the time. Maybe it's like worth going to, because I flagged at the top of chapter 3 as like a very good one, which has to do with the political relations of Hamas with Palestinian groups.
Oh yeah, their relationships with others.
Chapter 2 that you thought was important. Yeah, like because obviously I recommend people to read this book. We can't really go
through all of it.
The whole thing.
Yeah,
it's hit a lot of good points. I think. Yeah. But we still have time. But yeah.
Yeah, we got a little bit of time. Let's see. I think I'm going through chapter 2 right now.
Yeah. Well, you do that.
Here we go. I found chapter 3, page 87.
Yeah.
This breaks down the relations kind of with the PLO and Fatah, with with Marxist groups, with Palestinian Christians, and then also with kind of the Arab Israelis, like those who actually have
the Islamists. Yeah. That's not like as crucial, because it's really like it seems like at least Harub's analysis is that they don't have like a great relationship, even though they kind of mentioned their connection earlier on. But
it says it says here down the conditions for a relationship with the PLO. I highlighted this part. that the Hamas charter set as a condition for its participation in any organization belonging to the PLO that the latter abandon its secular line, I think that's kind of what I read from, as well as its political agenda for a peaceful settlement with Israel. However, as Hamas gained experience and its political thought evolved, it began to focus solely on the rejection of the PLO's political agenda and what such a position required. Thus, Hamas tacitly acknowledged, although it never said as much verbally or in writing, that it had transcended its insistence that the PLO abandon secularism in order to be consistent with its own declared commitment to democracy and pluralism. This condition was conspicuously absent from the list of 4 Hamas conditions for joining the PNC. These conditions were that the PLO had to stop making one concession after another to Israel, that there should be no legitimization of the Zionist presence in any part of Palestine, that Palestinian organizations be allocated seats commensurate with the actual size of their membership. I think they think that would increase Hamas's representation.
Yeah.
And that real democracy should be practiced with respect to freedom of expression for the leadership in the discharge of its responsibilities. Reality was, in fact, more complex than simply putting forward a set of conditions that, if satisfied, would have led to Hamas's automatic participation in the PNC and PLO. In actuality, the precise nature of the appropriate form of relations with the PLO has been the subject of major contention within Hamas and given rise to a number of perspectives. By monitoring the discourse, it's possible to group these under 3 major choices mentioned earlier, that Hamas could either set itself up as an alternative to the PLO, work from within the PLO, or do nothing. And he kind of goes through to discuss these different options. And going down here, it says that, following the Gulf War, the tide turned against the Palestinian cause. The resulting Arab divisions led to further deterioration and indifference, which offered Israel a historic opportunity to embrace the Madrid process, which was built upon the ruins of Arab solidarity.
Yeah.
The absence of even minimal Arab cohesion
that
suited
was really
Israel.
what the Madrid conference really pissed them off, really kind of set the conflict with the PLO ablaze, kind of. Yeah.
So, the PLO kind of rejected a lot of things, changing the representation to include more Hamas people. Let's see, option 2. I forget which option they exactly. I guess they do kind of keep separate, mostly from the PLO because they disagree so strongly from. With the Oslo negotiations. And let's see. He does say that while they were very verbally critical of the Palestinian Authority after the Oslo agreement, they could have gone harder and almost provoked an outright conflict with them, but they very carefully restrain themselves so that there wouldn't be a civil war situation happening.
In fact, he kind of criticizes them for not being hard enough. Hold on, let me see if I can find the part. This actually is in chapter 2. This is a worthwhile part to read because it's kind of interesting. It gets into the kind of it's called politics. Actually, I'm going to read the sort of preceding part, but it goes in this issue of politics versus morality. So he says, a series of important changes at the international and regional levels have had an impact on the Palestinian problem since the birth of Hamas in 1987. These include the collapse of the Soviet Union and the Eastern Bloc at the end of the 1980s and the subsequent preponderant shift in the balance of power in favor of the United States and the Western Bloc. This development had the direct effect of weakening the Palestinian cause at the international level because the United States could deal as it pleased with the problem without fear of any significant opposition to its policy, which was biased towards Israel. You'd read this part about the collapse of the Nine Aligned movement. This new imbalance of power favoring Israel undermined the great surge of international support for the Palestinian cause resulting from the Intifada of 1987 and after. The Intifada had shown the world the brutal face of Israeli occupation, and had demonstrated the sweeping resistance to the occupation by the Palestinian people. However, the above-mentioned changes in the balance of power kept the leverage that could be gained from world sympathy to a minimum. Furthermore, the impact of the new balance of power in the Middle East was a weakening of the influence of regimes that had been dependent on the Soviet Union and a corresponding increase in the influence of the United States and its allies. All talk about an Arab military option in the struggle with Israel ceased, while plans for a peaceful or negotiated solution proliferated. The Gulf War later destroyed the most significant Arab military power, Iraq, and created new Arab divisions that had very negative consequences for the Palestinian cause. In the wake of that war, with the Arab world at its weakest, the Madrid Conference opened in October 1991. The strength of Hamas and its political clout increased just as international state support for the Palestinian cause was ebbing, and the Arab military option in the battle with Israel had virtually been eliminated. This state of affairs led to a sense of almost total political isolation on the part of Hamas just a few years after its birth. Not only was there no influential ally for Palestinians or for Hamas at the level of major powers, but also for Hamas there was no regional ally with any real influence over the fate of the Palestinian cause. Even those countries that had severe differences with the PLO were reluctant to develop an alliance with Hamas due to new international realities, especially the dominant position of the United States. The latter country championed a peace settlement in the Middle East that was perceived by Hamas as virtually identical to the Israeli perspective. These international factors had a clear impact on Hamas's conduct of the struggle. The movement was well aware that it could not follow a path modeled in the Palestinian resistance in the 1970s, when there was a Third World movement supported by the Soviet Union that opposed American policies in many parts of the world. The only factor partially to offset what Hamas perceived as a gloomy international outlook was the growing Islamic tide in the region. Hamas hoped that this wave would lead to the adoption of choices that were at variance with the international balance of power, dampen its negative impact on the Middle East, stiffen resistance to Israel, and mobilize Islamic potential for the battle of liberation. It makes sense. Like, first of all, again, you can kind of see how obviously Hamas has its roots deep, in the Islamist movement and the Muslim Brotherhood. So, it's not like it adopted Islam for utilitarian reasons, but there were practical reasons for its rise. In a way, you could see how from their perspective it would seem this is exactly what we had thought would happen. We're in some ways being vindicated because we are the only standard bearers possible, and in the absence of a patron like the Soviet Union or any real superpower to challenge the United States, right? The only thing to appeal to is the solidarity of the Muslim Ummah. Not that doesn't go far enough, obviously, as we've seen now, right? But I think Harub even writes in his other book that Hamas is probably viewed more positively in Moscow and in Beijing than it is in Riyadh, right? But still, it kind of makes sense that it would have this Islamic character. But he kind of talks about this sort of that this is this is rooted in sincere commitments, and he actually kind of has an interesting critique and points out some data points that are very contrary to the sort of portrayal of Hamas as this bloodthirsty organization that's always ready to kill. You know? The second point that needs to be stressed in this introduction to Hamas's understanding in the context of the struggle, which is equally valid for any other Islamic movement, concerns the theoretical challenges facing political action by Islamist movements in the modern world. This leads to the dialectic of interests and ethical principles, morality, and politics, the propriety of establishing alliances with non-Islamic parties, and adherence to the constraints imposed by Islamic law on the political behavior of groups and individuals. In the most general sense, one can detect an attempt by many Islamic movements, whether conscious or not, to transfer individual morality, which is consistent with Islamic values, to the political activities of groups, states, and international organizations without regard for the huge differences between ordinary individual and group political behavior. For example, Hamas generally rejects sayings such as, quote, there is no morality in politics, and, quote, interests come before principles. Islamic thought addresses this unyielding political reality from the perspective of the model of ethics, virtue, and truth. I mean, I don't think that's so bad, honestly. I do think, actually, that there is morality in politics, but whatever. That's a very kind of Machiavellian take,
a little bit, yeah. He's real politique pilled.
But Machiavelli, I guess, is, the founder of modern political theory. So anyway, one could read in the behavior of Hamas and other Islamic movements that, as they acquire experience, the scales begin to tip in favor of interests. However, in general, Hamas's conduct seems to be haunted by the ghost of individual morality and the belief that the movement can engage in politics based on principles. This is such a funny take because, it's funny to read, because obviously this writer it was deeply knowledgeable about the subject, like having read like all this literature, like this is like kind of a bone that he has to pick, that like they're too principled.
He's
when
generally
really like in the
like
Western media, the portrayal
but,
is actually, you know, he is. I think he like kind of sympathetic, or like at least definitely unsympathetic to like the incredibly dishonest like smears of Hamas, like in the sort of Western media and the way that they tend to be written about.
Right.
But it is an interesting and like a kind of amusing contrast to see like this kind of, you know, critique that is based on the idea that actually they are like overly kind of principled.
They're the most ethical army in the world.
Yeah, exactly. He says, quote, "The nature of Hamas's dealings with the Palestinian Authority following its establishment in the Gaza Strip is informative. Despite the political conflict with the PLO and the intense struggle with it for control of the Palestinian street, ongoing since the beginning of the Intifada, Hamas received the first contingents of the Palestinian police officers in Gaza and Jericho on May 1994 in a fraternal and benevolent spirit, quote, because they are part of the people, they are our brothers. Hamas seemed to be undeterred by the common knowledge that the principal task of the police force would be to prevent any military operations against Israel, a function that created ambiguity about the prospects of the clash between the police and Hamas. The PA set down roots, expanding its police and security forces gradually and establishing its presence. Hamas, which strongly opposed the Oslo agreements, hoped that its fraternal attitude toward the police would allow it to establish a cozy relationship with the force, without asking on what foundations such a relationship would be based. It was clear that there could not be two parallel authorities ruling over Gaza, and that power, not love, would decide the issue in favor of one or the other. Once it had consolidated its position, the PA carried out a series of sweeping arrests within the ranks of Hamas. It established a state security court that passed long and severe sentences on leading figures in the movement, despite Hamas's policy of not turning its guns on the PA. In fact, Hamas protected the PA from public anger on extraordinary occasions, such as during the Palestine Mosque incident in November 1994, when the police shot and killed 14 Palestinians. In an outpouring of anger, the crowd wanted to tear down Gaza prison, but leading figures in Hamas calmed the people. In another well-known incident, when Yasser Arafat came to pay his condolences to the family of Hani Abed, an Islamic Jihad leader whom Israel had assassinated in November 1994, the assembled crowd began to shout anti-Arafat slogans. Once again, Hamas leaders calmed down the crowd and prevented an attack on Arafat's motorcade. Asserting this ethical stance, Mahmoud al-Zahar, a Hamas leader in the Gaza Strip, said with respect to establishing good relations with the PA and Arafat, "I want to try to appeal to an emotion that is present in every human being, the emotion of love. I do not believe that there is a human who is totally bad, who is so consumed by rancor that he lives his whole life out in hatred. In brief, the conflict is not a personal one. We have spoken to him," that is Arafat. "He knows a lot about people, and he can tell if we are sincere in wanting to solve the problems or not." Arafat exploited this tendency in Hamas. He became increasingly confident that Hamas had placed restraints on itself and had drawn red lines it would not cross as a barrier to civil war. Indeed, Hamas seems to have forgotten that red lines are drawn to deter the enemy, not to immobilize oneself. The repeated assertion by Hamas that, quote, "we will not cross the red line to civil war," in fact gave the PA a green light to go as far as it pleased in chasing down members, particularly those in the Hamas armed wing, the Qassam brigades, putting them on trial and restricting Hamas's influence, whether in mosques, charitable societies, or in the media. As a result, Hamas's idealistic method of dealing with the PA came into conflict with the PA's realist approach to Hamas, a realism that consistently followed the prescription: amass as much power as possible and use it decisively.
Wow.
They
opened themselves up to get attacked by the Palestinian Living Out organization, Yasser Arafat in the 90s. A little bit. And I forget if we mentioned, but he was one of the people in the early 90s that would throw around the, allegation that somehow Hamas had to be like an Israel. They were Zios somehow. Like they served the interest of their pawns of the Zionists or something like that. They were sus. I mean, he kind of like. It seems like he sus-jacketed them at various points.
I think he might. Like he was kind of. Yeah, he kind of implied like the PLO's statements focused on the idea that Hamas had been established to satisfy an Israeli aim, or at least that it had been established with the consent of Israel in order to weaken the PLO. This charge would evolve as Hamas's relations with Islamic parties, notably Iran, developed, and the PLO's statements, particularly those by Arafat, came to center on the accusation that foreign parties were meddling in Palestinian affairs through Hamas, which owed loyalty to foreners.
Okay, so he's kind of shifted the goalposts a little bit.
Iran with exactly, like, well, they work with those foreigners. Obviously, they're Israeli, it's like, well, they are arch enemies, but whatever.
Yeah.
But
doesn't feel like most accurate. thing there. But, then because they were so critical of the PLO, making deals and capitulating and then coming after them with their police force after they were very nice to them. It does sound like there were some growing pains of like learning the hard way certain things of like, oh, well, it's like we just like stand on our principles, and like I think sometimes that works, but other times like, trust but verify, as Ronnie Reagan would say. Like people be sus and people be sellouts a little bit.
No,
and,
I get the critique. I mean, he notes that like like during the very stiff competition, Hamas's Islamic restraints constituted red lines that the movement would not cross, including the prohibition on the use of deadly force, even in the event. This kind of has shades of like the what we were talking about in terms of the first fitna. Like the ban on shedding Muslim blood, right? They kind of in some ways observed that, like they didn't want to kill Fatah members. Like, 4 members of Hamas died in clashes with Fatah, but no member of Fatah fell to the bullets of Hamas.
Right. The big problem also that created tensions between Fatah and Hamas was when they would get arrested and sent to Israeli prisons. There was like a whole kind of ecosystem of like different groups, like on the inside, like the older groups, like PLO, PFLP, whatever, all had kind of like their organizations inside, but there wasn't one created for Hamas members. So then they all had to sort of join the secular groups, but then they were punished if they didn't, like if they refused to like go along with something because it violated their religious principles, they would be like punished. And so this created like tensions within the prisons between the two groups. Eventually that was like resolved, and like Hamas sort of had their own little inner prison organization thing established that because like people would rely on that for like support, various levels of support if they were thrown in the jail, which many people were, and there were like some street fights and like little clashes and things like that. Eventually it was sort of like worked out, but Hamas, like not exactly the portrait of a bloodthirsty terrorist organization that wants to kill like 24/7 and like blah blah blah. Like if anything, they're like almost like principled to a fault, like to the almost to the point of being like detrimental. Like it would advantage them more to be a little more ruthless, but
right. It's got like it's an interesting contrast there in some ways. I mean, he goes on to talk about how like I mean, which I think actually is a true point. Like as as a Muslim, like someone interested in like the like idea of Muslim politics, as scary as it might be to some, like at least like kind of an interest, or like I kind of see the I see the appeal, like from a certain perspective. Even though I like, again, this is one big fault that I acknowledge, which is like he talks about how like Hamas is like dependent on fatwas, and, like there aren't like. Again, like this is exactly the kind of point I was making earlier about how like where the Catholic Church, the Catholic Church can still issue their version of fatwas.
The ex cathedra is like you gotta follow this,
right?
Yeah.
I don't even think they need to do ex cathedra to give like a legal like a ruling on something, right? They can do like they can issue like if they wanted to. I guess
I think there's
maybe
other levels. It's when the Pope says something that's like labeled ex cathedra, that's like taken as like official church,
like basically the word of God,
infallible. Like not everything he says is infallible, but when he speaks from the church, like ex cathedra,
right? And a fatwa, they do have a system where they can make like rulings that might be fallible, that could like be reversed, whereas like ex cathedra is like truly infallible statement. But I mean, I don't really know too much about canon law, but I do know that like they can still, if they choose to, issue like a clear fatwa, and it's like unambiguous for all Catholics, like that this, unless you're going to be in schism or whatever, like this must. Whereas like there isn't any kind of like like authority, especially not now. Like in the past, you had caliphates that could kind of like authorize these things.
But there's like various sheikhs and imams that do it. I think he said during the Gulf War there were like plenty of fatwas on both sides or something.
Exactly.
It didn't
There's
really
a
make
fatwa
a difference.
exactly. That's exactly how it is, right? It's like Islam is, it's like it's a kind of the thing of like same way you can have like communists on both sides of a conflict, right? The sign of Soviet split. They both might invoke like communism to say like, this is what we must do. This is historical materialism.
Absolutely.
Whereas, this is the only historically materialist thing to do, and you're literally directly opposed. It's the same type of thing.
Totally,
but
totally.
when it talks about kind of like the issues of fiqh and like how like trying to apply fiqh in a modern context, the classic issue with Islamism that I think for instance, halakha again in the Impossible State kind of critiques Islamism in some ways on these grounds, but I wanted to read this part on Hamas's view of the PLO as well, because this kind of gets into the sort of conference in Sudan, which I think actually came up in our recent conversation about Hamas in the Discord as like being an interesting point in history.
I think isn't it attended by like Carlos the Jackal, and I think it might have been portrayed in the movie series. I think we could do a mini series on just like the life of Carlos the Jackal. I think it would be a wild ride, because like I'm kind of like, he's like a very interesting, I'm kind of sussed out by him, but like also he was kind of about that shit. Like he was almost like SLA on like an international scale, but he actually did do like taking OPEC hostage and hijacking multiple airplanes and like setting off bombs and attack, like basically doing a lot of I think he was working under Wadi Haddad and like doing things on behalf of like the PLO or the PFLP, and was like a hardcore. Interesting, he was a hardcore Marxist-Leninist that, well, I guess this was the leftist era of in the sort of like Arab liberation struggle, right, in like the 70s. But then like kind of, and his later years are like strange. He ended up in Sudan, and I think was black bagged by the like the CIA or French intelligence and in the 90s, but there is like a big conference. Like Yasser Arafat is there, right? Like Hamas, like the leaders of all these different groups.
Yeah, right. He was arrested while he was under the protection of Hassan al-Turabi, who was like, basically convened this.
Okay. All right, there you go.
Yeah, I'll read this part. The position of, I don't think he comes up here, but, this is like relevant, I guess. The position of Hamas with respect to the recognition of the PLO as a sole legitimate representative of the Palestinian people has passed through various stages in keeping with the political developments, the peace process in particular. Hamas initially expressed some reservations in its charter about recognition of the PLO. These reservations deepened with the convening of the Madrid Peace Conference, leading to the movement's shelving of the recognition issue. In the wake of the Oslo and Cairo agreements, these reservations culminated in accusations of a total sellout on the part of the PLO and a Hamas declaration that the PLO no longer represented the Palestinian people or its aspirations. Hamas made clear, however, that its attacks on the PLO and its charges about the PLO having sold out the Palestinian people were leveled not at the organization as a whole, but rather at its power-usurping leadership. Thereby, the door was left open either for the implementation of the reforms that Hamas repeatedly advocated or for Hamas's participation in the PLO. It is also noteworthy that once the PA took control of the self-rule areas in 1994, the intensity of Hamas criticism of the PLO declined significantly. In fact, references to the PLO dropped out of Hamas's statements, and criticism came to be directed against the PA. The initial position, which is made explicit in the Hamas charter, was an amicable one, right? We talked about this. But despite the lengthy discussion of the PLO, the text of the charter does not offer a true and clear position concerning the legitimacy attached to the PLO's representation of the Palestinian people. Hamas's position on that issue is portrayed more accurately elsewhere, particularly in the, quote, interview with the Hamas leaders published in Muslim Palestine magazine in Arabic, less than a year after the publication of the charter. The response to the magazine's query whether Hamas recognized the PLO as the sole legitimate representative of the Palestinian people proved to be an attempt to strike a precarious balance. The answer offered a clear endorsement of the PLO as, quote, a nationalist framework for integrating the members of the Palestinian people with their various leanings and leading them to the total liberation of Palestine, as is stated in the Palestine National Charter. However, Hamas did not endorse the PLO's current political line, which it saw as a readiness to recognize Israel in return for the establishment of an independent state on part of the territory of Palestine. Hamas's introductory memorandum is consistent with the position of reserved recognition for the PLO. In it, Hamas stresses that it is not setting itself up as a substitute for any one and expresses the view that the PLO represents a nationalist achievement that should be safeguarded. More significantly, Hamas declares that it has no objection to integrating itself into the PLO framework as long as the PLO remains committed to the liberation of Palestine and to non-recognition of Israel. It is significant that the three positions outlined above were very carefully formulated and fall into a different category than the impromptu statements by Hamas leaders and prominent figures, which are subject to the pressures of the need to issue a statement or to the pressures of the moment. When the Madrid conference convened with the participation of the PLO in 1991, Hamas stressed its reservations regarding the legitimacy of PLO representation and ignored its earlier recognition of the PLO as the sole representative of the Palestinian people. Hamas repeatedly declared at the PLO delegation, which had met with U.S. Secretary of State James Baker in preparation for the conference, quote, lacked legitimacy. Hamas subsequently refused to recognize the legitimacy of the resolutions of the Palestinian National Council meeting in Algeria in September 1991. Those resolutions endorsed participation in the Madrid conference. Hamas's position was that the PNC, as it was constituted at the time it made the endorsement, did not have the authority to adopt such a fateful decision on behalf of the Palestinian people. Consequently, Hamas held that any delegation forming the basis of the resolutions from the Algiers conference was illegitimate and did not represent the Palestinian people. Non-recognition of the legitimacy of the delegations to the Madrid conference developed into reservations concerning the legitimacy of the PLO and its role as the sole representative of the Palestinian people. These reservations clearly and prominently came out in the open at the January 1993 meeting between Hamas and the PLO arranged by Hassan al-Tarabi in Khartoum. So I guess this was actually like after... Oh, no, wait, actually, it was. No, it wasn't 1993 that he was arrested, right? Carlos Ejecla.
Okay, so it was right around the time of the meeting. Interesting.
Yeah, I guess it was like really, like very, very close, right? Because he was, in 1993, CIA contractor was tasked with finding Carlos. He and other members of his team searched for Sanchez almost about 4 months in Khartoum during 1993. So they got him in 1994, so it was after. But anyway, right. Sorry, I lost my place here. So, okay. So, the Hamas president irritated Yasser Arafat, who was taking part in the meeting and was one of the reasons why the meeting failed. Between the Madrid conference in October 1991 and the Oslo Agreement in September 1993, Hamas's reservations concerning recognition of the legitimacy of the PLO strengthened. Following the announcement of the Oslo Accord, Hamas virtually denied the PLO any representative legitimacy, declaring that the PLO did not have a right to claim to represent the Palestinians because, quote, it had abandoned Palestinian fundamentals. Later, the PLO signed a second agreement with Israel at Cairo. The head of the Hamas political review at that time elaborated on the organization's views on this issue. This is a quote. In the past, the legitimacy of the PLO and its right of representation stem from its close adherence to the unchanging national rights of our people and its defense of those rights. That legitimacy never was based on the electoral mandate or the free selection of a leadership for the people. Nevertheless, it had been acceptable to regard the PLO as the sole legitimate representative of the people due to its close adherence in the past to the fundamental national aspirations of the Palestinian people and due to its well-appreciated struggle for liberation, self-determination, and the expulsion of the occupiers. However, now that the PLO has distanced itself permanently from those objectives, selling them out completely by signing the Oslo and Cairo agreements, and considering that new forces have appeared in the scene, mainly Islamic ones, which are more committed to our people's national aspirations, it is no longer reasonable or rational to adhere to the image of the PLO as the sole legitimate representative, particularly in the case of the clique that now exercises hegemony over the organization. This is particularly true because the PLO never enjoyed a prior electoral mandate. Had there been such a popular mandate stemming from free and democratic legislative elections to give it legitimacy, the evaluation of this matter would have differed.
It's interesting. It is somewhat borne out by the fact that Gaza voted Hamas in 2006. You know, once they finally did have like an election, and I think, while the level of support is probably higher in Gaza than in the West Bank, nonetheless, the clique
there
was at the top of the PLO.
Someone in this was saying that they were talking to a Palestinian friend who said that everyone in the West Bank wants Hamas and everyone in Gaza wants Fatah, like there might be like some truth to that. I think Harub says in his other book that Hamas is more popular outside the Gaza Strip, but that's always the way.
I have heard that before. Yeah,
it's always like the government, if you're under a government, there it's always people always want. It's kind of like how we always switch parties here in the U.S. Right? That's obviously a factor in the reason why Fatah lost to Hamas in 2006. Right? It was kind of almost similar to 2016 in terms of what a surprise it was. Harub, his take is that it even surprised Hamas that they won, and they were.
I have heard that before, that they didn't realize they were going to run the table that hard and actually end up with democratically elected political power.
Yeah, they thought they would win some seats, etc. But there's a little bit more information about the conference later on that might be worth reading in terms of like kind of the Hamas Fatah feud. This is the competition has historic roots that go back to the 1950s when Fatah split from the Muslim Brotherhood, creating a bitter feeling among the leadership as well as the rank and file of the organization. Fatah was kept under close scrutiny even as it grew. The Muslim Brotherhood expressed reservations about Fatah, denouncing its secularism and irreligiosity, as well as the atheism characteristic of the leftist Palestinian resistance organizations in general. Throughout the 1960s and 1970s, the Muslim Brotherhood and the Palestinian Islamists in general, despite their weakness and small numbers, were condemned by Fatah and other resistance organizations for not becoming directly involved in the resistance to the occupation. These charges and countercharges strained relations on an almost permanent basis. The Intifada barely succeeded in diffusing that tension, although it did put an end to charges by Fatah and the nationalist groups that the Islamists were shirking their responsibility for military resistance to the occupation. After the creation of Hamas and the surprisingly swift increase in its strength, it entered into competition with Fatah for support at the Palestinian grassroots level. The charges against Hamas changed from fence-sitting to trying to create an alternative to the PLO and trying to unravel the achievements of the PLO and its mainstay, Fatah. At one period, Hamas was accused of being the handiwork of Israel and of serving the interests of the occupation. At a minimum, Hamas had to contend with non-recognition. However, these accusations and lack of recognition by Fatah did not prevent Hamas from attempting rapprochement with Fatah. On several occasions, it invoked Fatah's patriotic history in a bid to encourage it not to accept a settlement with Israel, such as in the messages sent to Fatah's Fifth Congress in Tunisia in September 1989. This is, like, I think an important point, and this is, like, the same thing of, like, the MIT article makes this same, or the sort of Israeli opposition figures who are being kind of, given a platform by this MIT article about how Israel propped up Hamas, and this whole idea, like, really, like, the kind of, like, this originates from Fatah at this time in history when, like, the kind of, so to say that, like, they were wreckers and trying to undermine Palestinian resistance, like, through kind of like derailing it into Islamism. At this point, it actually was like, Fatah that was like capitulating, and like that, and like Hamas was the one saying that, like, you are like recognizing Israel, you are like working with like the occupation, like, and like begging them not to accept a settlement, and Fatah was like, you're sus because, like, you don't want to deal with Israel. And then, like, that now is adopted to kind of like, the origins of this, I think, and, like, who it's coming from and, like, where, like, this has its roots. Like, it's worth bearing in mind, Oh, you're not at the keyboard. I'm like, hello? But, okay. I'll bring it up to you when you return. But I'll keep reading for now. The refusal of Fatah to recognize Hamas is one of the main reasons for the strained relations between them and why their relations deteriorated at the conflict and fighting. Recognition here does not entail simply a question of legitimacy. As mentioned earlier, one consequence of non-recognition in the occupied territories and in Israeli prisons and detention centers was to deprive the newly arrived prisoner of the opportunity to join the same group he had belonged to outside prison. Palestinian tradition in Israeli prisons required a new sentenced inmate to join a prison group. This is what you were talking about before, what I say to nobody. But identify with one of the major organizations such as Fatah, the PFLP, or the DFLP. These and other organizations belonging to the PLO were the only ones recognized in prison. Even 4 years after the outbreak of the Intifada, Hamas prisoners had not been granted the right to form their own organizations in prison, and Hamas was not recognized, not in the recognized list shown to new prisoners. There were I think you summarized that. We have time, so I guess I could read that paragraph. I was just saying, like, it is, I was reading again this part talking about how, Fatah accused them of, working for the occupation and things like this. But, like, I think, I was going to say it's like an important point that those, like, when those sort of accusations emerged, it really was Fatah that was accusing, Hamas of being a tool of the Israeli occupation in some way, despite the fact that it was, at that time,
they were the
Hamas
ones
that was, like, begging Fatah not to make settlements with Israel, not to capitulate and not recognize them. But, like, the idea that this, like, these, accusations, this, like, kind of sus-jacketing now is, like, deployed in a way to say, like, their wreckers are undermining or derailing the Palestinian cause. Like, the origins of this, like, are worth bearing in mind. Like, noting where it's coming
at the exact
from,
moment that they're all about, like, sitting down for negotiations with the Zionists, like, that's when they're attacking Hamas, who has a much more, like, who actually has more like heavy right online, and they're trying to make excuses for themselves about how they're not like sellouts and trying to counter the Hamas critique. So they say you're a Fed. Basically, like, actually, you're a Zionist. You're a Zionist. If you don't want to negotiate with Israel, you're a Zionist. Pawn or whatever. So that is worth keeping in mind. I'm bringing up the New York Times article right now to refamiliarize myself with their bullshit.
But to resolve the prison issue, they did sign a code of honor between them in 1992. After each wave of clashes between Hamas and Fatah in the occupied territories, talks were held to end the fights. These talks often took place in the occupied territories, but were also held abroad. The talks, and this is one of the conference in Khartoum was one example. The talks, particularly those held abroad, where the conferences did not have to operate under the same restrictions as in the occupied territories, expanded to cover topics beyond the clashes, notably the question of the participation of Hamas in the unified national leadership of the Intifada and the peace process. Discussions about paths to a peaceful settlement were futile due to the wide disparity in viewpoints. Fatah was engrossed in the peace process, while Hamas rejected the whole idea. However, the talks about the participation of Hamas in the unified national leadership were more promising, with Hamas itself submitting a proposal to Fatah and the other resistance organizations containing a formula for joint leadership that would include all resistance organizations participating in the Intifada. The Hamas proposal also included some difficult conditions with respect to a joint political position on a peace settlement, and these doomed the proposal. In particular, Hamas demanded that the proposed joint leadership of the uprising not only reject all existing plans for a settlement, but that it also work to defeat such plans. Generally, these meetings produced little more than joint releases that were directed at the followers of Fatah and Hamas in the occupied territories and called on them to refrain from internecine combat and to direct their efforts against the Israeli occupation. In practice, none of the dialogue sessions arrived at a formula that could reconcile political positions or coordinate efforts. Despite the significant topics for discussion that were placed in the agendas of the meetings, the position on the peace process, national unity, and proposals for setting up joint forces, even for military operations, in the final analysis, they succeeded only in reducing mutual tensions. The most significant discussions, which also failed to yield any practical results, were those held in Khartoum in January 1993 under the patronage of Sheikh Hassan al-Turabi, the Secretary General of the Arab Islamic Popular Conference. These talks were important for two reasons: the level of representation and the topics discussed. The level of representation was very high. Arafat and Salim al-Zanoun, the vice presidents of the PNC, headed the Fatah delegation, while the Hamas delegation was headed by Musa Abu Marzouk, chief of the political bureau, and Ibrahim Ghosheh, Hamas's official spokesman. The discussions included the sensitive subject of whether Hamas recognized the PLO as the sole legitimate representative of the Palestinian people. On reviewing the history of strained relations and clashes between Fatah and Hamas, a few factors stand out and shed light on other aspects of the relationship. Hamas adhered to Islamic religious restraints that defined the parameters of how far it could go in clashes with their parties, Fatah in particular. This point was dealt with in Chapter 1. To recapitulate here, that commitment decreased the intensity of the conflict and prevented it from getting out of hand. More specifically, it can be said that the conduct of Hamas toward Fatah never reached the same level of violence as did Fatah's conduct toward Hamas. A second observation pertains to the negative impact of the endless stream of accusations about Hamas made by Arafat. These accusations, which included charges as that Hamas had been created by Yitzhak Rabin, that it owed allegiance to Iran, and that it had deviated from the unity of Palestinian ranks, just like the Zulu tribe to oppose Nelson Mandela in South Africa, were an obstacle to rapprochement. Some assertions, such as the one by Arafat at the 7th October 1992 meeting with interesting date, with PNC members residing in Amman, that he would not go easy on Hamas as Mandela had done with the Zulus, but rather, unlike Mandela, would shoot at the Palestinian Zulus, caused scheduled talks to be canceled. Arafat himself devised a strategy for dealing with Hamas, and discussions with Hamas, at which he was not personally present, were ineffectual. The third observation is that the conflictual relationship between Hamas and Fatah pleased Israel, which indirectly fanned the flames of the dispute. A good indication of this was the way in which those quarrels and clashes were given prominent coverage and blown out of proportion in the Israeli media. Israeli correspondents also attempted to get prominent Fatah and Hamas leaders to condemn each other in the media. Wow, do you condemn Hamas? Has a deep history. Israel also went out of it. They were even asking Fatah questions about that. Israel also went out of its way to torpedo any potential rapprochement by preventing Hamas leaders or prominent figures close to the movement from traveling abroad for meetings with Fatah and PLO leaders. Israel has remained wary of even minor improvements in relations between the two sides. The publication of an article in Philistine Al-Thawra, the organ of the PLO, demanding the release of Sheikh Yassin, prompted Israeli fears that this could be the beginning of a real rapprochement. A fourth, but by no means last observation, is that a number of the joint communiques in fact did succeed, at least partially, in halting the escalation of tensions and containing the brewing crises. In fact, one of those communiques, released jointly by the military wing of Hamas, the Al-Qassam Brigades, and the military wing of Fatah, the Fatah Eagles, about a joint military operation, was an exceptional example of bilateral cooperation, and it aroused some concerns among the Israeli military. However, this example...
Ding, ding. Like, look at that, too. That's
Yeah.
what they're afraid of, is,
Yes.
like, the alliance between Hamas and the secular
Yes.
faction uniting. You know, they don't like solidarity. They do like dividing and conquering, you know. So,
Yes.
yeah, the fact if Hamas was somehow, as I'm reading this New York Times article with all these like juicy fucking quotes about like Hamas is good for business or
Yeah.
whatever the fuck, like Avigdor Lieberman said, yeah, it's worth keeping that in mind that if they, despite what they're trying to spin here, they're alarmed by like Hamas making common cause with other people and
Avigdor Lieberman was the one who was like, I wrote to Netanyahu in 2016 saying that we must strike first, and he put it away, like proving that he wanted Hamas. Like, it's like, I mean, I guess like in a way, yes, but he probably like rightly calculated that like without even a pretext, like committing genocide in Gaza would have been even more wildly unpopular. And also like that was 2016 when like probably like the insane rightward shift of the entire world like that attended the Trump presidency hadn't, like, that was still kind of in the Obama era, like where it's like, yeah, probably like I couldn't get away with like that could really endanger us if I committed genocide in Gaza right now. So I'm gonna have to like wait a little bit, you know? And like, yeah, maybe he did kind of like think like, oh, well, maybe they'll do something that will justify it down the road. But it at that point, probably he rightly calculated that it would be harder to justify on the world stage, and like, you know, or maybe he overestimated, like not realizing that America was about to take a big step further towards like that kind of you know, genocidal politics. But,
well, yeah, just to back that up a little bit, in this article, it quotes Bezalel Smotrich, you know, now much more of a notorious far-right, like genocidal maniac politician, who was in Netanyahu's cabinet after October 7th. But apparently he said in 2015, the year he was elected to parliament, quote, the Palestinian Authority is a burden. Hamas is an asset. And it's like, okay, I know this article is trying to be like, ooh, see, Hamas is fake, and Netanyahu, dirty, corrupt little Netanyahu is like supporting him. But what I see is like, why would he say that the PA is a burden, Hamas is an asset? I think in the mind of somebody like Smotrich, like the opportunity, and this would kind of like be a reason why they would sort of allow October 7th to go, is that it's an asset in the sense of like, they're more likely to attack us at some point, and once they do, we'll finally get our chance to like to apply the final solution. Whereas, you know, the Palestinian Authority, they are, you know, they carry on like the airs of a, you know, peaceful civil government that like is something you can negotiate with, and they're much more, you know, they seem very kind of, you know, preoccupied or like very aware of like how they look internationally, and they don't want to be seen as like extreme, whereas Hamas is more like standing on their principles, and they might attack us one day, and if we let them attack, then you get your justification to go and like kill everybody.
I mean, that's a more realistic analysis than the analysis of the article, which is basically that, like, yeah, like, you know, Hamas, like, or Netanyahu, like, is just like too, like, he wants power so badly, so he's like buying quiet on the border, you know, with like these payments that he authorized to Hamas, like, as part of like, you know, a ceasefire agreement, like hard-won ceasefire agreement, like not, you know, like a bribe by any means, you know, like Hamas had to like, you know, this is against, you know, again, that
and if it was a bribe, it didn't seem to work, because then October 7th happened. And even if, you know, I think I also want to separate, like, even if there was a sort of like lie hop thing going on in the Israeli government with October 7th of like letting it happen so that you could get your green light, so you could spin it into this like trauma spectacle that will then like activate the entire population to like commit genocide. once and for all. That doesn't mean that like, that somehow the October 7th operation was like fake or like created by Israel, or that like Hamas didn't genuinely plan it for their own reasons and like do it. These things can get a little thorny sometimes with
I'll read from UMMAH-GROUNDED's Substack, because I think he has a good kind of take on this. Over the last year, it has been speculatively argued that Hamas's subsistence, particularly in the years preceding Tufan al-Aqsa or the Al-Aqsa flood, have either lacked autonomy or been paternalistically supervised by Israel's security state at best, or been goaded/motivated by the Israeli security state's instrumentalism at worst. The crudest rendering of this narrative proffers that Hamas has, in fact, been a, quote, controlled opposition invention of the Israeli state. In light of Operation Al-Aqsa Flood, ongoing at the time of this paper's writing, this narrative has proliferated. This narrative, galvanized by Mark Mazzetti and Ronan Bergman. By the way, I mean, it's worth mentioning that one of the authors of this NYT article is like literally like an Israeli ex-IDF soldier, journalist in the area of military intelligence, like.
And Mazzetti is like the
wrote
golden
that book, like Kill First, like the history of Israel's
bind, torture, kill, the story of an IDF commando or something.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like kill, vanish, escape, or whatever the fuck.
Something like that.
I thought Mark Mazzetti might have actually been a co-author on that. I know he wrote The Way of the Knife. He's like a benighted like New York Times like golden boy of like national security operator journalism.
He's like a hard-hitting journalist, but also he like created like the like sort of manufactured consent for like the invasion of Iraq and all these things.
He's like sus.
He's like super credulous, like sus lord. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But
super credulous sus lord.
Rise
right.
and Kill First: The Secret History of Israel's Targeted Assassinations.
Oh my god.
That's his book. Yeah.
Jesus, yeah. So they wrote this article that was about like how Hamas was propped up, but then all right, he mentions them, right?
Right. No, yeah. Like I think we talked about the part where he was like, it's based on a quote from the Talmud. If someone comes to kill you, rise up and kill him first. Exactly what Avigdor Lieberman saying we should have done.
Yeah.
Right. But over the last okay, I'll keep reading this, but So this narrative is galvanized by Mark Mazzetti and Ronan Bergman of the New York Times in their 10th December 2023 article, Buying Quiet, Inside the Israeli Plan That Propped Up Hamas, which tendentiously expounds a piecemeal rendering of the November 2018 agreement, during which the Egyptian mediation, bolstered by the United Nations and Qatar, produced a series of agreements between Israel and Hamas aimed at diffusing the tension that transpired with the Gazan Great March of Return. Although one of the agreements, when Israel was like mowing down unarmed protesters, etc. Although one of the agreements was that Hamas politicians like Ahmad Bahar, Mushir al-Masri, and Mahmoud al-Zahar would be permitted to travel with suitcases containing large amounts of money across the Kerem Shalom border, crossing with him to Gaza. This agreement was not easily reached, nor was the Zionist entity a witting partner. Yet, even venerable historians like Rashid Khalidi have repeated Mazzetti and Bergman's tendentious retelling of the, quote, Qatari suitcases of cash issue, fomenting the manufacturing of a, quote, controlled opposition narrative where Hamas and Israel are clandestine bedfellows. This narrative eschews the adversarial political context of the Great March of Return negotiations, spearheaded by Yael Sinwar, which began in the summer of 2018 and continued until April 1st, 2019, when a new deal was reached under the aegis of Egypt, which restated the principles of the previous one. Each of these concessions, which permitted the issuance of funds from Qatar banks for governmental institutional purposes within Gaza, involved arduous negotiations. It should first be clarified that Hamas political bureau members transporting suitcases of cash was by no means a novel practice. It was out of necessity due to the prescribed nature of intra- and interbank wire transfers for Hamas.
Yeah.
In the fall of 2006, Hamas ministers transported suitcases full of zakat-issued cash from Egypt to Gaza, openly noting to the European Union Border Assistance Mission that was then located at the Rafah crossing that these funds would be used for governmental purposes. Yeah, like there is kind of thing of like suitcases of cash, like smuggled
in. They love doing that. Even the Trump and the thing about Iran, like Obama gave them suitcases full of cash, like
exactly. Like there's something like sinister about it, but it's kind of like, well,
you sanctioned them to not be able to use the banking system. So what else? You send Bitcoin? Like what are they supposed to do? Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So, and it's also like, it kind of that in that article, like there's kind of this thing of like, this was not a, it's kind of like almost implied this was like, like not like negotiated or anything like that, or like not like, out of any necessity, or that like, Netanyahu was like rushing to do it or something, that like it was his idea or something. But that's like obviously, not the not the case. Like the whole like context is like completely elided. And like it does like kind of like even acknowledge that like it was like part of a ceasefire deal. Like I think there is a quote that says it in the article, but somehow like they do kind of make it seem sinister, and like the like the idea almost is that like, oh, like Netanyahu like shouldn't have like what is the alternative that is, like I think like part of the sort of what is so sinister about this is that they were supposed to be for as we talked about before, like one of Hamas's major sources of legitimacy, that the PA like really didn't have the institutional the institutions that the MB previously had spent all those decades kind of building. They didn't have the infrastructure, right, to actually like provide like for civil life in the Gaza Strip, and Hamas like was providing that, right? And so that's what this Qatari money was mostly supposed to be for like healthcare and stuff like that,
Of course, we know
like for humanitarian purposes.
100% of it was used to build rockets and
exactly the heroic based opposition that like Israel would be the most peaceful nation in the world if they could only get into power and get rid of the evil Trumpian Netanyahu. Like they are letting you know that like of course like Netanyahu was just he didn't want to face the reality that like it actually wasn't for humanitarian needs at all. It was only for tunnels, and like he should have
he
shot
should have
them all
just
in the
carpet
face
bombed
over
all
the
of
negotiating
them.
table.
Right,
yeah, exactly.
Right.
Like,
I mean, it's like the liberals in this
Epic,
article,
New York Times. Yeah, exactly. Like that's the Israeli left, everybody, and that's like when you say
I'm an Israeli leftist, and this is my
exactly. Like,
no, it's terrible. It's really funny how like eager they are in this article right after October 7th to like associate like Israel covertly funding an Islamist organization that is ostensibly like the fighting against it. But I feel like these same exact like authors, if you ask them to look into I don't know, Israeli intelligence services like interactions with ISIS in like Syria or something like that, or I don't know, the YPG, but like let's just say ISIS, they would like freak out and call you like an anti-Semitic conspiracy theorist freak and like shut the fuck up. Like no. But I feel like that's more likely than that's actually more plausible than them like giving money to Hamas for some like now we control you reason.
Yeah, I mean it's kind of like their narrative. I mean I feel like they would be okay with that as long as it were like not. Like I feel like they don't really like assign, or it's only like very hesitantly implied like the intentionality of it, like because it's kind of like a Charlie Wilson's War sort of angle that they take, where it's like blowback, like
he thought he could buy quiet, and save his little political career,
exactly,
and like it's just it's such a tiny little petty drama of him.
So he looked the other way when the evil terrorists told him that they were using it to keep people, for hospitals. Right. And as we all know, as any serious analyst knows, Hamas hospitals are actually just like
terror centers
for terrorist centers. Yeah, exactly. Like he expects us. Yeah, like so. I mean, like obviously, like I want to be clear and like. Deriding these people, that I'm not like in any way defending Netanyahu is one of the most evil people on the planet. But like, I think like the fact that their critique of him is that like he's not evil enough, basically, is like truly like
kind of mind blowing
and like totally undermines like this whole idea. Like, and that's like where this like like that's the thing. Like when these kind of people like are like on posting online like annoying us, like tutting like it's a shame that Hamas is like Islamist, and it kind of like Israel kind of like, like that's like kind of basically where they're getting this stuff from. Like that's where it comes from.
Yeah.
It doesn't come from anywhere else.
Like Zionists lying their asses off to like smear an organization. Yeah. It's like,
it'd be like
Israel
one thing if like there
this.
Was like evidence, like, but there like isn't really like, other than like, obviously, it should be like stated like it's obviously true that Israel tries to manipulate public opinion and to manipulate like groups, right? Like in Palestine, right? Like obviously they do. Like for instance, I think Harub's example of how they give like all this play to the feud between Hamas and Fatah, things like, you know, you saw, like, maybe you could compare it with to harken back to a recent episode, like the US organization and the Black Panthers, you know, like the sort of you know, sending like that one thing where they're kind of sending like the political cartoons like back and forth saying like they said shit about you, like you know, they say like they're gonna do this, right? Like I'm sure that type of stuff goes on, and like the attempts to kind of you know, stoke attention like are certainly real, but the kind of, it is weird that like for whatever reason like that like centers on Hamas when if anything, you know, I think if Fatah is straight up collaborationist at this point,
right?
Like, they
it's
just
like
exist to
the
like
other group
suppress Islamic resistance, or you know, Palestinian resistance in general,
right? The PA obviously poses less of a threat to Israeli power than Hamas does.
Totally.
Like at the end of the day,
yeah. To go back to what you're saying, like the whole thing of like Hamas is an asset, I think that like, you know, you could read it in that way, but I think, you know, even a more mundane way to read it is that like in the context of like Israeli domestic politics where like, you know, you have you gotta defend yourself against being the left punching, or sorry, the punches from the left about how you're not committing enough genocide, because like that guy probably was defending himself because they were like, well, why did you not go in and kill every single child in Gaza? He was probably saying like, well, you know, we don't want to have you know, our people in there, right? We don't want to have the like, because they might have, you know, said on that radio show like, why don't we go and install the like, you know, for like just destroy Hamas and put the Palestinian Authority in power, right? Like knowing what that would entail,
right?
You know, and he probably was like, well, you know, trying to make excuses for it and say like, actually, Hamas helps us, right? So like, you don't have to actually say. And again, like the idea that like they are like Hamas is 100% helpful, and like this is like something that I feel it comes up in various contexts, like the same sort of idea, like vis-a-vis. Again, I do kind of think like you know, yeah, it comes up in many contexts where like it's hard for people to wrap their minds around why would Israel like portray, or why would it, you know, an Israeli official or an Israeli spokesperson or like, you know, a right-wing Israeli commentator or anything portray like you know, the idea that they like approve of a certain group if like they act, you know, if like they weren't in some like an asset or they weren't sincere. But like that like totally undermines their legitimacy. One of the most effective like propaganda strategies against Hamas, like I mean,
they're like Fed jacketing. The way that the FBI would constantly like spread rumors that like such and such Black Panther was a Fed, he was a pig, and like you should kill him, and like blah, blah. They got, you know, the Black Guerrilla family member that, you know, one killed Faye Stender, shot the leftist attorney. Another one killed Huey Newton at the end of the '80s for some reason, and like spreading those kind of like poison pill things of like they're a Fed, like actually, and to do that like from your own mouth, like you're damning them with praise by an Israeli official being like, yeah, like they're useful for us. We do a lot of work with them. We help them actually. You know, they're kind of hoping somebody would like take the bait, or at the very least it would cause a little bit of an icky like, wait, what? Like Hamas, like, and then you have all these other journalists and people coming out kind of reinforcing it, and then even on the left you have like people doing that. I don't know, my dude, like I heard that Israel props up Hamas because they're religious, and they know that is stupid for anybody to be religious, and it'll never result in any revolutionary victories at all because you're religious. So that's why Israel, it confirms some people's prior biases.
Definitely.
That like religion's for dumb dumbs, and I mean, like
I also feel like almost in a way, because like the portrayal of Hamas has so much to do with like the kind of image of the terrorist. I mean, you know, like even though like, you know, there were definitely like, I mean, actually like Zohran's father, Mahmoud Mamdani, has written very much about this issue, right? Astutely. About like the nature of the suicide bomber, right, as a political tactic, right, or suicide bombing. Hamas used that strategy, right, and like that was on some level it was effective, right, because it showed, you know, like it was one of those things. It showed like, you know, that Hamas was willing to go past like its red lines, you know, like Israel obviously for decades and decades has shown itself incredibly willing to murder Palestinian civilians nakedly, right, without apology. Hamas actually restrained itself from that for a long time, but they got to such a point of desperation. They're like, the only way that we can like actually exact costs on them is if we show willingness to kill their civilians. Which of course you could take issue with, definitely, right? And like, according to Hamas's own narrative, on October 7th, they gave the order not to kill civilians. I mean, Haru Bachikos has a whole narrative about October 7th in his beginner's guide, which is, interesting. I don't think we'll have time to read it, but like, but anyway, like,
it is an interesting period where I remember that from being a kid, like the suicide bombings of like buses and cafes and stuff. And then they do seem to have like stopped that at a certain point. It seems like they abandoned that as a strategy.
They did abandon it, but I mean, I think they keep it on the table. It possibly doesn't see in the future, but they moved away from it.
Both in like deliberately sending suicide bomber like people to blow themselves up, and also targeting civilians like very specifically. Even though of course on October 7th they killed a bajillion zillion like civilian, everybody they killed it, but they attacked
40 beheaded babies, etc.
But as far as I know, they attacked them. They attacked military installations along the Gaza border fence and armed settlements populated by armed like paramilitarized like basically land stealing settlers who, sorry, but maybe not an old lady in a nursing home, but like if you're doing that, if you're choosing to do that, like you're kind of putting yourself in like a combatant situation, like it's hard to really fault that classification, right? Of like, you're not just like a person who's going to work and like has nothing to do with, even if they're indirectly implicated in being a member of the society, like they weren't actually doing any. It's like these people all have like local little kibbutzim defense committees and AR-15s and shit, and like some of them go out there, they're like cultish freaks that go out there and like violently harass the farmers and steal their land and cut down their olive trees and shit. Like and everyone does serve in the IDF, like except for the ultra orthodox, like most people serve in the IDF. So there is like, it's a very militarized society that kind of incorporates everybody into its like military apparatus and apparatus of repression.
I mean, Harub actually in his beginner's guide book, he quotes like an interview that it was Salah Aruri. A Hamas senior leader, deputy the head of the Politburo until his assassination by Israel on 2nd January 2024 in Lebanon. He gave this interview in like very, very shortly after October 7th.
Okay.
And this is what he said. I think it's pretty worth reading. Let me here present our official position. What happened is that when the Israeli Gaza division collapsed at a speed that was unexpected and the entire military scattered, the ordinary people in Gaza realized that, and crowds of them entered the open borders. This created chaos and clashes and other aspects that went against the initial plan. The access to the kibbutzes and settlements became easy, and there were Israeli guards and soldiers that engaged inside these places against Al-Qassam fighters, resulting in the killing of civilians. Another important point that must be clear here is that the Israeli army adopts what it calls the Hannibal Directive, according to which they would kill their own prisoners and those who captured them in the case of hostage-taking. During the operation, this doctrine was activated. We are certain, like obviously they draw...
The Nova Festival.
Yeah. We are certain that some of our fighters were along with Israeli prisoners they held. Were killed along with Israeli prisoners they held. Al-Qassam fighters had a plan that was announced by the brother Mohammed al-Taif, Al-Qassam leader, in the first hour of the operation. He said, "We are going to fight the Israeli army," and gave official instructions to fighters to avoid killing women, children, and the elderly. The recording of his message is available publicly. These are the orders to our fighters. Also, there were many videos that show Al-Qassam fighters accompanying women to their children and making them safe and leaving them. Our fighters don't target civilians, and it is impossible for them to commit the crimes that the occupation accused them of, such as rape and killing children and civilians. The Israeli army collapsed, and they didn't do its duty in protecting itself, and the civilians fell in the crossfire in open areas. We don't say that no civilians were killed, but it is 100% that hurting or killing civilians was not a part of the Al-Qassam plan. We are a responsible party, and we act according to our religion that prohibits us from hurting civilians or civilian life, and we act in accordance with international laws of war. We practice our resistance against the occupation in line with international legitimacy that gives us the right to fight this enemy until the world recognizes our right in life and freedom as the rest of other people's.
So I think they did. There was a period where they stepped away from the suicide bombings, which I mean, I'd be curious to know like exactly why they they kind of I don't know if that coincided with them taking political power in Gaza, that they thought maybe we shouldn't be doing that specific tactic, or if it was due to a kind of like negative PR image around the world. It's also interesting that like the other group that really was like doing big spectacular suicide bombings was like Al-Qaeda. Both of the USS Cole in 2000, allegedly 9/11, and then also in the Iraq insurgency, right? There was a lot of like suicide bombings against U.S. forces, and that was like a trope for a while. I even remember that Palestinian film. Did you ever see it, Paradise Now?
No.
I'd be like curious. I think it was nominated for like best foreign film Oscar, and it was like labeled from the Palestinian territories. And I mean, I remember it having like a somewhat critical, like jaundiced view, like a cynical view about like basically Hamas like recruiting people to be suicide bombers, and kind of like, oh, they tell you you're gonna go to paradise, and then they also pay your family a bunch of money, and it's kind of like a day in the life of two like young guys that are like selected to like blow themselves up on a bus, and it's kind of like existential and kind of. I'd have to go back and watch it to see how like if the politics, but it was kind of like this meme for a while that like, oh, those crazy Muslims be walking into a market and blowing themselves up. And I mean, Al-Qaeda, that always kind of was their signature, and ISIS later was like deliberately targeting civilians. Of course, like I'd say in ISIS's case especially, they were often blowing up Muslims, like pretty much all the time, or Kurds.
Hamas did always like associate its suicide connect its suicide bombings like with a killing of Palestinian civilians as an act of like retaliation.
Right. Right. Okay. Yeah. And I think but maybe like the kind of cross association and like the negative PR of some of Al Qaeda's like persistent suicide bombing attacks might have like caused them to be like, this is kind of a putting in the international context, like this is it's spooking out like maybe like Europeans who otherwise would be maybe more sympathetic to our cause, and it like feeds the Israeli narrative that even though it is in retaliation for killing civilians, that's like less visible than the spectacle of the suicide bombing. So Israel is able to like kind of jump on that and smear Hamas as just these sicko freak, like, oh my God, like, can you even imagine? Like, and also tying it to 9/11, 7/7 in the UK, other kind of, the 9/11 era of attacks, by much more shadowy kind of groups.
I mean, I think you can't like deny that. I mean, Hamas has like, again, they're a hugely influential group. Like, again, like this is also part of the stereotype, like that, they're just kind of like stone throwing devils or whatever, as like people would say, but like, or like, these like primitives or whatever, but actually like they have a huge impact. And like, I think it's certainly true that like Hamas's use of suicide attacks like inspired other groups. Like maybe they didn't use them in the same way, right? They didn't, or like they, were maybe less justified or something, right? But I mean, I don't think it's like justified really to kill civilians, right? Even in retaliation for killing civilians, like, Harub might criticize that, right? He might say like that I'm having my Islamic morality, right? But I agree with what they say in other contexts that like it's wrong to kill civilians. It just, it's,
I would agree too. Like you really, like you give up a certain you just give up a certain moral high ground for like the vast majority of humans. I feel like when you start, like if you do kind of indiscriminately massacre civilians, like it's gonna be like a lot more people are gonna be resistant to even if your cause is like maybe on the whole just
I think
or justified.
It's damaging to the cause in a way,
right.
And
which does makes me think about like the U.S. like almost like wanting that to be the face of Islamic resistance, because you could really easily package it as like, the horror, the barbarism, even though we're doing it technologically from a few thousand feet, vaporizing people with drones and airplanes constantly.
Harub has an interesting passage about it. He says, Prior to 1994, Hamas's policies were clear in attacking only military targets. The major shift to targeting civilians, even with the justification of only retaliating for a civilian killing with another civilian killing, has nonetheless incurred heavy costs to Hamas. Defying Israel's violent retaliation against Hamas, epitomized by the Israeli strategy of assassinating its leaders, the movement geared up its use of suicide operations over the following years. It realized that although these operations rallied the international community against Hamas and distorted somewhat the image of the legitimate Palestinian struggle, they provided the movement with an aura of strength and popularity. The Palestinians started to look at Hamas as an organization capable of inflicting damage on the Israelis and taking revenge for any Israeli killing of Palestinians. Lacking any effective means to defend its civilians against these suicide attacks, Israel was devastated by them. The horror of potential bombing that could take place in any bus, shopping center, or restaurant brought Israeli cities at certain periods of time nearly to a complete state of terrifying suspense. Israel not only mobilized its military might to stamp out Hamas's infrastructure in the Gaza Strip and the West Bank, but also brought to bear all sorts of pressure, including external pressure. On more than one occasion, Israel hinted via unofficial mediators that it was ready to talk to Hamas with a view to stopping these attacks. However, Hamas adhered to its declared position. Stop killing Palestinian civilians, and we will stop killing Israeli civilians. Israel repeatedly refused this offer. Sheikh Yassin, the movement's founder, succinctly articulated Hamas's policy on suicide bombings since December 2003. When asked whether the attacks would continue irrespective of circumstances, he replied in the negative and explained, "If we perceive that the atmosphere favors such a decision, we will stop. And when we perceive that the atmosphere has changed, we carry on." In general, the wider the gap between the peace strategy and the attainment of Palestinian rights, the more room Hamas would have to pursue its resistance strategy. Politically and strategically, Hamas became aware that at certain junctures, and particularly in the years 2000 to 2004, using suicide attacks had become its strongest card in the conflict with Israel, as well as with its rivalry with the Palestinian Authority and the Fatah movement. Relinquishing this card would only be considered if there was a possibility of worthy return. Continuous Israeli military efforts, coupled with repetitive crackdowns on Hamas by the security forces of the Palestinian Authority, failed to destroy Hamas's capability in undertaking these attacks. Political and diplomatic pressures were also exerted on Hamas by Egypt, Jordan, and even by some indirect European channels in order to compel the movement to stop these attacks, at least temporarily. In finding itself on the receiving end of much high condemnation for the suicide bombings, both regionally and internationally, Hamas discovered that the exact same attention regionally and internationally was also furnishing them with further leverage. On several occasions, Hamas has shown flexibility in temporarily halting its attacks, either to avoid straying from a collective agreement among Palestinian factions or to prove its pragmatism. In late 1995, it stopped suicide attacks for months, only to resume them after the Israeli assassination of one of its military leaders. Similar halt-resume tacit agreements took place during the Second Intifada for short periods of time, but all of these failed because Israel would waste no opportunity to assassinate one Hamas leader after another. It's a cycle, but yeah, I think it's true that they kind of scaled them back after they actually came to political power. Obviously, they're still are attacks on civilians. I think that happened at occasionally, but I don't know if it might be PIJ that does these. I don't think. I think Hamas.
I know there are attacks, settlers get ambushed from time to time. Yeah. Though again, I would put that on settlers are practically soldiers. You know, at this, but they're actually more aggressive. They're more dangerous than soldiers in a lot of cases, which is saying something for the IDF. But yeah, I noticed from their original charter there was an interesting part here. It's interesting they modified this later in the 90s. By doing suicide bombings or whatever, but this is how they describe. This is under the section Social Solidarity, Article 20, and they say describing the behavior of the Israelis and what they perceive they're up against. It says the Muslim society is a cooperative society, as the Prophet, may peace be upon him, said. The best of people are the Asherites. If a difficult situation befell them at home or during travels, they would gather what they had and divide it up equally among themselves. This is the Islamic spirit that ought to prevail in every Muslim society. Wow, it almost sounds socialist a little bit, right? The red Sunnism.
It talks about this a little bit. How they're Hamas is kind of okay with the idea of free enterprise, but in terms of their religious concern for social welfare, they have more of kind of a socialist bent in that way.
Right. They do provide a lot of social services and stuff. But anyways, this is the Islamic spirit that ought to prevail in every Muslim society. The society that confronts a vicious enemy like a Nazi in its behavior of not differentiating between men and women or elders and youth must be first in adorning this Islamic spirit. Our enemy relies on collective punishment, stealing people's homeland and possessions, and pursuing them in the lands of exile and the places where they gather. Our enemy has adopted the practice of breaking our bones and shooting women, children, and old men, with or without reason, and creating concentration camps to place thousands in inhuman conditions, not to mention the demolition of homes, orphaning of children, and the issuing of tyrannical laws against thousands of young people so that they spend their best years in the obscurity of prisons. The Nazism of the Jews has included women and children. Terror is for everyone. They frighten people in their livelihood, confiscate their wealth, and threaten their honor. Their treatment of and terrible behavior toward people is more violent than would be that of war criminals. Deportation from one's homeland is a form of murder. To cope with this behavior, people need social solidarity. We must confront the enemy as one body. If one member suffers, the rest must be vigilant and come to his defense. And it goes on to talk about social welfare and this is very important to the process. But, that is a description of how Israel operates, and especially after October 7th. But, it's like they've always been pretty clear-eyed about what this is. I think history has kind of borne them out to be correct in their, in this perception of Israeli behavior, right? Mm-hmm. And their willingness to kill, like a Nazi. Once again, they're invoking, Nazi as like a bad thing, and then the Jews are acting like of all people, the Israelis are acting like Nazis, and that's bad. And I guess they did adjust to going after civilians as like a desperate measure. But I think I think that's maybe what makes it more complicated. It makes it easier a little bit for the October 7th lies to go down, is because they did do suicide bombing for a period. And so it's like, well, remember 20 years ago? Of course they kill civilians. But like that, it doesn't, there's overall, that thing you read sounds like credible in terms of they didn't expect the Israeli army to sort of like buckle and scatter and be overrun like so immediately, and then like regular people did stream through the fence, right? Yeah. And then there were fighters that went to the kibbutz, and there were soldiers there. People were fighting. Civilians got shot, but
Israel opened fire on its own people with Apache helicopters.
Right. They killed 500 Psytrance people with Gatling guns, like. Yeah, and sure, there was like those videos where they were shot in the porta potties or whatever. Like some of that, probably did go on in the chaos of everything, but I do think they are operating with a certain level of like Islamic discipline and like a standard that is much above what the IDF and Israeli settlers seem to be used to.
In terms of the in terms of the suicide bombing thing, I think that like it is this is kind of the point I was making originally. I think that this kind of like feeds into it's kind of a distant from where we've ended up, but like the obviously, like I think that like you could contextualize it, right? Like and I think that the context kind of makes sense, even though I do think like it's I think it's a tricky issue, because like when civilians are being killed all around you, I do feel like one has to eventually, like, this is what I do feel like politics does have a moral dimension, and like that's kind of what is, I think, inspiring on some level about like any kind of religious conception of politics, is that it doesn't kind of concede that to pure like calculation, and does like kind of
not all just realpolitik, and
it doesn't mean that like we are going to do the same thing. But I do see how like that had like that was effective in some ways, but I think it kind of it blackens the heart on some level. But like I think another part of it is that like in terms of the kind of image of like the evil barbaric terrorist, I think like to kind of what you were saying before, to a certain like hacking geopolitics understander, in like the like like American like popular discourse. Like part of the stereotype of the like tech fury, another word they learned, terrorist is that like he's like a psyop, like supported by the CIA. So like any like it's part of that whole like package of like this barbaric terrorist image that like also like they're a psyop, so like that is also like part of the reason why
or
this, like,
or kind of a general, even if it doesn't go all that way, the idea that like every single person who does a suicide bombing is kind of like a dumb, like easily manipulable person that gets kind of like MK'd by like a cynical terrorist who is kind of just motivated by power or something, and like doesn't have like morals, but like manipulates some young guy to go blow himself up, and blah blah blah.
Right, they believe they're gonna get paradise.
But then in the back, like the guy's like counting money, and he's like, hey, or something like that. Like, I think there's part of that whole package is like even these people who blow themselves up don't really believe in anything, or they're just they're pawns in the game. Nobody really believes in anything, like except for like. We kind of do, but we also don't. But it's like okay because we're like Americans or they're Israelis.
Well, we're not hypocrites about it. Exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, that's like kind of the thing of like that's why sort of I've kind of like tried to look into the story like like at some point I forget like why I was like curious about it, because I remember hearing it was like so popular in the media to talk about how like the 9/11 hijackers had gone to a strip club.
Oh yeah, they love talking about that.
I feel like it is like based on like totally based on hearsay. Like there might be like some kind of like substance to like the general kind of accusation that they were like that they weren't the most pious.
There were some other.
Whatever,
I think like Muhammad Atta had like a stripper girlfriend or something. There was like more to it than just like they just went to the strip club one night. Like. Yeah, but that's almost like because the 9/11 crew it's such a weird scene, and who knows what the fuck was going on there. But they definitely ran with that, like that lore.
Yeah, I remember looking into it and like seeing like a lot of like the articles that ran at the time about it were just like, oh yeah, those guys I saw, like just like all right, what like saw like 5 Salafi Arabs like in like what but. Yeah. Anyway, I don't know, but like it's also like another thing where like the idea it's threatening, it's a threat to like because it was perceived at the time as like a threat to our like moral authority and like kind of a strike at a sort of anxiety that Americans had about like the sort of hollowness of our consumerist culture, and so like that sort of criticism that like of like the decadent immoral and like corrupt West. That needed to be diffused by like
it's kind of like you're as big of a dirtbag as we are.
Of these people as
kind of
thing. Kind of like how the Soviet Union always needed to be portrayed as actually like a very like corrupt society that like where
run by greedy men,
more capitalist than the United States.
Exactly.
Right? And so therefore it was like their critique of us was like diffused and like actually it's like all of our abuses are somehow okay because at least we admit it like that.
Well in a way like it reminds me of our discussion about like action movies and like how many plots in them it's a classic thing in a bunch of different like thing. I think from maybe a couple of the maybe the third Dirty Harry movie, but also like Die Hard and other things where there's kind of like there's like a bank robber. There's like a East German like Red Army faction guy in like Die Hard that is like robbing this Japanese corporation and whatever, and he's like saying you need to release like this Tamil Tiger guy like from prison and like power to the people. But then at the end you just realize like he's just a yuppie doing a bank robbery like everybody else. He's not a communist. He doesn't believe in anything. All these guys are just Euro terrorists that are out for money. And then it kind of like is comforting that like they're actually just petty scumbags like we are, and what all their highfalutin speeches about it's just bad guy talk, and they're just like like there's nothing to like nobody with any kind of like principle. Anybody that claims to stand up to us because of principles is gonna have to be like unveiled as corrupt and a total hypocrite, and therefore worse than us, who are at least are open about not believing in anything. and being treated right. And it's
I mean, in terms of what Patrick Christian is saying in the chat, I mean, I think like you can kind of like maybe get lost amidst like the discussion of like, what have Hamas's actions always been justified, like things like, like have like is it like, the morality of attacking civilians, like kind of in the abstract, like, it should be clear that like, obviously like the kind of, there's been like so many lies about like the events of October 7th that like, again, I mean, it's obviously like if someone says like, oh, this happened, it's like you had to prove it didn't. It's very hard to prove a negative, but like no proof of like any of those things has been forthcoming. And in fact, like a lot of it is resting on the idea that there's like these secret like videos that they have, secret evidence that like you're only allowed to see if you're already a committed diehard Zionist, which is like,
you remember they would invite people to that movie, to like the movie screening, like they'd invite influencers to it, and it was like, oh, like trigger warnings were everywhere, and it was like, this is like blah blah, and then people would come out and be like, oh my god, like I saw the worst things ever, and then everyone would always be like vague about what they saw and everything. It was very like suspicious. It was like, oh, this secret video which we can't just like put on the internet or in like a censored version or something like that. Like the 40 beheaded babies, like people said that for months.
Like I don't even know like where 40 beheaded babies even like, I mean, I guess they just made it up, like just straight up made it up, like
but I guess they're, given the way their population is, it almost does feel like they at the very least seized upon it to create like this like trauma ritual, to like bind everybody to like get psyched to do the genocide.
Didn't they like, at some of these streams they like gave them like pills to like deal with either like crime
they gave them
you're
drugs.
About to witness. Like
they gave them like weird drugs. I'm telling, it was like MDMA. It was like MDMA mixed with DMT. And then, there's like a psytrance AI goddess like flashing in between the frames to like hypnotize. It's just like,
I think it's quite clear, like the whole thing of like the systematic sexual violence. I think there's like no reason to think that at all, because other than like that, like unless you just believe everything that like the Israeli state says about its greatest enemies, because like it's not consistent with anything that Hamas has done in the past. And like I mean, I think there's also practical components, and like, again, it's impossible to prove a negative that like there was no sexual violence, like
again, like regular people went to the fence, and they might have,
than Israel's accusations that like to believe it did happen. And like, time and again, like, people have been like, here's the proof, and then it's like, a hostage saying that like she was looked at or something, like,
right, like, and there was a little boy in the room and he like glared at me, and it felt like an assault. Or something actually, like that. Like,
someone in the chat mentioned Biden saying that he saw the evidence of the 40 beheaded babies. I remember that.
Yeah,
too.
I remember he said
which
that.
Is like so ridiculous. Yes. But yeah.
There were so many lies, and I think that's another. It's a difficult thing to combat, but I think they've been relatively consistent, in their conduct, like after Israel came for them and started genociding everybody, when they were resisting. I mean, Yahya Sinwar, who is, mentioned in this book from 2000 as, going back to like the 80s, working with Hamas, famously was hunted down by that drone and, like, all this stuff. But I mean, you look at their statements and their communiques, like what they're targeting these days, they do. I mean, since October 7th, it's like, I mean, it's not like they have ample opportunities to target quote unquote civilians, but like their engagements have almost been exclusively with the IDF.
Yeah.
And fighting military targets, and the IDF, on the flip side has been.
Yeah, I mean, like that's the thing. Like, we can focus on like, oh, the morality of Hamas's conduct, but like they're, despite the most moral army in the world, sort of epithet. It's like a joke. Like, Hamas is more moral than the IDF. Like, as we said in the show before,
I look at it, like, I'm like, moral enough for me.
Yeah.
Like, given the circumstances, like, moral enough. And I know that's a shaky thing to say because it's like relativism, literally. But like in situations like this that are pushed to the point of such horror, like sometimes, like war is hell. The cliche is real. And like horrible things do happen. I think the degree to which like they happen matters. to some degree, but like it all has to be viewed in a larger context. And just like I would I disagree with the SLA shooting Marcus Foster for being a pig, because I don't think that was like an accurate. I don't think he was technically a pig, and like it was an inaccurate It was an extreme punishment for like a non-issue, sort of like a mistaken issue, et cetera, right? But in the case of like, I don't know, like you're in World War II and like the Yugoslav partisans captured some Ustasha scumbags that just massacred a whole village, and like you can't take them with you. Shit, like it's bad things happen in war, but I think there is a sense of like, oh, we're not going to gleefully just go massacre every man, woman, and children in this village who have like already surrendered to us. It's like there's both a practical thing, and I think it is a heart blackening thing that if one like indulges too fully in it, like that it can corrode your cause, right? And like both on practical terms, but like actually corrode the people participating in it in like a way that's like not good, which is why probably most humans like recoil from they do get icked out by things in wartime. But moral enough on the other, that's kind of the best I can do. But they are not going around chopping the heads off babies and
I think
going
it's like a
and
brutal
all their
situation. I
manifestos.
think that the morality certainly is there, and in fact, it's quite core. One might say, like, is it universally applied? Does it, always, like in a situation like this, like the application of like a moral code will never be like exact or like totally encompassing, right? There will always be like lapses, but like I think certainly like it is present. I think that Harub's portrayal of them is much more is almost too like overly principled, or like having too many red lines is almost more accurate in some ways than is more accurate in many ways than what you often see like in the sort of Western media. But there's two like things I wanted to read. One is like where in this book political thought and practice, the sort of idea of the Israeli plot is like directly addressed, and I also thought it might be good if we have time. We might not to read the Sinwar postscript, but I thought there's some insightful stuff in there. But in terms of the Israeli plot idea, it's interesting. We kind of have talked about this a significant amount, but I think he puts it more eloquently because it's in writing. Israeli assessments and interpretations of the Islamic phenomenon in the occupied territories are contradictory. Some interpretations attributed the emergence and growth of the Palestinian Islamic tide to a quote-unquote Israeli plot. Others posited that Israeli policy merely ignored the phenomenon. Still, others asserted that the Israeli stance was absolutely and implacably hostile and aimed to repress the phenomenon. The Israeli goal of such benign policy was to undermine the preeminent leadership position of the PLO. In fact, the PLO information apparatus wholeheartedly adopted these interpretations and worked to propagate them. That apparatus, particularly through its dissemination of Arafat's strident declarations, often verged in the direction of adopting the first interpretation, which declares Hamas to be merely a creation of Israel to weaken the PLO. Israel, however, adopted the reading that it was lenient, overlooked the development of the Islamic movement, and did not try to suppress it. In contrast, the Islamists repeatedly claimed that Israel's repressive policies against Islamic institutions and all vestiges of Islamic awakening, such as the Islamic University of Gaza, which was actually destroyed, the mosques, the Islamic organizations in general, are evidence of its fear of Palestinian Islam and its growth. It is not reasonable, they insist, that Israel should overlook, let alone encourage, the ideologically most implacable opponent of its existence. Some observers agree. According to Ali Jaubawi, the occupying authority was not to give the national Islamic tendency the opportunity to strengthen its foundations and to spread its influence among the masses, because to Israel, this tendency constitutes the greatest danger to its future. In this study, I advance a fourth interpretation, namely that Israel's policy toward the growing strength of the Islamic movements throughout the 1970s and 1980s up to the first year of the Intifada was characterized by confusion, bewilderment, and an inability to take decisive action. Consequently, Israel confined itself to reaction and to monitoring developments. My assessment derives from the 5 factors that are discussed below. First, Israel's position toward Islamic institutions or toward the social and educational aspects of the Islamic awakening was no different from its established position toward other non-military phenomena that accompanied the Palestinian national movement and the factions of the PLO. Hence, the level of tolerance for or suppression of the work of those institutions was the same, regardless of their ideological or political bent. Scores of nationalist institutions, such as academic associations, clubs, daily newspapers, weekly magazines, schools, universities, and other organizations, bear witness to this policy. All of these institutions operated by virtue of permits issued by the Israeli occupying authority. Some of the institutions belong directly or indirectly to the PLO or other Palestinian political factions. It is not fair, therefore, to mention only the permits granted to Islamic institutions in the Gaza Strip or the West Bank. The chief concern of the occupation authorities during the 1970s and 1980s was military activity. Thus, they concentrated their efforts on the pursuit of such activity and were relatively tolerant toward informational and propagandistic activities, whether carried out by nationalistic or Islamist forces. Second, it was not easy for Israel, especially after the late 1970s, to resort to a harsh repressive policy toward the manifestations of Islamic awakening in the occupied territories. There are many reasons for this, the most important being the fear that such a policy might render an indirect service to the Islamic current by giving credence to its claim that the Jews in Israel are fighting Islam. If this assertion acquired credibility, the national struggle will be recast as an ideological one, a war between religions. This, in turn, might lead to the incitement of religious feelings abroad and thus to the strengthening of the Islamic current. Furthermore, the adoption of an obviously repressive policy toward non-military religious institutions in a region where the Islamic tide was rising would intensify the feeling of enmity for Israel in the region. Internationally, such a policy, interpreted as an abridgment of religious freedom, would harm the reputation of Israel. Such considerations apparently continue to influence the formulation of Israeli policy through the first 2 years of the Intifada. Resistance activities during that time, whether directed by Hamas or by the United National leadership of the Intifada, were confined to mass demonstrations, and the use of firearms was avoided. The situation only changed in the 1994 to 1996 period, when regional circumstances favored the adoption of a merciless repressive policy under the slogan, quote, fighting Islamic terrorism. Third, the implicit Israeli acceptance of responsibility for indirectly helping Hamas by looking the other way when it came to it being can be explained by reference to the Israeli political mindset, this is kind of what we talked about before, which is characterized by a, quote, superiority complex. This mindset invented the myth of the invincible Israeli army, wove legends around the supernatural capabilities of its security services, including the Mossad and the Shin Bet, and painted a fabulous picture of its ability to influence events both regionally and on the Palestinian plain. In effect, it perceived Israeli control of most, if not all, strings as virtually absolute. Hence, it would be a great blow to Israel's pride to acknowledge that a Palestinian movement could form and grow in the occupied territories, that is, right in the lion's den. It was more consistent with this mindset to concede that Israeli policy in one form or another was behind the emergence of Hamas. This claim would serve, even as it admits an error in tactics, Israel's strategy of firmly establishing that its Arab and Palestinian foes are not capable of carrying out any undertaking that may influence events outside Israel's masterful control. In brief, the optimum position for the Israeli mindset is to admit an error and to feign regret over a policy that led to a present situation wherein Hamas has become immune to a complete and final liquidation. Fourth, the Islamic phenomenon in the occupied territories did not grow in isolation, but in the context of a historical social change that swept the entire Arab and Islamic areas. Indeed, the period extending between the second half of the 1970s and the mid-1990s witnessed a dramatic growth of an Islamic awakening and several currents of political Islam. The Islamic current in the occupied territories thus was influenced and nurtured by the growth of an Islamic movement in Jordan to the east, the emergence of an Islamic movement, especially Hezbollah, in Lebanon to the north, and the advancement of the Islamic movement in Egypt, where moderate groups exerted influence through democratic processes in a parliament and the unions, while armed groups engaged in a bloody confrontation with the security forces. I mean, kind of relatedly, you know, obviously it's outside the scope of this, or outside the timeline of this book, but like, really, it seems pretty clear that I think, like, you know, Hamas's like electoral victory in 2006, and also like the kind of the sort of second Intifada preceding that, those things like kind of partially led to the Arab Spring in some ways. I think especially, you know, their political victory, or at least like portended it. But yeah,
I can see it having influence.
Definitely, yeah, because, you know, the sort of like a lot of Islamist parties that Hamas was kind of supportive of, like Ennahda in Tunisia and such, like they were, you know, all kind of a similar mindset. But Beyond the immediate neighborhood, the victory of the Islamic Revolution in Iran, the evolution of the Islamic movement in Sudan, and the increasing growth of political Islam in Algeria all had important influences on Palestinian Islam in the occupied territories. Thus, Palestinian Islam was part of a broader phenomenon, not an isolated occurrence. The fact that it existed under military occupation worked only to deepen and broaden its appeal and to clarify its goals. Fifth, considering the factors mentioned above, one can conclude that Israel's stance toward the competition among various Palestinian forces, such as that between Hamas and the PLO, was one of exploitation and manipulation to the service of Israeli interests. There is nothing creative or unique in this practice of trying to benefit from the internal contradictions of an opponent. Indeed, this is a conventional practice used by one party of a struggle against its various opponents. Yeah, that's pretty I think well argued and fairly conclusive for my as far as I'm concerned. I think that's a fairly persuasive take. I guess all right. It is getting kind of late, but I'll have to make apologies. But I do think I want to read this postscript. What did Sinwar want? Because I think it's a better sort of way to end. This is from his other book, as I mentioned. In the first months of Israel's genocide in Gaza, its official Hasbara produced the term, quote, the butcher of Khan Yunis, to describe Yahya Sinwar, Hamas's leader, who was killed by Israel while fighting in Rafah on 17th October 2024. Western media promptly and blindly picked up the vilifying label. The haste and uncritical manner in which this media has used the term has been truly astounding. Cursory research shows that almost every mainstream Western media used the term. The New York Times, Washington Post, CNN, BBC, Le Monde, Le Figaro, Deutsche Welle, Der Spiegel, among many others. What is utterly shocking is the claim by Israeli propaganda and its Western allies that Sinwar was given that name by Gazans. For someone who spent around 30 years researching Hamas, its political thought, praxis, and leaders, I was stunned by the term as well as by Western complicity in consuming it along with whatever lies Israel had thrown on them. I have asked dozens of Palestinians from the Gaza Strip, and mainly from Khan Yunis refugee camp, where Sinwar was born, and the city of Khan Yunis, about the alleged nickname of Sinwar. Nobody had ever heard of it before. It was fabricated by the Israeli propaganda machine and then exported to Western media. Even Sinwar's critics and opponents expressed revulsion over such a defaming title purportedly attributed to him by his fellow Palestinians. For historians of Palestine and of the successive wars on Palestinians, there is indeed a qualified candidate whose name comes first as the real butcher of Khan Yunis. This was the late Moshe Dayan, Israel's chief of staff, whose troops massacred at least 275 civilian Palestinians in Khan Yunis on 3rd November 1956. Sinwar was born 6 years after that massacre, whose haunting and enduring memories have impacted the destinies of many young Palestinians in the Gaza Strip, leaving them, including Sinwar himself, angry and prepared for future resistance. In 1988, at the age of 26, Sinwar was arrested and given 4 life-term sentences, amounting to 426 years. In prison, where he spent 23 years, he gradually grew into the leader that many would come to know, educating himself, reading extensively, writing novels, and learning Hebrew, all while serving as the prison leader of his group. As his leadership talents were further polished in jail, he built strong relations with the other imprisoned Palestinian leaders of rivaling factions, including Fatah. Those leaders, along with Sinwar, produced the, quote, prisoners document of national unity in 2006, which has been since regarded as a major reference point for Palestinian national consensus, based on accepting a Palestinian state in 1967 borders. Sinwar was freed from jail in 2011 in a prisoner exchange involving more than 1,000 Palestinian prisoners in return for an Israeli soldier that was captured by Hamas in 2006. Upon his release, Sinwar wasted no time in resuming his path of resistance, showing little interest in embracing the newfound freedom for personal gains. Speedily, he rose within Hamas's ranks and became a member of its political bureau in 2014. Then, in 2017, he was elected as the movement's leader in Gaza. On 6 August 2024, 2 months before his death, Hamas chose him to replace Ismail Haniyeh, Hamas's top leader, who had been assassinated by Israel in Tehran a week earlier. Beyond being a resolute military commander, Sinwar emerged as a shrewd political figure, skillfully blending ideology with pragmatism. In retrospect, we can trace the phase-based political and military action that he had envisioned and followed through from at least 2017. This approach began with efforts to end the Palestinian division, where Sinwar made the needed compromises to Fatah to achieve unity, offering readiness to give up Gaza's rule to a national unity government under the presidency of Mahmoud Abbas. The proposed National Accord government would need comprehensive support from all parties to guarantee its success, including freezing Hamas's military resistance by adhering only to nonviolent resistance. Although the unity government never materialized, Sinwar's next phase was to embrace nonviolent resistance that started in March 2018 in the form of the Great March of Return and lasted until December 2019. Hopes that this effort would garner the world's attention proved unfulfilled. Consequently, Hamas resorted to military resistance as exemplified in the May 2021 Sword of Jerusalem confrontation against Israel, intervening in support of the Palestinians in Jerusalem and the Sheikh Jarrah neighborhood. Again, the world betrayed the Palestinians, and Gaza was left suffocating by the Israeli blockade. Misery, impasse, and anger led to the next phase, 7th October 2023, which Sinwar had not so vaguely warned about for many years. All was laid out publicly at a press conference that Sinwar convened on 26 May 2021, following the Sword of Jerusalem confrontation. In what follows, and in Sinwar's own words, the warnings and suggested phrases of forms of resistance were identified as if Sinwar was outlining his plans on air. Clearly and straightforwardly, Sinwar stated his and Hamas's approach prioritizes nonviolent resistance, considering it the movement's number one option. Quote, "To spare our people the horrors of war, we truly believe, as we have always believed, that our people must combine different means of resistance, peaceful or popular resistance, along with armed resistance in its various forms, in addition to political and diplomatic efforts. Everyone knows and acknowledges that we and other Palestinian resistance factions, from March 2018 to March 2020, participated in those wonderful, peaceful, popular resistance demonstrations, the Great March of Return. By the grace of Allah, we portrayed an incredibly beautiful image to these marches of a civilized people engaging in such peaceful, popular resistance, which sometimes involves some rougher methods." In fact, these words echo much of Sinwar's talk in a long interview conducted by an Italian journalist and published in the Israeli press in May 2018, where he said, "Who would like to face a nuclear power with slingshots?" The goal of return marches, according to Sinwar, was to draw the world's attention to what is happening in Gaza and Palestine, to create political action. Quote, "We hope that the free and civilized world and the international organizations would respond to our nonviolent march of return on two fronts. First, to appreciate this peaceful movement and curb the enemy's use of excessive force and deadly violence against our people. Second, we hope that they would pressure the enemy and the occupation to fulfill our people's demands and rights. But unfortunately, over 2 years, the Zionist war machine continued to target our sons and daughters, with snipers from the occupation army killing them. They started to amuse themselves by targeting our sons and daughters, sniping them in their foreheads, hearts, and eyes, or severing their limbs, legs, and arms. We now have a significant number of these wounded and martyred, while the world just watches. The conscience of the free world didn't wake up, and it didn't move. We say once again that we prefer to confront this occupation through peaceful means, through popular resistance. We prefer that to be the way. But if this enemy continues to commit crimes and crosses red lines, we must resort to armed resistance. Our first option to achieve our people's goals and demands through peaceful means, to do that through peaceful means. However, if the world does not respond, and this occupation does not respond or commit serious crimes, then our resistance must act to deter them." Sinwar spoke, again, this is Harub's talking, Sinwar spoke passionately and in high, threatening tones about Jerusalem and Al-Aqsa as being intolerable red lines for Hamas. At a press conference, he sequenced the engagement of Hamas in the Sword of Jerusalem confrontation as a necessary move by his movement after the inaction showed by the whole world regarding Hamas's nonviolent resistance in the March of Return. He said that the Sword of Jerusalem was only a message of warning. "We had no choice but to say our word with iron and fire and with missiles on Jerusalem first, so that the entire world and the leaders of the occupation would know that Al-Aqsa has men who protect it, and that we are prepared to sacrifice the most precious and valuable things for the sake of Al-Aqsa Mosque, and for the sake of Sheikh Jarrah, for the sake of Al-Bustan neighborhood, and for the issues of our homeland, especially in the Holy City. We have risen up for the sake of our sanctities, for our rights, and we wanted to send a message. Believe me, we only wanted to send a message to the enemy and to the entire world that enough playing with fire, and that when we say enough playing with fire, we mean enough playing with fire. We do not issue threats or warnings in vain. Let someone come with one statement or a threat that we once issued and did not implement on the ground. The world should know that this was just a rehearsal, just a small maneuver for what could happen if Israel touches Al-Aqsa Mosque again." As is the case, in the case with the March of Return, Sinwar hopes that after the Sword of Jerusalem that drew the world's attention to Palestine, a political momentum would be created and cracks in the deadlock that face the Palestinians would appear. At the press conference, he explained how the Palestinians have made themselves ready, including Hamas, to function in line with international law and resolutions. Regarding the international diplomacy that took place during this round of conflict with the Zionist occupation and aggression against us in Gaza, there has certainly been significant action. The whole world, including major powers, even the new American administration in the United States, as well as major European powers, moved towards the idea that there must be a comprehensive solution to the Palestinian situation. It has become very clear that the triggers for explosion are still present, and things could erupt again at any moment. We say, therefore, that today there is an opportunity for the world to seize this moment and pressure the occupation to comply with international law and international resolutions. Earlier, I was in a meeting with various foreign agencies and television channels from around the world. One of the reporters from an American television station asked me, "What is your message to President Biden?" I replied with one sentence: compel the occupation to adhere to international law and international resolutions. If the occupation complies, there is the possibility for a long-term truce, whether for 4 years, 5 years, or more. If the world can pressure the occupation to withdraw from the West Bank, dismantle the settlements in the West Bank, and withdraw from East Jerusalem, then there is a possibility for this long-term ceasefire. The release of the prisoners, lifting the blockade on Gaza, allowing us to hold our elections in Jerusalem, and to establish our Palestinian state on part of our land, this would certainly open the door for the possibility of a relatively long-term truce that postpones the conflict and achieves a level of stability in the region. Is the world serious about pressuring the occupation to achieve this? We hope that the latest round has led to a shift in the awareness of international leaders to push for such a scenario. We in Hamas, through our charter and through the National Reconciliation document that we signed, along with the factions of the Palestinian people, have clearly stated that we are ready to accept the common denominators agreed upon by Palestinians. While these common denominators do not represent the political ideology of Hamas, our political ideology is clear and well known. We stand for the removal of Israel through jihad and armed struggle, and this is our belief. The occupation must be removed and swept away from all our land. However, for the sake of Palestinian unity and the common Palestinian goals, and due to international will, we have said that we are ready to pursue this option. We have no problem with it if the major world powers and international organizations are prepared to compel the occupation to respect international law and international resolutions, so that we can establish our state on our land in the West Bank, Jerusalem, and Gaza, with the dismantling of the settlements, the release of the prisoners, the lifting of the blockade, and the return of refugees. This makes the possibility of a long-term truce or ceasefire viable, relatively speaking. There is no doubt about this. Al-Aqsa Mosque in Jerusalem are a red line. If you want more time to stay, then stay away from Al-Aqsa Mosque in Jerusalem. The decision to eliminate your state depends on implementing your plans in Al-Aqsa Mosque in Jerusalem. We have an existing and known scenario, and the rehearsal has been made for it. Gaza will launch its resistance with all its strength, and the West Bank will explode with all its power. Our people will attack all the settlements at once. Our heroes, even the security forces, meaning the Palestinian Authority in the West Bank, will stand up for you at all the intersections and roads. They will attack you, or like against you. Yeah, I guess is what he means. They will attack you in all the settlements throughout the West Bank, and our people inside will rise up, 1 million demonstrators or more, who will take to the streets and close the roads. And I am absolutely certain that we have no less than 10,000 potential martyrs there, ready.
Wow.
The masses of our people and our nation will rush across the borders, flowing like torrential floods to uproot your entity. And the resistance
literally says a flood. Like,
yeah.
A flood is coming. Wow.
Yeah. And the resistance of the region, all the living forces will rush to hit you with the utmost and most of their strength, God willing. And I am confident that the shape of the entire Middle East will become different from the Middle East in which we live.
Wow.
Talking about, this is just Harub's conclusion. Talking about the hard economic conditions in the Gaza Strip, Sinwar issued another chilling warning, saying, "And we, the leadership of the resistance, pledge that this year, 2021, by the will of Allah, will not pass without a major breakthrough in the economic and humanitarian life of the Gaza Strip. This year will not pass, and the problems in Gaza caused by the blockade, the war, the destruction, will not remain as they are. Let the entire world hear. We will burn everything, green and dry, if the problems of Gaza are not resolved now." He writes, Sinwar's calculations about resistance flooding the borders once a strike from Gaza on Israel is conducted proved to be wishful thinking. He dedicated his attention to the details of the small picture and simplified the complexities of the bigger one. That included his allies in the axis of resistance. During his youth, in his high school and university years, Sinwar worked as a bricklayer in his free time to help his family and earn a living. Two people whose small homes were built by Sinwar, but I talked to, spoke highly of his patience, precision, and meticulous work. He also built parts of the long brick walls surrounding the Islamic University in Gaza. As a bricklayer, and later builder of Hamas's resistance capabilities, he was dedicated to the details, the precise alignment, and keeping things perfectly in line. It seems that he was overwhelming himself and refining the resistance in Gaza while underestimating other imposing factors and limitations beyond his control. The jury is still out on his military and political decisions, and may remain so for years to come. But aside from the vilifying Israeli and Western Hasbara, Yahya Sinwar, for the Palestinian people and many around the world, cuts a profile of a heroic figure that lived, fought, and died legendarily. His was a rebellious and free soul, as reported by Nabih Awada, a Lebanese communist who was imprisoned with Sinwar from 1991 to 1995, saying, Sinwar used to play table tennis barefoot in Ashkelon prison, built in the land of the Palestinian village Ashkelon, from which Sinwar's grandparents were expelled in 1948. Sinwar said he wanted his feet to touch the land of Palestine, shouting out, I'm not in prison, I'm on my land. I'm free here in my homeland. The pictures and videos released by the Israelis to brag about victory over the man's dead body have backfired. These have gone viral on social media worldwide, turning him into a superhero who fought astonishingly until the last breath.
That's right.
Yeah.
He threw the stick at that drone.
So, yeah, I mean, I think even that analysis there is a little bit, I mean, obviously it's true that, like, the jury is out in some ways, and we'll see, like, the fruits of his predictions, like, how they come to pass, but even in light of what we saw with the confrontation with Iran,
right,
I think that also has to be partially attributed to, this vision.
I think the flood, like, set forth a chain of events that might not have gone down quite that way otherwise, and set off reverberations even through the Western imperial core of now the idea of, like, Israel being, a major cleavage issue, like a wedge issue within the liberal parties in the West. It's true, it had fallen off the kind of priority list before October 7th. It wasn't being talked about. It was all about, Ukraine, Russia, other stuff. Like, he offered the chance to Biden there. Like, come on, man. Like, come and make a deal. Get Israel to back off, militarily withdraw, blah, blah, blah. And then there won't be an Al-Aqsa flood. But, like, if you leave the Palestinians no choice, he called the shot, as the chat says, pretty accurately, of like what was going to happen. And now it is still kind of, the ball is still bouncing, so we don't know exactly how it's going to play. But now, at least with the attempt to go after Iran, is quite stymied, I would say. That's probably the most optimistic word for the U.S. that I could use. But they kind of failed, Israel and the U.S., to overthrow the Islamic Republic. The very notion of a kind of, like, Islamic resistance to imperialism, I think has definitely gotten stronger in the last 2 years. To the point where even we're talking about, like, kind of the possible alliances, or the common interests of, like, a sort of, secular leftist resistance to empire, and this kind of, like, Islamist resistance to empire, and opportunities for, for more solidarity, rather than posting Simpsons, like, gifs and going, like, ew, like, they're really right, or whatever the fuck. Just, like, shut the fuck up, like, let them cook, like,
a voice that definitely needs
critical support,
to,
like,
definitely qualified to speak on the issue, and definitely has an opinion that matters.
Yeah, people willing to stand on business against, like, imperialism and injustice and domination. That's good, actually. So, like, start there. The finer points.
Yeah,
I'm sure we'll come back to them again.
Like, there's, like, I think the kind of the sort of this kind of a dichotomous framework where it's like, Islamist versus, like, hecking secular, like, like, grounded in materialism. Like, honestly, like, that is kind of like an idealist, like way to approach the issue. Like, you know, it requires like looking at the, you know, as is done in this analysis, I think, like, you know, to look at the actual, like, you know, nuances of history and the circumstances that like have produced this. And I think, you know, it is kind of it's a cop out and like a little bit of like cope to kind of create this narrative of like, oh, this is all, and it kind of serves Israeli interests to say like, oh, this is you know, like all like Israel's design or something, or that like, you know, the sort of it's only one hand in this and it's Israel's, when really like this is the result of, you know, how the like political system of the entire world, like you know, it relates to so many different political currents and developments over really like a century. You know?
Not only is it like, I think, acutely incorrect in the specific charge of like Israel props up Hamas, but like it just, that's like overly simplistic. Even if there were more truth to it, it's like a super overly simplistic view of the overall situation. Which
and I think it comes from this like a priori kind of thing of like, you know, like Islam or like religion versus non-religion, and how that is like such a, you know, big kind of stumbling block. Where I think like to go back to the original point I was making early on, like I think that like Islam like means many things, like many different contexts. Like Islamism means many things in many different contexts. I'm looking at myself on the screen right now, and I do see what people mean about how I'm making somewhat Kermit like hand gestures. But anyway, I guess that's just something that I do. You know, I think that it like a kind of you know, it's this sort of like entification of Islam that is like problematic, and really like, you know, it like that needs to be like overcome, like this idea that like, oh, I already know everything about what the meaning of Islam is, you know, because I have this kind of like idea in my mind, or like I know three terms or something.
Yeah, what did you say?
What
did you say? The whatification?
Entification, like the sort of you know, like attributing it to the sort of or you could say objectification, like making it into this kind of ontic being that has like a, you know, like a, you know, sort of a consistent like concrete character, and is not like a sort of social phenomenon, or, you know, ultimately like you know, I believe in God, like, and Allah, like, you know, Allah has a concrete existence, and like, you know, but Islam is our effort to worship him and to, you know, like an act as he wishes, which takes many different forms, you know, especially when you're talking about, you know, in the political domain, right? So I think that like kind of like believing that you understand the phenomenon of Islam in this very kind of simplified way, when really it is something that like encompasses so much diversity, and so like, you know,
and I think most Westerners
even what Shahab Akwa said of like coherent contradictions. I think like, you know, that actually, even though like I have issues with that book, like there's parts of it that I definitely like, and I've mentioned on the show before, and that I like that term, you know, does apply in some ways, you know. Like it like you to like have this kind of like totalizing attitude, and to like shut the door so strongly on that without really even like considering the context and the history, and like why it is, like just to assume that like a priori it must be wrong, because like the ultimate result of any true movement for human flourishing must not have anything to do with religion.
Must be like, you know, explicitly excluded. That's like,
it's practically it practically like stunts, like, just, I mean, even if you do come to the conclusion that like, you know, it would have been better if such and such course of it, like if only XYZ or whatever, like you know, I think that these types of attitudes and these types of kind of like sneering views wouldn't you know, proliferate so much if people actually like looked into the past and looked into the circumstances of things, into like the reality of the situation, and actually like, you know, considered this to be like a group worth learning about or engaging, or like Islamism as a political phenomenon, or in particular Hamas as like, you know, like a real sophisticated group Like
like
I think
serious people, just as I feel like a lot of people maybe have more come to appreciate about Iran, is that like these are actually like serious people. They're not like religious, the mullah, crazy mullahs that just are, like the way they're so often portrayed like in the media as like irrational, not serious, and like even for people like liberals or on the left can get kind of sucked into that. Like, oh, if they're religious, say less. Not very serious, are they? That's a little crazy, but I think that's an intellectual shortcut that can be costly, because, like, especially because Americans, have been inundated with, like, such a one-dimensional view of what it looks like to be Islamic since the last, like, 25 years, since 9/11. It's been, like, reinforced in our media and in the news cycles and things. Like the things you always hear about are the crazy, irrational, radicalized Muslim who stands against like all the great, modern Western things that we cherish and blah blah blah, and they're not serious. Like they couldn't possibly like run an anti-imperialist revolutionary movement. Are you kidding me? A bunch of religious people like. But you know what? It seems to be happening to some extent. They're certainly putting up the hardest fight of anybody else I can think of right now. And they, you read a lot of their language. It is sophisticated, kind of like anti-colonialist, anti-imperialist like language that, oftentimes, not always, but like sometimes it sounds like it's, kind of incorporating like broad in sort of Marxish like kind of concepts that, about like fighting against like oppressive empires and things like that. It's like close enough that it's not like because it's religious some spooky thing that can never actually be about making people's lives better.
The thing. And I think that it has there's many dimensions to it that aren't just like about the kind of like like religious issue. I mean, we talked about this like not too long ago, so I don't want to belabor the point, but like the it like also just has to do with like, I mean, obviously, there are some white Muslims such as myself, but like, it is like kind of a racialized thing, and it kind of like feeds into the, like some discourses of Islam definitely are heavily racialized or overlap with this kind of idea about like the underdevelopment of like the Arab mind and things like that, right? All these books that have been written on this subject of the Arab mind and things like that, right? And I think, I mean, part of what is like unique and like valuable about a book like Kharroub's is that it is amazing how like rare it is like for even a book to have a subtitle, a book about Hamas to have a subtitle like political thought and practice, because like
treating it like
a group as influential, as important as Hamas, like would have many books like that,
right?
Like and a group of a different kind of ideological strain like than Islamism that was as influential would have like scores and scores of books on that topic. But like it almost is like sort of treated that Islam's political actions are like outside thought. Like you'd think like a subtitle book about Hamas would be like a bloodthirsty killing.
They read like the one part of the Quran, it's like kill every infidel, and then they just go out and do it. Like that's all they read. Yeah. They keep that away from everybody. They don't want people thinking about them as a serious political actor that is like legitimate in any way.
But they do have like exactly. Like again, you might not adopt it wholesale, or you might not agree with every political calculations they've made. And even Hamas's political thought is not homogenous like among its different members, right? But it it still is like a political thought, right? It is like serious and it is important. And it does like offer for people trying to think like, how do we get out of this like horrible situation that we're in the world where something like what we're seeing in Gaza is possible. This is like one of the places to look because, is like the first place to look.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It is the forefront of the UMMAH-GROUNDED resistance. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Well, I think we'll leave it there. But yeah, interesting stuff. I'm sure we'll return back to some of these things based on events that are unfolding. But yeah, thanks for tuning in, everybody. We'll be back on Monday on the Patreon feed, patreon.com/subliminaljihad. But until then, dear listeners, stay vigilant.
Peace.